Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Mirath. The morning sun filters through Soraya's kitchen window as I settle my healer's bag on the worn wooden table. The familiar scents of dried herbs and warm bread fill the space, but underneath it all, I catch that distinct sweetness that comes with pregnancy, something most people miss, but my nose picks up every time. "You're glowing," I tell Soraya as she moves around the kitchen, one hand instinctively resting on the gentle curve of her belly. At 4 months, she's showing just enough that her usual tunic strains slightly at the waist. "I'm sweating." She pushes a strand of deep brown hair away from her face, the red undertones catching the light. There's a difference. Both can be true. I pull out my supplies, arranging them with practiced efficiency. "Sit, let me check on both of you." Deegan appears in the doorway, Taran balanced on his hip. The toddler's sable-brown fur has grown thicker over the past few months, and his tiny horn buds are more pronounced now, still soft, but definitely there. He babbles something unintelligible and reaches for Soraya with chubby fingers. "Someone wants his mama," Deegan says, his sea-glass green eyes bright with amusement. The silver hoop in his ear catches the light as he hands Taran over. I watch Soraya's face soften as she cradles her son. The transformation is immediate. The tiredness melts away, replaced by that fierce tenderness she reserves for her children. Taran settles against her, his amber-flecked eyes studying me with that unnervingly intense gaze he's had since birth. "How are you feeling today?" I ask, pulling my chair closer. "Any nausea? Dizziness?" "Better than yesterday." Soraya shifts Taran to her other arm. The mornings are still rough, but it passes quicker now. Dagon hovers nearby, and I catch him stealing glances at Soraya's belly every few seconds. The man can't contain his excitement. It radiates off him like heat from a forge. His whole face lights up when he looks at her, just like it did the day he first held Taran. "You're like a kid waiting for festival day," I tell him dryly. "Sit down before you wear a hole in the floor." "Can't help it." He grins, settling into the chair across from us. "Never thought I'd get to experience this. The whole thing from the beginning." The contrast hits me then. How different this pregnancy is from Soraya's first. Last time she was drowning in grief, carrying Taran while mourning Karun. Every milestone felt like another step away from the life she'd planned. Now, with Dagon beside her, she's actually enjoying it. The way she unconsciously leans into his touch when he reaches for her hand. The small smile that appears when he talks about the baby. "Let me see how everyone's doing in there." I place my hands on Soraya's belly, closing my eyes to focus. The magic flows through my fingertips. Not much, just enough to sense the life growing inside. Strong heartbeat, good positioning. The baby's essence feels warm and bright, with traces of both parents woven through it. "Everything feels perfect," I murmur, opening my eyes. The baby's growing well, strong, healthy. Dagon exhales like he's been holding his breath. "And Soraya?" I check her pulse, examine her eyes, run my hands along her neck to feel for any swelling. You're doing great. Better than great, actually. Your body knows what it's doing this time. Thank the gods. Soraya adjusts Taran again as he starts to fuss. I was so sick with him the first few months, couldn't keep anything down. Grief will do that. I pack my supplies back into the bag. Your body was fighting 2 battles then, growing a baby and processing loss. This time, you're just growing a baby. Taran chooses that moment to grab a fistful of Soraya's hair and tug. Hard. Ow! Taran, no! She gently extracts his fingers from her hair. He's getting stronger every day. Look at those hands. I study the toddler's grip as he reaches for her hair again. His fingers are definitely more dexterous than they were a month ago, and there's real strength behind them. He's going to be tall like his father. And his uncle. Dagon reaches over to tickle Taran's belly, earning a delighted squeal. Aren't you, little man? Going to be big and strong. The easy affection between them still catches me off guard sometimes. Dagon stepped into Taran's life when the boy was barely a day old, and now they're inseparable. Taran reaches for Dagon almost as much as he does for Soraya, and Dagon treats him like his own blood. Speaking of strong minotaur, Dagon says, his expression shifting to something more serious. I need to head down to the docks today. Got a shipment coming in that needs my personal attention. Soraya's face falls slightly. Today? I was hoping you could help me with the pruning in the back orchard. I know, sweetheart, but this cargo's been delayed twice already, and if I don't handle it myself... You'll lose the contract, Soraya finishes. I understand. But I can see the disappointment in her eyes, and the way she shifts uncomfortably in her chair. Her energy feels off today. Not sick, exactly, but drained. I could go for you, I offer, surprising myself with the words. Handle the shipment, I mean. Both of them stare at me. Dagon's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. You? He asks. No offence, Mirath, but dealing with dock workers and cargo manifest disputes isn't exactly... What? Not exactly what? I cross my arms. Not exactly something a woman can handle? Not exactly something a healer would know about? That's not what I meant. He raises his hands in surrender. I just meant it can get rough down there. People try to cheat, or claim damages that don't exist, or... I've dealt with plenty of cheats and liars. I stand, checking that my healer's bag is secure. Probably more than you have. Only difference is when someone tries to swindle me over herb prices, they don't usually threaten to throw me in the harbour. They absolutely do threaten that, Soraya says quietly. That's exactly what they threaten. I wave a dismissive hand. Empty threats. Besides, I know enough about trade goods to spot obvious problems. What's the cargo? Dagon looks uncertain. Spices from the eastern settlements, saffron mainly, but some rare salts and preserved fruits. The manifest should list everything. See, I work with herbs and preservatives all the time. I'll know if something's off. I move toward the door, then pause. What's the ship's name? The Siren's Call. Harrow is captaining the ship. Tell him you're there for the Thal account and that I sent you. He's honest, but his crew... Dagon shrugs. Mixed bag. Aren't they all? I look back at Soraya, noting the relief in her posture now that she won't have to spend the day alone with a restless toddler while feeling poorly. You rest today. Let Taran nap when he wants to and don't worry about the orchard work. It'll keep. Thank you. Soraya's smile is genuine and warm. I owe you. You owe me nothing. I adjust my bag's strap. Just take care of yourself and that baby. Taran chooses that moment to babble something that sounds almost like words, waving his tiny fist in my direction. I find myself smiling despite my usual gruff demeanour. You too, little man. Keep an eye on your mama while I'm gone. Dagon stands, moving to kiss Soraya's forehead. Are you sure about this, Mirath? I can reschedule. Don't be ridiculous. I'm already halfway to the door. I've been dealing with difficult people since before you were born. A few dock workers won't be the end of me. But as I step outside into the morning air, I catch Dagon's worried expression through the window. The man cares about his business, but he cares about his family more. Good thing someone around here has practical sense. Behind me, I hear Taryn's delighted laughter floating through the open window, followed by Deegan's deeper chuckle. The sound makes something warm unfurl in my chest, a feeling I'm not entirely comfortable with but can't quite dismiss. They're good together, the three of them. Soon to be 4. And despite my general policy of avoiding sentimentality, I find myself looking forward to meeting this new addition to their little family. Even if I'll never have my own. Chapter 2. Mirath. The docks assault my senses before I'm even halfway down the steep cobblestone path. Salt-thick air mingles with the acrid tang of tar, fish, and unwashed bodies. Seabirds screech overhead while dock workers shout instructions in 3 different languages. The wooden planks groan under the weight of cargo and foot traffic, creating a symphony of organised chaos that sets my teeth on edge. I've always hated crowds. Too many people, too many smells, too much noise. But Dagon's shipment won't handle itself, and Soraya needs the rest more than I need my comfort. The siren's call isn't hard to spot. She's a sleek vessel moored at the far end of the main pier, her dark hull gleaming with fresh oil. The ship has the look of something built for speed rather than cargo capacity, which makes sense if Dagon's been smuggling as well as trading. Not that I care what he does to keep food on Soraya's table. A group of sailors moves around the deck, hauling crates and barrels with practiced efficiency. Most are human, lean and sun-weathered, but the figure directing them from the gangplank makes me pause mid-step. Storm-grey fur catches the morning light, darker charcoal streaks marking his arms and the impressive span of his horns. One horn tip is chipped, a battle scar that speaks of close combat and survival. He's built like Dagon, but rougher around the edges, broader through the shoulders, with hands that look like they could crush bones without effort. When he turns to bark an order at one of his crew, pale amber eyes flash with authority and something that might be amusement. This has to be Harrow. No one else on that ship carries himself with such casual dominance. I steel my spine and approach the gangplank, keeping my expression neutral. The last thing I need is to look uncertain around a crew of sailors who probably view women as either objects of desire or obstacles to profit. "Permission to come aboard," I call out, my voice cutting through the dock noise with practiced authority. Harrow's head snaps toward me, those amber eyes doing a quick assessment from my worn boots to the healer's bag slung across my shoulder. His gaze lingers just long enough to be noticed, but not long enough to be insulting. A man who knows how to read boundaries, even if he enjoys testing them. "Depends on what you're here for, lovely." His voice carries the rough edge of a man who's spent years shouting over ocean storms. There's something in his tone that suggests he's not entirely serious, but he's not entirely joking either. I'm Mirath, not lovely. My nose wrinkles at the term. And I'm here for the Thal account. Dagon sent me to handle the shipment inspection. A slow grin spreads across his face, revealing a cracked tusk that somehow adds to, rather than detracts from his roguish appeal. Did he now? And here I was expecting to deal with that silver-tongued bastard himself. He had more important things to attend to. I step onto the gangplank without waiting for explicit permission. His pregnant mate needs him more than his cargo does. "Pregnant?" Harrow's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. "Well, I'll be damned. Good for them." There's genuine pleasure in his voice, the kind that speaks of real friendship rather than polite acquaintance. It makes me reassess him slightly. Anyone who cares that much about Dagon's happiness can't be entirely worthless. "The manifest," I say, extending my hand with professional briskness. He produces a rolled parchment from his belt, but instead of simply handing it over, He makes a show of unfurling it himself. Might want to go over this together, just to make sure everything's in order. These Eastern spice merchants have been known to play fast and loose with quality standards. I snatch the manifest from his hands before he can draw out the interaction any longer. My eyes scan the itemized list: 50 pounds of saffron threads, various rare salts, preserved citrus, and something called dragon pepper that costs more per ounce than most people make in a month. Where's the cargo? Below deck, in the secure hold. Climate-controlled, naturally. He gestures toward a hatch near the stern. Shall we? The way he says we suggests he has no intention of letting me inspect the goods alone. Probably standard practice when dealing with valuable spices, but something in his tone makes it sound like an invitation to something far more interesting than inventory management. I ignore the flutter in my stomach and focus on the task at hand. Lead the way. The secure hold is impressive. Temperature-controlled storage with specially designed containers that protect delicate goods from moisture and pests. Harrow moves through the space with easy familiarity, pointing out various shipments and explaining the storage methods with surprising knowledge for someone who looks like he's more comfortable with a sword than a ledger. Golligan here, he says, lifting the lid on a climate-sealed container. The rich, sharp scent hits me immediately. I lean closer, examining the needle-like leaves with a practiced eye. Quality looks good. No discoloration. Proper texture. I make a note on the manifest. This batch is actually better than what most usually gets from the Western suppliers. Eastern merchants know their business. Costly, but worth it. Harrow watches me work with those amber eyes, and I can feel his attention like a physical weight. You know your spices. I'm a healer. Herbs and spices are part of my trade. Just a healer? There's something in his voice that suggests he doesn't quite buy the simple explanation. I fix him with my flattest stare. Just a healer. Right. His grin suggests he's not convinced, but he doesn't press the issue. Gankoya over here if you want to verify the grade. The Gankoya container is smaller, but heavily sealed. When Harrow opens it, the aroma that escapes is complex. Heat and sweetness, with an underlying note that makes my sinuses tingle. I examine the dried root carefully, looking for signs of mold or insect damage. These are perfect, I admit grudgingly. Whoever sourced this knows what they're doing. I'll pass along the compliment to our Eastern contacts. Harrow closes the container with careful precision. Anything else you need to inspect? Or are we good here? I check the manifest against the remaining containers, sampling the preserved citrus and testing the various salts for purity and consistency. Everything is exactly as described, with quality that exceeds expectations. Deegan will be pleased, which means Soraya will be happy, which is all I really care about. Everything checks out, I say, rolling up the manifest. The shipment is approved for delivery. Excellent! Harrow leads me back up to the main deck, where his crew has finished securing the remaining cargo. Should have everything loaded and delivered by this evening. Good. I sling my bag across my shoulder, ready to leave this testosterone-soaked environment and get back to my quiet workshop. He'll settle the payment when... You know, Harrow interrupts, leaning against the ship's rail with studied casualness. I'll be in port for a few days before we sail again. There's a tavern in the merchant district that serves excellent food and even better ale. The Brass Anchor, you might know it. I stare at him, certain I've misheard. I'm sorry? The crew will be down there tonight, myself included. The words come out smooth and confident, like he's accustomed to having his invitations accepted. The audacity is breathtaking. Here's a man who's known me for all of half an hour, during which I've been nothing but cold, professional, and thoroughly uninterested in conversation beyond the necessary business. And somehow, he's interpreted that as an opening for... what? Romance? A casual tumble? I hope you have fun, I say, my voice flat enough to freeze the harbour. That usually turns people off of me. Not that I often get much interest after a few sentences anyway. His grin doesn't waver. That's not quite the answer I was hoping for. It's the only answer you're getting. I turn on my heel and stride down the gangplank, back straight and shoulders set. Behind me, I hear him chuckle. Actually chuckle, like my rejection was somehow entertaining rather than final. The sound follows me halfway down the pier before the general dock noise swallows it, but I can still feel those amber eyes watching my retreat. My jaw clenches as I force myself to maintain a steady pace. Instead of breaking into the run, my instincts are demanding. What kind of man invites a woman out after she's spent the entire interaction treating him like a barely tolerable business necessity? What kind of confidence, or arrogance, does it take to look at my icy professionalism and think, yes, this is definitely someone who wants to spend more time with me? By the time I reach the main street, my mind is still stuck on this man. Not because of his audacity or because I'm angry, but because of something far more dangerous, attraction. Because the bastard was attractive. Devastatingly so, in that rough-edged, seen-too-much way that should repel any sensible woman. The way he moved through his ship like he owned not just the vessel, but the very water beneath it. The casual authority in his voice when he directed his crew. The unexpected gentleness in his hands when he handled the delicate spice containers. And those eyes. Pale amber shot through with gold, framed by laugh lines that spoke of a man who found joy even in hard circumstances. When he looked at me, it wasn't with the dismissive glance most men give healers, useful when needed, invisible otherwise. He looked at me like he was actually seeing me, cataloguing details for future reference. The worst part is how he didn't seem remotely put off by my coldness. Most people take one look at my professional demeanour and decide I'm too much trouble to bother with. They want warm smiles and easy conversation, not sharp edges and practical competence, which is exactly how I prefer it. But Harrow looked at my Ice Queen routine and apparently thought, interesting, I'd like to see what's underneath that. I hate that he was right to be interested. I hate that some traitorous part of my mind is already wondering what it would be like to sit across from him at the brass anchor, watching those clever hands gesture as he tells stories of distant ports and ocean storms. I hate that I noticed the way his storm-grey fur caught the light, or how his cracked tusk made his smile seem more genuine somehow. Most of all, I hate that no one has ever looked past my deliberate coldness and decided they wanted to know more. No one except Soraya, who met me when we were both young enough to see past each other's defences. Everyone else takes my sharp tongue and practical nature as a warning to keep their distance. But a rough-edged pirate with amber eyes and too much confidence looked at my walls and apparently decided they were worth scaling. The thought terrifies me more than I'm willing to admit. Chapter 3. Mirath. The rest of the day passes in a blur of grinding roots, measuring tinctures, and dealing with the usual parade of customers seeking remedies for everything from hangovers to heartbreak. Mrs. Kellen stops by for her monthly arthritis salve, complaining about the weather and her ungrateful children with equal vigour. A nervous young man stammers through a request for something to help with performance issues, his face turning 3 shades of red before I take pity on him and recommend a simple confidence-boosting tea blend. Each interaction requires the same professional mask, competent, helpful, but distant enough to discourage personal questions or lingering conversations. It's a role I've perfected over years of practice, but today it feels more exhausting than usual. Every time someone thanks me with genuine warmth, I think of amber eyes that looked at my coldness like it was a puzzle worth solving, rather than a wall worth avoiding. By the time evening shadows stretch across the shop floor, my jaw aches from clenching it. I've caught myself replaying the morning's encounter at least a dozen times, analysing every word and gesture for hidden meanings that probably don't exist. The way Harrow said "lovely" like he actually meant it. The careful respect in his voice when he mentioned Dagon and Soraya. The complete lack of intimidation when I gave him my flattest stare. I flip the sign on my door to closed and begin the familiar routine of securing the shop for the night. Banking the hearth fire, checking that all the glass containers are properly sealed, making notes about which supplies need replenishing. The mundane tasks usually help settle my mind, but tonight they feel hollow and automatic. The logical thing would be to go upstairs, heat some leftover stew, and spend the evening updating my patient records. Maybe read one of the herbalism texts I've been meaning to study, or work on the new salve recipe that's been giving me trouble. A quiet, productive evening in my own space, away from crowds and noise and men with knowing grins. Instead, I find myself checking my appearance in the small mirror by the door. My thick curls are still neat despite the day's work, though a few strands have escaped their pins. The grey wool dress I'm wearing is practical rather than flattering, but it's clean and doesn't smell like herbs for once. I look exactly like what I am, a competent healer going about her business. So why am I smoothing down my skirts and wondering if I should have chosen something less severe? The streets outside are busy with the evening crowd, workers heading home, merchants closing up shop, sailors making their way to the taverns and brothels that cater to men with coin-burning holes in their pockets. I tell myself I'm just going for a walk to clear my head, maybe stop somewhere for a decent meal that I don't have to cook myself. The Brass Anchor isn't the closest tavern to my shop. That would be the Copper Cup, a quiet establishment that serves good food and minds its own business. But my feet carry me past the Copper Cup and 3 other perfectly acceptable options before I find myself standing outside the Brass Anchor's heavy wooden door. The sound of laughter and conversation spills out into the street, along with the rich aroma of roasted meat and yeast-warm ale. Through the front window, I can see the interior. Rough wooden tables crowded with sailors and dock workers, serving girls weaving between the crowd with practiced ease, a massive hearth crackling against the far wall. This is not my kind of place. Too loud, too crowded, too full of the kind of men who think a woman alone is an invitation rather than a choice. I should turn around and go home, heat that leftover stew, and forget all about storm-grey minotaurs with confidence problems. Instead, I push open the door and step inside. The noise hits me first. Dozens of conversations overlapping with the clink of mugs and the scrape of chairs against wooden floors. The air is thick with pipe smoke and the smell of working men who've spent their day sweating under the sun. Every instinct I have screams at me to leave, but I force myself to scan the room with deliberate calm. I spot them immediately. Harrow's crew has claimed a large corner table, their voices carrying over the general din as they argue about something that involves a lot of hand gestures and creative cursing. The Minotaur himself sits with his back to the wall, one booted foot propped on an empty chair as he listens to his men with the relaxed attention of someone completely comfortable in his environment. Then his gaze finds mine across the crowded room, and that slow, knowing grin spreads across his face like sunrise over dark water. Damn. I consider turning around and walking straight back out, but that would be admitting defeat. And I don't admit defeat, especially not to smug pirates who think their charm is irresistible. If he wants to gloat about being right, he can do it while I maintain my dignity. I make my way to the bar, ignoring the curious glances from other patrons. The bartender, a grizzled human with arms like tree trunks, gives me a questioning look. Ale, I say, placing a coin on the scarred wooden surface. Whatever's good. First time at the Anchor. His voice carries the kind of protective concern that suggests he's had to deal with troublemakers before. Yes, but I can handle myself. He studies my face for a moment, then nods and draws a mug of golden liquid from one of the barrels behind him. Table in the back corner's usually quiet if you want some space. I'm about to thank him and retreat to blessed anonymity when a familiar voice sounds directly behind me. Well, well, look what the tide brought in. I don't turn around immediately, instead taking a careful sip of my ale to buy myself time. It's good, crisp and clean with just enough bite to remind me why I usually stick to wine. When I finally face Harrow, I make sure my expression could freeze the harbour. Harrow. Mirath. The way he says my name suggests he's been thinking about it, rolling the syllables around in his mind like a puzzle to solve. Fancy meeting you here? I needed a drink after a long day. This place was convenient. Convenient? He draws the word out like he's tasting it, amber eyes dancing with barely contained amusement. Sure, that's why you picked this tavern specifically. It was close to my shop. Was it? He leans against the bar beside me, close enough that I catch his scent. Salt air, leather, and something distinctly male that makes my pulse quicken despite my best efforts. Because I could swear there are at least 3 other taverns between here and the healer's district. Heat crawls up my neck, but I keep my voice steady. I walked the long way. Of course you did. His grin widens, revealing that chipped tusk that somehow makes him more attractive rather than less. Long day grinding herbs and fixing people's problems. Something like that. He signals the bartender for his own refill, then turns back to me with expectant patience, like he's perfectly willing to stand here all evening making small talk while I pretend I didn't come here specifically to see him. The thought sends another wave of heat through me, part embarrassment, part something far more dangerous. Because he's right, isn't he? I could have gone anywhere for a drink, could have stayed home with my stew and my books. Instead, I'm standing in a rowdy sailor's tavern, pretending this is all one big coincidence. Your crew seems to be having fun, I say, nodding toward the corner table, where his men are now engaged in what appears to be an arm wrestling competition. They've been at sea for 2 months. They deserve to blow off some steam. His voice carries genuine affection for his men, the kind of loyalty that can't be faked. Good sailors, all of them. Rough around the edges, but they know their business. And what business is that exactly? Trade, mostly legal. The qualifier comes with a wink that suggests he's not entirely joking. We move goods between ports, help people get things they need but can't source locally. Simple, honest work. Honest. Honest enough. He takes a long pull from his mug, watching me over the rim with those 2 perceptive eyes. Not everyone can afford to be completely pure in their business dealings. Sometimes you have to bend the rules to help people. There's something in his tone that suggests personal experience with rule bending, but I don't press the issue. Whatever Deegan's involvement with this crew, it's kept food on Soraya's table and medicine in her cabinet. That's all I need to know. Your friend doing well? Harrow asks, apparently reading my thoughts. Your connection to Dagan and his mate seems to be more than just someone running errands for him. She's fine, just tired and dealing with the usual discomforts. I'm surprised by the genuine concern in his voice, the way he asks like he actually cares about the answer. The baby's healthy, which is what matters. First child? Not for her, but it's a different situation this time. Exciting time. He raises his mug slightly, as if toasting the idea. New life, new possibilities, makes a man think about what really matters. Something in his voice catches my attention, a note of wistfulness that doesn't match his confident exterior, like he's speaking from experience or longing for it. Do you have children? The question slips out before I can stop it, and I immediately want to take it back. Personal questions lead to personal answers, which lead to the kind of connection I came here specifically not to make. No. The single word carries weight, suggesting a story he's not ready to tell. Never found the right woman to build that kind of life with. Too busy sailing the world? Something like that. He meets my eyes directly, and for a moment the cocky pirate facade drops completely. Funny how you can spend years thinking you know what you want, only to realise you've been looking in all the wrong places. The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. This isn't the smooth-talking charmer who invited me out this morning. This is a man who's made mistakes and learned from them, who's old enough to recognise the difference between want and need. I take another sip of ale to hide my reaction, but I can feel him watching me with those perceptive eyes, reading my micro-expressions like charts, cataloguing every flicker of interest I try to hide. "What about you?" he asks, voice gentle enough that it doesn't feel like an interrogation. "Ever think about settling down, having a family?" "I'm settled. My shop, my work, that's enough." "Is it?" The simple question cuts deeper than it should, because the truth is, I don't know anymore. For years, my life has felt complete. Purposeful work, close friendship with Soraya, the satisfaction of helping people heal. But watching Soraya glow with happiness over her pregnancy, seeing the way she and Dagan look at each other like the rest of the world has ceased to exist. "It has to be," I say finally. "That's not the same thing as wanting it to be." Damn him for being perceptive. Damn him for asking questions that cut straight through my carefully constructed defenses. And damn me for being affected by his insight instead of shutting down the conversation entirely. "What makes you think you know anything about what I want?" "Because I've spent enough time reading people to recognize someone who's built walls around themselves." He shifts slightly closer, not enough to be threatening, but enough that I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. Question is whether those walls are keeping other people out, or keeping you in. My pulse stutters at his proximity, at the intensity in his amber gaze. This close, I can see the faint scar that runs along his jaw, the way his storm-grey fur catches the tavern's lamplight. He smells like the sea and leather, and something uniquely him that makes my mouth go dry. Maybe I just prefer my own company to most people's. "Most people, sure." His voice drops to a rumble that I feel as much as hear. "But not all people." "You seem very sure of yourself." "I'm sure that you didn't come here by accident." He leans back slightly, giving me space to breathe but not enough to escape his attention. "I'm sure that you're more interesting than you want people to think. And I'm sure that behind all that ice, there's fire waiting for the right person to find it." Heat floods through me at his words, pooling low in my belly in a way that has nothing to do with the ale. The confident way he speaks, like he's already seen past my defences to something worth discovering. Like he's not intimidated by my sharpness, but intrigued by it. I should be offended by his presumption. Instead, I find myself delivering a cutting response that is meant to put him firmly in his place. But it comes out far too teasing. "Heard minotaurs didn't have magic, so how are you such a mind reader?" "Oh, I've been told I never listen. Guess I had to find another way to communicate." He winks, and I hate that I find the comment amusing. Enough so that I drop my head, unable to snap back fast enough as I fight off laughter. The expression must flicker across my face for just an instant, because his entire demeanour shifts. The confident grin becomes something brighter, more genuine, like he's just won a prize he wasn't entirely sure he deserved. "There it is," he says, voice warm with satisfaction. "I was wondering what you looked like when you smiled." I wasn't smiling. You were, just for a second, but it was there. He looks ridiculously pleased with himself, like he's just solved a particularly challenging puzzle. Makes me wonder what other expressions you're hiding behind all that professional composure. I take a large gulp of ale to cover my reaction, but I can feel warmth creeping up my neck again. Not embarrassment this time, something far more dangerous, because part of me likes his persistence, likes the way he treats my coldness as a challenge rather than a dismissal. Most people take one look at my sharp edges and decide I'm too much work, but Harrow seems determined to prove that I'm worth the effort. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it sends a thrill through my chest that I'm desperately trying to ignore. "One smile doesn't mean anything," I say, aiming for dismissive and landing somewhere closer to defensive. "Doesn't it?" He tilts his head, studying my face with renewed interest. "Because from where I'm standing, it means you're not nearly as immune to charm as you pretend to be." "Your charm?" My devastatingly roguish appeal, yes. The words are delivered with such deliberate cockiness that I almost smile again. Don't worry, it affects most people this way. Nothing to be ashamed of. This time I do laugh, a short bark of amusement that escapes before I can stop it. Your modesty is truly overwhelming. I prefer to think of it as confidence backed by experience. His grin stretches wider, like my laughter is exactly the reaction he was hoping for. But I'll take overwhelming if that's what you're offering. The innuendo in his voice sends another spike of heat through me, and I have to look away to gather my composure. I usually avoid men like him, but for some reason I can't with Harrow. He's too charming, too confident, too good at making me forget why emotional distance is safer than connection. But when I glance back at him, I catch something in his expression that gives me pause. Beneath the cocky exterior, there's something almost tender. Like my small shows of warmth matter more to him than he's letting on. Like he's working this hard, not just because he enjoys the challenge, but because he genuinely wants to see me smile. The realization stuns me for a moment. I've been so focused on protecting myself from his charm that I haven't considered the possibility that his interest might be genuine rather than casual, that he might actually want to know me, not just conquer my defenses for the sake of his ego. I don't know how to handle that, because I've never encountered it before.
Chapter 4. Harrow. The moment I see that flicker of amusement cross her face, I know I've got her. Not in the way most people think when they talk about getting someone. This isn't about conquest or ego. It's about connection, about finding the crack in those carefully constructed walls and proving that what's behind them is worth the effort. And damn, she's worth every bit of effort I can give. The way she tries to hide her smile, the flush creeping up her neck when she realizes I've caught her off guard. It's like watching ice melt in sunlight. Slow, beautiful, and revealing something far more appealing underneath. You know, I say, setting my mug on the bar and letting my voice drop to something more intimate. There's more to tonight than just drinking. She raises an eyebrow, instantly wary. Oh? Festival games. I nod toward the far corner of the tavern, where someone set up a dartboard in what looks like a ring toss game. The celebration of light started 2 days ago. 3 weeks of the best food, strongest drink, and most ridiculous competitions this side of the world. Festival games. Her tone suggests she finds the entire concept slightly ridiculous. Don't tell me you've never celebrated the Winter Festival. When her expression doesn't change, I feel my jaw drop slightly. Me, Wrath, you live on a minotaur island. How have you never... I work. She shrugs like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Sick people don't take holidays, so neither do I. That's... I search for the right word and settle on the most accurate one I can find. Tragic. It's practical. It's tragic, I repeat, more firmly this time. The Celebration of Light Festival is about more than just fun and games. It's about celebrating life, warmth, connection, all the things that make the dark winter months bearable. She takes another sip of her ale, considering. And you think I need more of those things in my life? I think everyone needs more of those things. I lean closer, close enough to catch her scent, herbs and smoke and something uniquely her that makes my blood heat. But especially someone who spends all her time taking care of other people. I don't need taking care of. That's not what I said. I hold her gaze, letting her see the sincerity behind my words. I said you deserve to celebrate, to have fun, to remember that there's more to life than work and responsibility. For a moment, she's quiet, and I can practically see the internal debate playing out behind those dark gray eyes. Part of her wants to say no, to finish her drink and go home to her safe, solitary apartment. But there's another part, the part that came here tonight despite herself, that's curious about what she might be missing. What kind of games? She asks finally, and I have to bite back a grin of triumph. Nothing too complicated. Darts, ring toss, arm wrestling if you're feeling adventurous. I gesture toward the corner where my crew has gathered around a table covered in wooden pieces. Ket, that's a strategy game with perks. What kind of perks? A lot of drinking involved. That gets me another almost smile, quickly suppressed, but definitely there. Of course there is. Come on. I push away from the bar and offer her my arm. One game. If you hate it, I'll buy you dinner, and we can sit quietly while you judge everyone else's poor life choices. She stares at my offered arm for a long moment, and I can see the exact second she makes her decision. Instead of taking it, she straightens her shoulders and walks past me toward the games corner with the kind of determined stride that suggests she's committed now, whether she likes it or not. I follow, admiring the confident set of her shoulders and the way she navigates through the crowd without seeming to notice the appreciative glances from other patrons. She's beautiful in a way that doesn't announce itself, the kind of beauty that sneaks up on you and then hits like a storm. Harrow! One of my crew, Tegar, waves us over to the Ket table. Perfect timing. We need fresh blood. Mirath. Meet my quartermaster, Tegar. I make the introduction smoothly. Tegar, this is Mirath. She's a healer. Pleasure. Tegar scrambles to his feet, suddenly remembering his manners. He's a good man, but sailors don't encounter many respectable women in their line of work. Would you like to play? Fair warning. The captain here's a shark at Ket. I'm not a captain, I correct automatically. Even though I'm the Siren's Call's captain in every way but title. Dagon's the captain, I'm just keeping his chair warm. Same thing, Tegar says with a wave of his hand. Point is, he'll clean you out if you're not careful. Mirath looks down at the game board, a complex grid of squares with carved wooden pieces representing different types of ships and sea creatures. I've never played. Even better. I pull out a chair for her, pleased when she sits without argument. Means you haven't learned any bad habits yet. The next hour passes in a blur of laughter, good-natured cursing, and the kind of easy camaraderie that makes the brass anchor feel more like home than most places I've lived. Mirath, as it turns out, is a natural at strategy games. She approaches each move with the same careful consideration she probably uses when mixing medicines, thinking 3 steps ahead and asking exactly the right questions. She's also, I discover, quietly hilarious. So if I move my kraken here, she says, pointing to a square that would put my flagship in immediate danger, you'll have to either sacrifice your merchant vessel or retreat to a position where I can corner you next turn. That's unfortunately accurate. I study the board looking for an escape route that doesn't exist. How are you this good at a game you've never played? It's just pattern recognition. Ships move in predictable ways based on wind and current. Sea creatures have territories they defend and hunting patterns they follow. She shrugs, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Add in basic tactical principles, and the rest writes itself. Basic tactical principles, Tegar repeats, grinning. Listen to her, like she's discussing the weather. Are you sure you've never been to sea? I ask, moving my flagship to what I hope is a less vulnerable position. Because you think like someone who spent time on deck. I read. She captures my merchant vessel with a move so elegant it's almost artistic. A lot. And I pay attention to what my patients tell me about their work. Your patients include sailors? Everyone gets hurt eventually. Even pirates. The way she says it, dry, matter-of-fact with just a hint of amusement, makes me laugh out loud. Especially pirates. True. She leans back in her chair, and for the first time since I've known her, she looks genuinely relaxed. Her shoulders have lost their rigid set, and there's color in her cheeks from the ale and the warmth of the tavern. We do tend to find creative ways to injure ourselves. We? I raise an eyebrow. Feeling like part of the crew already? She flushes slightly, but she doesn't take the words back. Figure of speech. Sure it is. I make my next move. A desperate gambit that might save my flagship if she doesn't see it coming. Your turn, lovely. The endearment slips out before I can stop it, natural as breathing. She goes very still for a moment, and I curse myself for pushing too fast. But then she looks up at me, and instead of the ice I'm expecting, there's something warmer in her eyes. "Don't get cocky," she says, but her voice is soft enough to take the sting out of it. "I'm about to sink your entire fleet." She does too. 3 moves later, my ships are scattered across the bottom of the game board ocean, and my crew is laughing hard enough to draw attention from neighboring tables. "Remind me never to face you in an actual sea battle," I tell her, genuinely impressed. "You're terrifying when you put your mind to something. You might be too if you ever actually put your mind to something. Beyond swearing, that is." She says what should be a barb, but she's smiling as she says it. A real smile this time, not hidden or suppressed, and the sight of it hits me straight in the chest. Damn, she's beautiful when she smiles. Actually, she's always beautiful. I've never been one to get caught up on beautiful women, but with my wrath, I can't stop. "Sorry." I'm not sorry at all, but I like the way she pretends to be scandalized. Occupational hazard. I suppose I can make allowances for sailors. She starts organizing the game pieces with efficient movements. What's next? The question surprises me. An hour ago, she looked like she wanted to bolt for the door. Now she's asking for more games, more time, more of whatever this is building between us. "Ring toss," I suggest. It's harder than it looks, but the prize is worth it. "What's the prize?" "Winner gets to ask the loser one question, and they have to answer honestly." Her smile falters slightly, wariness creeping back into her expression. That seems dangerous. "Only if you're planning to lose." I stand and offer my hand this time, heart hammering when she actually takes it. Her fingers are smaller than mine, calloused from her work, but warm and surprisingly strong. "Come on, lovely. Live a little." The ring toss game is set up near the tavern's back wall, away from the main crowd, but still close enough to feel part of the celebration. Someone strung paper lanterns overhead, casting everything in warm, golden light that makes Mirath's dark skin glow and turns her eyes mysterious. "Rules are simple," I explain, handing her a set of rope rings. 5 rings each. Most successful tosses wins. Targets that bottle about 8 feet away. She weighs the rings in her hand, testing their balance. "And if I win, I get to ask you anything?" "Anything." I meet her eyes steadily. "But the same goes for me if I win." "Confident." "Realistic. I've been playing this game since I was tall enough to reach the counter." "Have you?" She lines up her first throw with the kind of focus she probably reserves for delicate surgical procedures. "Then you won't mind if I go first." Her first ring sails wide, clattering against the wall behind the bottle. The second catches the bottle's neck but slides off. But the third drops cleanly over the target with a satisfying clink. "Lucky shot," I say, but I'm grinning as I say it. "We'll see." She's warming to the competition now, the same intensity she brought to Ket, focusing entirely on the game. Her 4th ring hits dead center, and her 5th follows right behind it. 3 out of 5. Respectable for anyone. Damn near impressive for someone who's never played before. "Your turn," she says, stepping aside with a small smile that suggests she knows exactly how well she's done. I take my time with the first throw, letting muscle memory guide the ring home. Then the second. The third catches the bottle's rim and bounces off, and I curse under my breath. "I see your focus is still on the wrong thing," Mirath says in response to my language, but she's definitely enjoying herself now. My 4th ring finds its mark, and I'm lining up the 5th when someone jostles my elbow. The ring goes wide, hitting the wall with a dull thud. 3 and 3, Tagar announces from somewhere behind us. We've got ourselves a tie. "Sudden death," I say, grabbing another ring. 1 throw each. Winner takes all. Mirath nods, accepting the challenge without hesitation. The confident way she handles the rope, the slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This is a woman who likes to win, who probably excels at everything she puts her mind to, whether it's healing or games or driving stubborn pirates completely insane with want. Her ring arcs through the air in a perfect curve, dropping over the bottle like it was always meant to be there. Damn, I mutter, then glance at her apologetically. Sorry. Damn. She laughs. Actually laughs, bright and surprised and so beautiful it stops my heart cold. The sound cuts through the tavern noise like music, drawing glances from nearby tables and making my crew grin like idiots. And I miss my next throw because I can't stop thinking about that. I win, she says, still smiling, still laughing. That means I get to ask you anything. Anything, I confirm, wondering what the hell she's going to want to know. Something personal? My worst fear? How many women I've... Why do you call me lovely? The question catches me off guard. Not because it's too personal, but because it's not personal enough. Because it suggests she genuinely doesn't know the answer, which seems impossible given how beautiful she is. Because you are, I say simply. Lovely. Beautiful. Captivating. I step closer, close enough that I have to look down to meet her eyes. Because the first time I saw you this morning, I thought you were the most interesting woman I'd encountered in years, and nothing that's happened since has changed my mind. She stares up at me, something shifting in her expression. The wariness is still there, but underneath it is something warmer, something that looks almost like hope. That's not an answer, she says, but her voice has gone soft. That's just flattery. Is it? I reach up slowly, giving her time to pull away, and brush a loose curl behind her ear. Her skin is warm under my fingers and she doesn't move away. Because from where I'm standing, it feels like the truth. The moment stretches between us, filled with possibility and the kind of tension that makes the air feel electric. Around us, the tavern continues its celebration, laughter and music and the clink of glasses. But it feels distant, unimportant. I was thinking, she starts, then stops like she's forgotten what she was going to say. Or is rethinking it. Yes? I don't know. She looks almost surprised by her own admission. I never don't know. Then maybe, I say, letting my thumb trace along her cheekbone. You should stop thinking so hard and just see what happens. She's quiet for a long moment, her eyes searching my face like she's looking for something specific. Whatever she finds must satisfy her, because she nods slightly. One more game, she says, but this time, I choose. What did you have in mind? Her smile turns mysterious, and suddenly I'm the one who doesn't know what's coming. Dancing. Dancing. I repeat the word like I'm not sure I heard correctly. You want to dance? The festival celebrations include dancing, don't they? She's already moving toward the space near the hearth where a few couples are swaying to the music from a pair of sailors with guitars. Or are you telling me the big strong pirate is afraid of a little dancing? The challenge in her voice is unmistakable, and it sends heat straight through me. She's testing me, pushing boundaries the same way I've been pushing hers all evening, seeing how far she can go before I back down. She's about to learn that I don't back down from much. Not afraid, I say, following her into the makeshift dance space. Just surprised. You don't strike me as the dancing type. I'm full of surprises. She is. The way she moves as I take her hand and pull her closer. The way she doesn't resist when I settle my other hand at the small of her back. Her body fits against mine like it was designed for this. Small enough that I have to be careful not to overwhelm her, but strong enough that I don't have to worry about being too gentle. The music is simple, something traditional that most of the island knows by heart. But I barely hear it over the sound of my own pulse hammering in my ears. Because Mirath is pressed against my chest, her hand resting on my shoulder, her scent filling my lungs with every breath. You're good at this, she says, as I guide her through a simple turn. You sound surprised. I didn't think pirates usually. She trails off like she's realizing how prejudiced that sounds. Dance? I spin her again, enjoying the way her skirts swirl around her legs. Love, You'd be amazed what pirates do when we're not pillaging and drinking ourselves unconscious. Such as reading, playing music, writing letters home. I pull her back against my chest, closer this time. Seducing beautiful healers who think they're too sophisticated for the likes of us. She smiles at that, but she doesn't pull away. If anything, she relaxes further into my arms, letting me support more of her weight as we move together. I don't think I'm too sophisticated, she says. I just think we're very different people. Are we? I let my hand spread wider across her back, feeling the warmth of her skin through the wool of her dress. Because from where I'm standing, we seem to fit together pretty well. She looks up at me, and the expression in her eyes makes my chest tight, like she's seeing me clearly for the first time, past the charm and the swagger to whatever's underneath. Harrow. Yeah? I don't usually do this. Dance? Any of this. Her voice is barely audible over the music. Games, flirting, letting strange men buy me drinks. Good thing I'm not a strange man anymore. I spin her one more time, then pull her back close enough that her breath mingles with mine. Besides, you bought your own drink. That gets me another laugh, shorter this time, but no less beautiful. And when the song ends and the musicians take a break, she doesn't immediately step away from my arms. It's getting late, she says, but she doesn't move. Is it? I glance toward the windows, but I already know it's been hours. Time flies when you're having fun. Is that what this is? Fun? What would you call it? She considers the question seriously, the way she approaches everything. Unexpected. Good unexpected or bad unexpected. I'm not sure yet. She finally steps back, putting space between us that feels like miles. I should go home. Disappointment lashes at me, but I don't let it show. She's given me more tonight than I had any right to expect. Smiles, laughter, dancing. The kind of evening that creates memories worth keeping. Let me walk you home, I offer. Streets can be dangerous at night. I can take care of myself. I know you can. I grab my coat from the back of a chair, already moving toward the door. But I'd feel better knowing you got there safely. She looks like she wants to argue, but something in my expression must convince her that I'm not going to take no for an answer. Fine, but just to my door. Just to your door, I agree. The walk back to her shop takes us through the quieter parts of the district, away from the taverns and brothels that cater to the evening crowd. The air is crisp with the promise of winter, and overhead, the stars are brilliant in the clear sky. Thank you, Mirath says as we walk. For tonight, I'd forgotten what it felt like to just enjoy myself. You don't have to thank me for that. I keep my hands in my pockets to resist the urge to reach for hers. Everyone deserves to have fun sometimes. Even antisocial healers who work too much. Especially antisocial healers who work too much. We reach her shop too quickly, the familiar sign hanging above the door marking the end of our evening together. She stops on the front step and turns to face me, something uncertain in her expression. This was... She starts, then stops, shaking her head. I don't know what this was. It was a good night, I say simply. Nothing more complicated than that. She nods, but she's still standing there, like there's something else she wants to say. The silence stretches between us, filled with possibility, and the kind of tension that makes the air feel thick. Harrow? Yeah? She takes a breath like she's gathering courage for something. Would you like to come up? For tea, I mean. It's cold and you have a long walk back to your ship. The invitation hangs in the air between us, loaded with implications that we're both pretending not to notice. Because this isn't just about tea or warmth or convenience. This is about not wanting the evening to end, about curiosity and attraction, and the kind of connection that happens maybe once in a lifetime if you're lucky. Tea sounds good, I say, keeping my voice carefully neutral. If you're sure. I'm sure. She unlocks the door and pushes it open, warm light spilling out onto the street. Just... tea. Nothing else. Just tea, I agree, following her inside. But as she leads me up the narrow stairs to her apartment, I can't help but think that the best nights always start with good intentions and end somewhere in... Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 5. Harrow. Her apartment is exactly what I expected. Small, warm, lived in. The scent of dried herbs hangs heavy in the air, mixing with something that's uniquely hers. She moves through the space with practiced efficiency, lighting an oil lamp and setting a kettle on the hearth. "Make yourself comfortable," she says, gesturing toward a worn but sturdy chair near the fireplace. "This won't take long." But I don't sit. Instead, I watch her move around the small kitchen area, noting the way she knows exactly where everything is, the careful precision in every movement. This is her sanctuary, the place where she doesn't have to be the composed healer everyone else sees. "You have a nice place," I tell her, meaning it. There's something peaceful about the organized chaos of her shelves, the way everything has its place and purpose. It's small. She's reaching up toward a high shelf, stretching on her toes for a jar of what looks like dried leaves. But it's mine. The jar wobbles as her fingers brush against it, threatening to fall. I'm moving before I consciously decide to, crossing the small space in 2 strides and reaching over her to steady it, which puts me directly behind her, my chest pressed against her back, my arms bracketing her against the shelf. I can feel the moment she goes very still, the way her breathing changes when she realizes how close we are. "Careful," I murmur, my voice rough. "Wouldn't want you to hurt yourself." She doesn't move away, doesn't tell me to give her space or step back like she should. Instead, she turns slowly in the circle of my arms until we're face to face with barely an inch between us. "Harrow," she breathes, and I can see everything she's trying not to say written in her dark eyes. The want, the uncertainty, the walls she's built to keep people like me at a safe distance, crumbling with every second we stand here breathing the same air. "Tell me to stop," I say, because I need to give her that choice. Need to know that whatever happens next is something she wants as much as I do. "Tell me to step back and make your tea and pretend tonight was just about games and dancing." Her hands come up to rest against my chest, fingers splaying over the fabric of my shirt. I can feel the slight tremor in them, the war between what she thinks she should do and what she actually wants. "I can't," she whispers. "I should, but I can't." That's all the permission I need. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook. The worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I know I only have a few days left on Minotaur before duty calls me back to sea. But lying here with her warm and sated in my arms, I'm already planning how to spend every one of them memorizing exactly this. The weight of her against me, the scent of her hair, the way she fits against my body like she was made for this spot. Something I've never wanted with anyone. But Mirath, she's changing everything in me. Chapter 6. Harrow. I wake to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and the scent of herbs thick in the air. For a moment I'm disoriented. This isn't my cabin aboard the Siren's Call. Then memory crashes back. Mirath, the tavern, her apartment, the way she felt beneath me and around me, and the space beside me is cold. I roll over, confirming what I already know. She's gone, leaving nothing but the faint impression of her body on the quilts and the lingering scent of her skin. The bed frame lies in ruins around me, splintered wood scattered across the floor like the remains of a shipwreck. Can't say I'm surprised. Everything about last night screamed that Mirath doesn't do morning afters or gentle conversations over breakfast. She's the type to retreat behind her walls the moment vulnerability rears its head, to put distance between herself and anything that might require her to acknowledge what happened. But damn if I'm not disappointed. I wanted to wake up with her still pressed against my chest, all warm and sleepy. Wanted to kiss her awake and take my time exploring every inch of her in the morning light. Wanted to bury myself inside her again and watch her come apart while she was still soft and pliant from sleep. Instead, I'm lying alone in the wreckage of her bed like some kind of cautionary tale. I stretch, feeling the pull of well-used muscles and the ache that comes from a night spent on broken furniture. My back's going to remind me of this for days, but it was worth every splinter and bruise. The taste of her is still on my tongue, the memory of her cries echoing in my ears. No, she's not getting rid of me that easily. I gather my scattered clothes from around the room, pulling on my trousers and shirt. The fabric smells like her now, herbs and smoke and something indefinably feminine that makes my manhood twitch with renewed interest. Down, boy. There'll be time for that later, assuming I can convince the prickly little healer that last night wasn't a mistake. The stairs creak under my weight as I make my way down to her shop. The space feels different in daylight, less intimate, more businesslike. Sunlight streams through the front window, illuminating dust motes that dance above shelves packed with jars and bottles. The scent of dried herbs is stronger down here, mixed with something metallic and the faint bite of wood smoke from the hearth. Mirath stands behind her counter, mortar and pestle in hand, grinding something that releases a sharp, medicinal smell. She's changed into a clean dress, dark blue this time, practical and modest. Her hair is pinned back severely, not a curl out of place. If I didn't know better, I'd think last night never happened. But I do know better. I can see the slight stiffness in her movements, the way she favors her left hip just a touch. The faint marks my mouth left on her throat peek above her collar, purple shadows against brown skin. She doesn't look up when I reach the bottom of the stairs, doesn't acknowledge my presence at all. Just keeps grinding whatever's in that bowl with mechanical precision. "Morning, lovely," I say, leaning against the counter with what I hope is a casual smile. Her jaw tightens at the endearment, but she still doesn't look at me. "Shop doesn't open for another hour." "Good thing I'm not here to shop." That gets me a sharp glance, dark eyes flashing with warning. "Then you're lost. The docks are 3 streets over." I chuckle, enjoying the bite in her voice. Most women would be simpering and blushing after a night like ours, asking when they'll see me again or hinting about commitment. Not me, Wrath. She's treating me like an inconvenience, a problem to be solved and dismissed. It's refreshing as hell. And I'm going to prove to her that I can take all her barbs, that I even like them. I don't need her soft and falling all over me. But she needs to understand I'm not going anywhere either. "I know where the docks are," I tell her, moving around the counter before she can protest. The space is narrow back here, forcing her to step back against the shelves. Question is, do you know where my mouth was last night? Color floods her cheeks, but her glare doesn't waver. That was last night. It's morning now. So it is. I reach up to brush a stray curl behind her ear, feeling the way she shivers at the contact. Funny how morning light makes everything look different, isn't it? Some things seem smaller, less important. I lean closer until my breath stirs the hair at her temple. But you don't look smaller to me, Mirath. You look exactly like the woman who broke her bed riding my manhood. Stop. But there's no real force behind the word, and she doesn't try to push me away. Stop what? Remembering how you felt around me? How you tasted? I trail my fingers down her throat, over the marks I left. How you screamed my name when I made you come. Her breathing has gone shallow, but she lifts her chin in defiance. It was one night. Don't make it more than it was. What if I want to make it more? That surprises her. I can see it in the way her eyes widen, the slight parting of her lips. Like the idea of someone wanting more from her is foreign, unexpected. You don't, she says finally. You're a sailor. You'll be gone soon enough, back to your ship and your adventures. This was just convenient. The dismissal stings more than it should. She's not wrong. I will have to leave eventually, return to my duties and my crew. But the way she says it, like I'm some kind of predator who takes what he wants and moves on, makes my chest tight. Maybe, I admit. But I'm here now, and I have no intention of spending my remaining time on Milthar, pretending last night didn't happen. Before she can respond, I cup her face in my hands and kiss her. She goes rigid for a moment, resistance vibrating through every line of her body. Then she melts into me with a soft sound that goes straight to my manhood, her hands fisting in my shirt like she can't help herself. The kiss is brief but thorough, a promise and a claiming all at once. When I pull back, her lips are pink and slightly swollen, her breathing unsteady. I'll be back, I tell her, voice rough with want. She straightens, composure sliding back into place like armor. Who's inviting you back? I grin, backing toward the door. Don't need an invitation, lovely. You want me here as much as I want to be here. I do not... The way you kissed me just now says otherwise. I pause at the threshold, drinking in the sight of her, flushed and frustrated and so beautiful it makes my teeth ache. I'll see you later, Mirath. The door closes on her sputtered protests, cutting off whatever sharp retort she was preparing. I can practically feel her glare burning through the wood, but there's satisfaction humming in my chest. She can deny it all she wants, but that kiss told me everything I need to know. She's not done with me any more than I'm done with her. The walk to the docks is familiar now, my feet finding the path through narrow streets and market squares without conscious thought. The morning air is crisp, carrying the salt tang of the harbor and the sounds of a city waking up. Vendors are setting up their stalls, calling out to early customers. The scent of baking bread mingles with smoke and fish, and the indefinable smell of commerce. The siren's call sits at anchor where I left her, rigging gleaming in the morning sun. She's a beautiful ship, sleek lines and graceful curves that speak of speed and agility. Deegan's pride and joy, and mine too, if I'm honest. We've sailed her through storms and battles, chased adventure and fortune across endless blue waters. But right now, she feels like a chain. A reminder that my time here is limited, that duty will call me away from whatever this thing with Mirath might become. Same thing that happened with Dagan, I suppose. I shake off the melancholy and focus on the present. The gangplank bows slightly under my weight as I board, boots ringing against the deck. A few of the crew are already up and about, checking rigging and swabbing the planks. They nod respectfully as I pass. I might not be captain, but I'm still their first mate. Tigar is exactly where I expect to find him, lounging against the mainmast with a cup of what smells like kafo, definitely with some liquor added, in his hands. He looks me up and down with barely concealed amusement, taking in my rumpled clothes and the general air of debauchery that clings to me like smoke. "Well, well," he drawls, dark eyes dancing with mirth. "Look what the tide washed up. You look like you've been through a storm, mate." I smirk at him. "Back off, Tiger. Goddess knows that I'm not the only one who is going to come back after a night in someone else's bed. Being in port is the same for most guys, but especially during celebration of light. More drinking, more women, more fun. But me? I'm only interested in one. That good, was it?" He grins, showing white teeth against his tanned face. "Though I have to say, you look properly worn out. The little healer know what she was getting into when she took you on?" I give him a look that would send lesser men scurrying for cover, but Tigar just chuckles. He's one of the few people who can get away with needling me like this, probably because he's saved my life more times than I can count. "How's the ship?" I ask, changing the subject before he can dig deeper. "Floating, which is always a good start." He takes a sip of his kafo, studying me over the rim of the cup. "Supplies are loaded. Repairs are finished. We could sail with the tide if needed." "Good." I scan the deck, noting the neat coils of rope and freshly holstoned planks. The crew's been busy while I was occupied. "Any word from Dagan?" "Not since yesterday. I assume he's still playing the devoted mate." Tigar's expression softens slightly. "Can't say I blame him. From what I hear, his lady's not having an easy time of it." "Pregnancy. Right. Soraya's carrying Dagan's child, which explains why he's been so protective lately, so reluctant to even come down to the port. I wonder what it's like, having something that precious to protect, someone who depends on you completely. He left altogether to be there for his nephew, but now he has a child of his own on the way, a little family and a mate. I don't blame him for leaving sea life behind. There was a time I would have scoffed at it, but now I find myself wondering if I'd do the same. The thought brings me back to Mirath, to the way she looked when I told her I'd be back, like she couldn't quite believe anyone would want to return to her, to choose her over easier options. "Tigar," I say suddenly, "you know anything about buying furniture?" He nearly chokes on his kafo. "Come again?" "Furniture. Beds, specifically." "Damn, Harrow, what did you do to the poor woman?" Heat crawls up my neck, but I keep my expression neutral. "Nothing she didn't enjoy. But her bed frame. Well, let's just say it wasn't built for someone my size." Tagar's laughter echoes across the deck, drawing curious glances from the other crew members. "You broke her bed? Damn, mate. That's either impressive or embarrassing, and I'm not sure which. Are you going to help me or not?" "Oh, I wouldn't miss this for the world." He drains his cup and pushes off from the mast. "Come on, then. Let's go find your lady a proper bed. One that can handle a minotaur with more enthusiasm than sense." He gives me a look. "I have a feeling it'll be put to more use before we sail." The furniture district is exactly what I expected. Narrow streets lined with workshops and showrooms, the air thick with sawdust and the scent of wood polish. Craftsmen hawk their wares from doorways, calling out the virtues of their chairs and tables and bed frames. Tigar proves surprisingly knowledgeable about wood quality and joinery, poking and prodding at various pieces with the eye of someone who understands construction. We finally settle on a bed frame made from teefy wood, strong, well-crafted, with simple lines that will fit Mirath's small apartment without overwhelming it. "This'll hold up to whatever you plan on doing to it," the craftsman assures me, slapping the headboard with one meaty palm. "Teefy's strong as iron, and I've reinforced all the joints. Take more than a little rough housing to break this one." Tigar snorts, but I ignore him and count out the coins. It's more than I'd usually spend on furniture, but the idea of Mirath sleeping on the floor because of me sits wrong. Getting the bed frame back to her shop requires hiring a cart and driver, plus bribing 2 dock workers to help with the heavy lifting. By the time we arrive at Mirath Street, it's well past noon and I'm starting to second-guess the whole enterprise. What if she sees this as presumptuous? What if she takes it as payment for services rendered rather than the gesture I intended? What if... "You're overthinking this," Tegar says. reading my expression with annoying accuracy. It's a bed, not a marriage proposal. I know that. Do you? Because you look like a man walking to his own execution. Before I can respond, the shop door opens and Mirath appears, drawn by the commotion in the street. She takes in the cart, the bed frame, the small crowd of workers, and me with an expression I can't quite read. "What is this?" she asks, voice carefully neutral. "Your new bed," I tell her, trying for casual and probably missing by miles, even though I'm usually never out of my element. "Figured I owed you one, considering." She stares at the furniture like it might bite her. "You bought me a bed." "I broke your old one. Seemed fair to replace it." "This is..." She stops, starts again. "This is Tifi wood. This is expensive." "It's sturdy," I correct. "Won't break under pressure." I lean in closer. "I'll even help you test it later." Color floods her cheeks at the implication, but she doesn't look away. Instead, she steps closer to examine the craftsmanship, running her fingers over the smooth wood with something like wonder. "I can't accept this," she says finally. "Too late. Already bought it." I gesture to the workers who are waiting patiently for direction. "We need to get it upstairs, though. Don't think you want to sleep out in the street." "Harrow, I'm serious. I can't..." "Why not?" The simple question seems to stump her. She opens her mouth, closes it, her brow furrowing like she's working through a complex equation. "Because," she says finally, but there's no conviction behind it. "That's not a reason, lovely. Don't call me that." "Why not? You like it when I call you that." "I do not." She catches herself, glancing at the workers who are trying very hard to pretend they're not listening to every word. "Fine. Take it upstairs. But this doesn't change anything." I grin, already motioning for the men to start unloading. Wouldn't dream of suggesting it did. Because there's nothing to change. I'll be in her bed until I leave. That much is certain. The process of getting the bed frame up her narrow stairs is an exercise in geometry and creative profanity, but we manage it eventually. By the time we're done, Mirath's small bedroom has been transformed, the new bed dominating the space with quiet authority. She stands in the doorway watching as I test the joints, make sure everything's level and secure. There's something vulnerable in her expression, like she can't quite process the fact that someone would do this for her. "When's the last time someone bought you something?" I ask, keeping my tone light. "What?" "Just wondering. You look like you've never received a gift before." Her jaw tightens. "That's ridiculous." "Is it?" She doesn't answer, which is answer enough. I finish my inspection of the bed frame and turn to face her, noting the way she holds herself, arms crossed, weight balanced like she's ready to flee or fight. "It's just a bed, Mirath," I tell her gently. "Nothing more, nothing less." "Right." She nods sharply, but her eyes linger on the crafted wood, the careful joinery. "Well, thank you for replacing what you broke." "My pleasure." Tigar clears his throat from the stairs. "Hate to interrupt this touching moment, but we should be getting back. Tide's changing, and Dagon might need..." "Go," Mirath says quickly, almost desperately. "I have work to do anyway." I want to stay, want to test the new bed's durability and make her forget all about work. But the dismissal in her voice is clear, and I've pushed enough for one day. "I'll see you later," I tell her, the promise clear in my voice. I'll let her work, but I'll be back. She doesn't respond, but she doesn't contradict me either. I'll take it as progress. As we make our way back down the narrow stairs, Tigar shoots me a sideways look. "You know, she's not what I expected." He tilts his head. "Even less agreeable than she was in the tavern last night." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Just, most women would be throwing themselves at you after a gesture like that. She looked like you'd handed her a live snake." I think about Mirath's expression, the wonder and suspicion warring in her dark eyes. Like kindness is foreign to her, something to be examined for hidden traps and ulterior motives. "She's different than other girls that like a pirate," I say finally. That much is obvious. Tigar grins. Question is, what are you planning to do about it? I glance back at the shop, at the windows that glow warm in the afternoon light. Somewhere up there, Mirath is probably staring at her new bed and trying to convince herself it doesn't mean anything. Whatever it takes, I murmur, and realize I mean every word. Chapter 7. Harrow. The afternoon sun is starting to slant through the shop windows when I push through Mirath's door, the familiar scent of herbs and smoke wrapping around me like a welcome. She's behind the counter again, this time sorting through dried leaves with methodical precision. But she looks up when the bell chimes. For just a moment, I catch something unguarded in her expression. Surprise, maybe even relief. Like she genuinely didn't expect to see me again, despite my promise earlier. The vulnerability is there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it, but it makes something fierce and protective rise in my chest. Then her walls slam back into place, dark eyes going cool and distant. "What are you doing here?" she asks, setting down her handful of leaves with deliberate care. The glare she fixes on me could frost glass. I don't answer immediately. Instead, I stride to the front window and flip the painted wooden sign from open to closed, the small action carrying more weight than it should. When I turn back to her, she's watching me with wariness and something else, something that looks almost like anticipation. "Shop's closed," I tell her, crossing the narrow space until I'm standing directly in front of her counter. "It's not sunset yet," she protests, but there's less ice in her voice than before. Like each time I chip away at those barriers, she has a harder time rebuilding them at full strength. "It is now." I reach across the counter to tip her chin up with one finger, forcing her to meet my eyes. "I'm taking you out." Her breath catches at the contact, pupils dilating slightly before she can mask the response. "My shop isn't closed yet." "Yes, it is." I brush my thumb across her jawline, feeling the way she shivers despite herself. "The sign says so." She rolls her eyes, but I can see the fight going out of her. "That's not how..." I lean down and brush my lips across hers, cutting off whatever argument she was preparing. The kiss is soft, barely there, but it makes her sway slightly toward me. "Come on," I murmur against her mouth. "Let me take you out." For a long moment, she just stares at me, and I can practically see the war playing out behind her eyes. Part of her wants to say yes. I can read it in the way she's leaning into my touch, the way her breathing has gone shallow. But the other part, the part that's learned to expect disappointment, is telling her to refuse. "Where?" she asks finally, and I know I've won. "You'll see." The evening festival sprawls across the harbor district like a living thing, all golden light and raucous laughter spilling through the streets. Lanterns hang from every available surface, strung between buildings, wound around lampposts, dangling from the rigging of ships anchored nearby. They cast everything in warm, flickering light that makes the whole scene feel like something out of a dream. Music drifts from a dozen different sources, fiddles and drums and the deep, resonant notes of a hombre. People dance in the streets, some following the structured steps of traditional celebrations, others simply moving to whatever rhythm catches their fancy. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meat and sweet pastries, with ale and wine and the salt tang of the harbor. This isn't the family-friendly celebration from earlier in the week. This is the adult version, louder, wilder, with an edge of sexuality that makes the very air seem charged. Couples press close as they dance, hands wandering with increasing boldness as the night wears on. Laughter has a sharper edge, conversations lean toward the risque. Mirath takes it all in with wide eyes, and I realize this probably isn't her usual scene. She seems more comfortable in her quiet shop, surrounded by herbs and healing potions, than here in the midst of all this chaos. "Too much?" I ask, leaning down so she can hear me over the music. She shakes her head, but I catch the way her fingers twist in her skirt. "It's lively." That's one way to put it. I spot Tager near a game booth, already deep in his cups and flirting with a blonde woman who's hanging on his every word. Come on, let's get you a drink. The ale vendor recognizes me immediately, probably because I tower over most of his other customers, and slides 2 mugs across his makeshift counter with a grin. The brew is strong and hoppy, with just enough sweetness to make it go down easy. Mirath sips hers cautiously, wrinkling her nose at the taste. This is stronger than what they serve at the Brass Anchor. Festival ale, I explain, taking a healthy swallow of my own, meant to help people forget their inhibitions. She shoots me a look that's equal parts wariness and amusement. Is that your plan? Get me drunk and compliant? Lovely. If I wanted you compliant, I'd have stayed home. I lean closer, letting my voice drop to a rumble that I know she can feel as much as hear. I like you exactly as prickly as you are. Color rises in her cheeks, but she doesn't look away. Instead, she takes another sip of ale, bigger this time, and I watch her throat work as she swallows. The music swells around us, a traditional dance tune that has couples forming circles in the street. It's not like the other night with the slower dance, but I find myself wanting to lead her through the steps. Without thinking, I set down my mug and hold out my hand. Dance with me. She stares at my outstretched palm like it might bite her. I don't really... Trust me. For a moment, I think she's going to refuse. Then she places her smaller hand in mine, and I feel that same spark of electricity that's been humming between us since the moment we met. The dance is simple enough, a series of steps and turns that I remember from my youth, before the sea called me away from such things. Mirath follows my lead with surprising grace, though I can feel the tension in her frame, the way she holds herself slightly apart even as we move together. Relax, I murmur, pulling her closer during a turn. It's just dancing. Is it? Her dark eyes search my face. You seem to have an agenda. Maybe I do. I spin her out and back in, using the momentum to bring her flush against my chest. Maybe I want everyone here to know you're with me. The admission slips out before I can stop it, raw and honest in a way that surprises us both. Mirath's breath catches, her fingers tightening on my shoulder. Why? She asks, voice barely audible over the music. Because you're beautiful. Because you're fierce and independent, and you don't need anyone. But I want you to want me anyway. Because the thought of another man touching you makes me want to break things. Because I can, I say instead, which is both simpler and more complicated than the truth. The song ends, but I don't let go of her. Instead, I keep one hand at the small of her back, the other still clasping hers, and lean down to nuzzle the spot just below her ear. Harrow, she breathes, but there's no real protest in it. What? I press my lips to the sensitive skin of her throat, tasting salt and herbs. We're celebrating, aren't we? She shivers, her free hand coming up to fist in my shirt. Around us, the festival continues in all its chaotic glory, but I'm only aware of her, the way she feels pressed against me, the little sounds she makes when I find a particularly sensitive spot. People are watching, she protests weakly. Let them! I lift my head to meet her eyes, seeing my own hunger reflected back at me. Let them see that you're mine. The possessiveness in my voice should probably worry me. I've never been the type to stake claims or get jealous over a woman. But Mirath isn't just any woman, and the thought of her with someone else, even the possibility of it, makes something primal and violent rise in my chest. She must see it in my expression because her pupils dilate, lips parting slightly. For a moment I think she's going to pull away, retreat behind those walls she's so good at building. Instead, she rises up on her toes and kisses me. It's brief but thorough, a claiming of her own that makes my blood sing. When she settles back on her heels, there's a new confidence in her expression, like she's testing her own power. Your move, she says quietly. The challenge in her voice goes straight to my manhood, but before I can respond, Tagar appears at my elbow with his usual impeccable timing. Well, well, he drawls, taking in our proximity with obvious amusement. If it isn't the happy couple, how's the new bed working out? Mirath goes rigid against me, color flooding her cheeks. I shoot Tagar a look that promises violence, but he just grins and takes another swig of his ale. Ignore him, I tell her. He has no filter when he's drinking. She saw me bring the damn thing by. I'm just making sure my recommendation worked out for you two, Tagar continues cheerfully. Tagar. My voice carries enough warning to make lesser men back down, but he's too drunk and too amused to care. What? I'm just looking out for. Wasn't sure if you thought you might try and break enough. I release Mirath long enough to grab Tagar by the front of his shirt and haul him close. Walk away, now. He holds up his hands in mock surrender, but he's still grinning. All right. Just thought you should know the whole crew's talking about. Now, Tagar. He backs off with a laugh, disappearing into the crowd with the blonde still hanging on his arm. I turn back to find Mirath watching me with an unreadable expression. The whole crew knows? She asks quietly. Damn. This is not how I wanted this conversation to go. Does it matter? She considers this, her dark eyes thoughtful. I suppose not. It's not like it's a secret. Is that what this is? A secret? I don't know what this is, she admits, and there's something vulnerable in the confession. I don't usually what? This. She gestures between us, encompassing the dancing and the public displays of affection and whatever is building between us. I don't do this. What do you do? Her laugh is soft and self-deprecating. Work. Help people. Keep to myself. Sounds lonely. It's safe, she corrects, and I hear the weight of experience behind the words. Before I can ask what she means by that, the music changes. Something slower, more intimate. Around us, couples move closer together, swaying rather than dancing. I hold out my hand again. Once more? She hesitates, then steps back into my arms. This time, she doesn't hold herself apart. Instead, she melts against me, her head finding the hollow of my shoulder, her hand settling over my heart. We move together in the lantern light, and I let myself get lost in the feeling of her. The warmth of her body, the silk of her hair against my cheek, the way she fits against me like she was made for this moment. You're different than I expected, she murmurs against my chest. How so? Most men like you, they take what they want and move on. But you... She pulls back to look at me, searching my face for something I'm not sure she'll find. You bought me a bed. You came back like you said you would. You're still here. Where else would I be? I don't know. Anywhere else? She shakes her head. I keep waiting for you to get bored and disappear. You're a sailor. The confession hits me harder than it should. How many times has someone walked away from her? How many people has she let in only to have them leave when things got complicated or inconvenient? I'm not going anywhere, I tell her, and I mean it. At least not yet. Not while I'm still needed here. Everyone goes somewhere eventually. Maybe, but not tonight. I cup her face in my hands, forcing her to meet my eyes. Tonight, I'm exactly where I want to be. She stares at me for a long moment, like she's trying to decide whether to believe me. Then she nods, something easing in her expression. Okay, she says simply. We dance until the music slows and the crowd begins to thin, until the lanterns burn low and the ale makes everything soft around the edges. I steal kisses when I can, quick brushes of lips during turns, deeper ones when we're swaying close together. Each time she responds a little more readily, her walls crumbling bit by bit. By the time we make our way back through the quieter streets toward her shop, she's walking close enough that our arms brush with every step. The night air is cool against skin heated by dancing and desire, and I can smell the herbs and smoke that cling to her hair. Thank you, she says as we stop outside her door. For tonight. For all of it. Thank me properly, I suggest, backing her against the wooden doorframe. She laughs, the sound lighter than anything I've heard from her before. "How's that?" Instead of answering, I lean down and kiss her, slow and thorough and full of promise. She tastes like ale and sweetness and possibilities, and when she sighs against my mouth, I know I'm completely lost.
Chapter 8. Mirath. I've never let anyone in. I've rarely even gone out with a man, and certainly not 2 nights in a row. And I have absolutely never wanted anyone like I want Harrow. And yet I can't bring myself to pull away. His mouth is warm and insistent against mine, and for once I don't overthink it. I don't catalogue all the reasons this is a terrible idea, or build mental walls to keep him at arm's length. Instead, I let myself sink into the kiss, into the solid warmth of his body pressed against mine. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. The night air feels cool against my flushed skin, but Harrow's hands are warm where they frame my face. I should probably... I start, the old habits trying to reassert themselves. Should what? His thumb brushes across my lower lip, and I feel the touch all the way down to my toes. Send you away. Go inside, alone. Pretend this isn't happening. All the sensible things that would keep me safe and untouched and lonely. Test that bed, I say instead, the words tumbling out before I can second-guess them. His grin is slow and wicked and far too pleased with itself. Is that so? Heat floods my cheeks, but I don't take it back. I'm tired of being careful, tired of protecting myself from every possible disappointment, tired of watching life happen to other people while I stand safely on the sidelines. Don't look so smug about it, or I'll find someone else to do it with, I mutter, fishing my keys from my pocket with hands that aren't quite steady. We both know I wouldn't bring anyone else home, though. Just like we both know I won't turn him away. Wouldn't dream of it, he says, but he's practically radiating satisfaction as I unlock the door. The shop is dark and quiet, filled with familiar shadows and the lingering scent of herbs. But tonight it feels different, charged with possibility, instead of serving as my refuge from the world. I don't bother lighting the downstairs lamps. Instead, I head straight for the narrow staircase, very aware of Harrow following close behind me. My apartment feels smaller with him in it, his massive frame making the space seem almost cramped. But there's something thrilling about it too, about having him here in my private space, about being bold enough to invite him. The bedroom door stands open, revealing the new bed he bought me. It's beautiful, made of sturdy Typh wood with a headboard that reaches nearly to the ceiling. The mattress is thick and inviting, covered in the quilts I've accumulated over the years. "Well?" Harrow asks, voice rough with amusement and something deeper. "What's the verdict?" Instead of answering with words, I place my hands on his chest and push. He lets me guide him backward until his legs hit the edge of the mattress, then sits heavily. The bed doesn't so much as creak. "Seems solid enough," I murmur, moving to stand between his spread knees. His hands settle on my hips, fingers flexing against the fabric of my skirt. Good thing. I'd hate to have wasted my coin on inferior craftsmanship. I slide my hands up to his shoulders, marvelling at the breadth of them, the solid muscle beneath his shirt. He's so big, so overwhelmingly male, and yet he's letting me set the pace, letting me push him around my bedroom like I have any hope of actually overpowering him. "I never properly thanked you," I say, surprised by the husky quality of my own voice. "For the bed." His eyes darken, pupils dilating as he catches my meaning. "Mirath." I sink to my knees between his legs, and the rumble in his chest is audible in the quiet room. My heart is hammering against my ribs, but it's excitement rather than nerves. I've never been this bold before, never taken charge like this, but something about Harrow makes me feel brave, makes me feel like I don't need to protect myself from him, like if I show him more, he'll treat it with care. My hands shake only slightly as I work at the laces of his trousers. He helps me, lifting his hips so I can pull the fabric away, and then he's bare before me, thick and hard and intimidating.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
You can stay, I say quietly, the words slipping out before I can stop it. If you don't feel like walking back to the docks. I wasn't planning on going anywhere, he assures me, pulling me closer. Not unless you're throwing me out. I'm not. I settle against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I'm not throwing you out. Good, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Because I'm not done with you yet. That was an understatement.
Chapter 9. Harrow. I wake to warmth and the scent of herbs and mint, my arm heavy around a soft body that fits perfectly against my chest. For a moment I'm disoriented. I'm used to waking alone, either in my own cabin aboard the Siren's Call or in some tavern room that smells of ale and regret. But then I remember. Mirath. Her shop. The bed I bought her after breaking the last one. She's still here. Still curled against me like she belongs there. Dark curls tickling my chin and her breathing deep and even. Yesterday morning she'd vanished before I'd even properly woken, leaving me alone on her broken bed like some kind of punishment for daring to stay the night. I'd expected the same this morning. Damn, I'd braced for it, ready to wake up to an empty bed and the sound of her already bustling around downstairs, putting distance between us with busy work and that sharp tongue of hers. Instead, she's right where I left her, soft and warm and apparently in no hurry to bolt. I press my lips to her shoulder, tasting salt and the lingering sweetness of whatever soap she uses. She stirs slightly but doesn't wake, making a small sound that's half protest, half contentment. Her hand is splayed across my chest, fingers curled loosely against my ribs, and I can feel the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against my side. This is dangerous territory. I've never been one for lingering. Usually I'm gone before the sun's properly up, back to my ship and my duties and the uncomplicated life of wind and waves. But lying here with Mirath feels different. Feels like something I could get used to, which should have me getting out of the bed. Instead, I pull her closer. I trail kisses up the column of her throat, feeling her pulse flutter beneath my lips. She makes another soft sound, this one definitely more contentment than protest, and turns her face toward me without opening her eyes. Too early, she mumbles, voice thick with sleep and muffled against my shoulder. I chuckle, the sound rumbling through my chest. It's past dawn, lovely. Some of us have been awake for hours. Some of us are liars. But there's no heat in it, just drowsy amusement as she burrows closer to my warmth. This version of Mirath is a revelation. Gone is the sharp-tongued healer who keeps the world at arm's length with cutting remarks and careful distance. In her place is something softer, more vulnerable, a woman who curls into my touch instead of pulling away, who lets her guard down enough to show me this sleepy, unguarded side of herself. She's not sunshine, exactly. I doubt Mirath has ever been sunshine, too practical for that, too aware of the world's sharp edges. But she's cute, adorable in a way that makes something warm and protective curl in my chest. Like maybe beneath all that prickly exterior is someone who just wants to be held. I press another kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her hair. You planning to sleep all day? Maybe. She finally opens her eyes, blinking up at me with a drowsy confusion that's endearing, What time is it? Late enough that the festival's probably in full swing. Her nose wrinkles and I clarify. The daytime festivities are much different than the night. She makes a face, already more awake and therefore more herself. All that noise and chaos. Sounds terrible. Come with me. The words slip out before I can think better of them, surprising us both. I don't usually spend time with women outside of taverns and drinking. Too much like a real date. Too much like something that means something. I usually don't even spend 2 nights with the same one. But the thought of spending the day with this version of me, Wrath, the one who's soft and unguarded, and maybe a little bit mine, is too tempting to resist. She blinks at me, suddenly more alert. What? Come with me to the festival. It's the celebration of light. So you have to celebrate during the day too. Less drinking, more families, food and music and games. I brush a curl away from her face, marveling at how soft her skin is in the morning light. Could be fun. I don't really prefer to spend my days at things like that, she says, but she doesn't pull away from my touch. Too many people. Too much noise. I have a feeling she doesn't prefer to spend her nights that way either, but alcohol usually helps with the comfort zone. Trust me. She studies my face for a long moment, those gray eyes searching for something I'm not sure I understand. I should probably be uncomfortable under that scrutiny. Mirath sees too much, understands too much. But instead I find myself hoping she likes whatever she finds there. Goddess knows that's how I feel about her. Are you working today? Her eyes narrow. No, I'm closed today. I had suspected as much and my lips twitch, but I fight the smirk. Instead, I lean down to brush my lips against hers, light and teasing. So what's your excuse now? She's quiet for a moment, and I can practically see her building walls, preparing arguments for why this is a terrible idea. Before she can voice any of them, I kiss her again, slower this time, putting all my patience and persuasion into the gentle press of my mouth against hers. When I pull back, she's looking at me with something like wonder, like she can't quite believe this is happening. Just for a little while, she says finally. But if it's terrible, I'm leaving. Deal. I probably shouldn't be as pleased as I am by her agreement, but I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. The idea of spending the day with her, of seeing her smile and maybe getting her to laugh that rare, genuine laugh I caught glimpses of last night. It's more appealing than it should be. She winces slightly as she sits up, and I notice the way she moves carefully, like she's sore. Guilt flickers through me. I wasn't exactly gentle with her last night, and it was her second night in a row of being thoroughly screwed. The thought of her tender and aching because of me sends heat shooting straight to my manhood, but I push it down. She needs time to recover, even if every instinct I have is telling me to pull her back down and worship every inch of her body until she's crying my name again. You all right? I ask, sitting up beside her. Fine. But the flush in her cheeks tells me she knows exactly what I'm thinking about. It's been a while since I've been this active. We can take it easy today, I say, though the words cost me. Let you recover properly. She gives me a look that's equal parts grateful and suspicious. You're being awfully considerate for a pirate. Reformed pirate, I correct, though the distinction feels less important than it used to. And maybe I like taking care of you. The admission hangs between us, more honest than I meant to be. Mirath's eyes widen slightly, like she's not sure what to do with that information. I'm not sure what to do with it either. I've never been one for taking care of anyone but myself and my crew. But something about her makes me want to be better, gentler, the kind of man who deserves the soft look she's been giving me. I should probably bathe, she says, breaking the moment before it can get too heavy, and eat something, if we're really doing this. We're really doing this, and we can eat at the festival. I lean over to press one more kiss to her lips, quick and light. Take your time, lovely. I'll wait. She disappears into the small washroom attached to her bedroom, and I hear the sound of water being poured and the rustle of clothing. I take the opportunity to pull on my trousers and shirt, though I leave the shirt unlaced for now. The apartment feels smaller in the daylight, more intimate, and I can see the careful way she's arranged everything. Practical but comfortable, efficient but warm. It suits her, this space. It's like her in a way, carefully controlled on the surface but with hints of something softer underneath. The worn quilts on the bed, the herbs hanging in the window, the way the morning light catches the glass bottles on her shelves and throws rainbow patterns across the walls. She emerges a few minutes later, hair damp and face scrubbed clean, wearing a simple blue dress that brings out her eyes. She looks fresh and pretty and young, more relaxed than I've ever seen her, and something in my chest tightens at the sight. "Ready?" she asks, though there's still uncertainty in her voice. "More than ready." We make our way downstairs and through the shop, past the shelves of herbs and bottles that smell like healing and comfort. The streets outside are already alive with the sounds of the festival, laughter and music drifting from the main square, the smell of pastries and roasted nuts carried on the winter air. Mirath hesitates at the threshold, looking out at the crowds with something like trepidation. Clearly the drinks gave her bravery she's not feeling now. Before she can change her mind, I take her hand, threading our fingers together and giving her a gentle tug toward the festivities. "Come on," I say. "Trust me." The main square has been transformed overnight. Colorful banners hang between the buildings, fluttering in the crisp breeze, and stalls line the edges selling everything from hot cider to honey cakes to small trinkets and toys. Musicians play on makeshift stages, their songs light and cheerful, designed to lift spirits during the darkest days of winter. Families wander between the stalls, children darting ahead to examine the wares, while parents follow at a more sedate pace. There's laughter everywhere, the kind of easy joy that comes from celebrating something bigger than yourself, from being part of a community. Mirath's grip on my hand tightens as we enter the crowd, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she looks around with wide eyes, taking in the sights and sounds like she's never seen anything quite like it. "I had no idea there was so much," she says, almost to herself. I grin, unable to resist the opportunity to tease her. What happened to being so observant? Thought healers were supposed to notice everything in their territory. She shoots me a look that's half indignant, half amused. I notice plenty. I just don't usually participate. "Well, you're participating now." I guide her toward a stall selling meat pies that smell like heaven. And I'm starving. Hope you are too, because we're trying everything. "Everything?" She looks skeptical, but there's curiosity there too, like maybe the idea of indulging isn't entirely unwelcome. "Everything," I confirm, already signaling to the vendor. "It's a festival, lovely. The whole point is excess." We spend the next hour working our way through the stalls, sampling honey cakes dusted with powdered sugar, roasted chestnuts that burn our fingers, and mulled cider that tastes like spices and warmth. Mirath is cautious at first, taking small bites and making careful assessments like she's testing each item for medicinal properties. But gradually she relaxes, laughing when I get powdered sugar on my nose and stealing bites of my food when she thinks I'm not looking. "You're enjoying this," I observe as she savors a piece of spiced bread. "Maybe a little." But she's smiling, one of those real smiles that transforms her whole face. It's nice, different from what I expected. "And what did you expect?" "Chaos. Drunken idiots making fools of themselves. People getting hurt and needing healing." She takes another bite, closing her eyes briefly to savor the taste. "This is more civilized. Daytime festivals usually are, and you like the night ones too." She gives me a look. "Are you planning to drag me out again tonight?" "Depends. You planning to invite me up for tea again?" The flush that spreads across her cheeks is answer enough, and I can't help but grin. This easy back and forth between us feels natural, like we've been doing it for years instead of days. She's quick with her responses, matching me wit for wit, and I find myself looking forward to whatever she'll say next. We're interrupted by a group of children racing past, chasing after a ball made of stuffed fabric. One of them, a little girl with braids, trips and scrapes her knee on the cobblestones. She starts to cry, and before I can even react, Mirath is kneeling beside her, examining the injury with gentle hands. "Just a little scrape," she says softly, pulling a small vial from the pouch at her waist. "This will help it heal faster and stop the sting." She cleans the cut with practiced efficiency, then applies what I assume is some kind of healing salve. The little girl stops crying almost immediately, fascinated by the way the medicine shimmers slightly in the light. "Better?" Mirath asks, and the girl nods solemnly before running off to rejoin her friends. "Always working," I say as Mirath stands and brushes off her skirts. "It's what I do." But she doesn't sound defensive about it, just matter of fact. Besides, it was just a scrape. Hardly working. I watch her check her supplies, making sure everything is secure, and something warm settles in my chest. This is who she really is, underneath all the sharp edges and careful walls. Someone who can't see pain without wanting to ease it, who carries healing supplies to a festival just in case someone needs them. Taking her hand, I brush my thumb across her knuckles and smile. "Hungry for more food?" I saw a stall selling chocolate pastries that looked promising. "Chocolate pastries sound perfect," she says, and she doesn't pull out of my grip. Instead, Mirath lets me tug her close, lets me ply her with sweets and treats and watch the kids make lanterns, lets me tease her and steal kisses and see her smile so much it makes my chest ache. And I don't think I've ever had a more perfect day.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 10. Mirath. I knew that my time with Harrow was limited, but waking up this morning after another night in his arms with him staring at me like he was trying to memorize me, it wasn't supposed to hurt. It shouldn't. And yet, knowing he's leaving does. The morning air bites at my cheeks as we walk toward the docks, our breath forming small clouds that dissipate quickly in the salt-tinged breeze. Harrow's hand is warm in mine, his calloused fingers intertwined with my smaller ones, and I find myself cataloguing every detail. The way his thumb traces absent patterns across my knuckles, the steady rhythm of his boots against the cobblestones, the faint scent of leather and sea spray that clings to his clothes. I shouldn't be doing this. Walking him to his ship like some lovesick fool, clinging to these last moments before he disappears back into whatever life he leads when he's not here disrupting mine. But my feet keep moving forward anyway, drawn by some invisible thread I can't seem to cut. The festivals in the city are still going on, battling with the noise of the bustle of the harbour. Merchants hawk their wares, sailors stumble out of taverns with bleary eyes and unsteady gaits, and the air fills with the familiar sounds of creaking wood and snapping sails. It's a world I've always observed from the edges, never quite belonging to but understanding in my own way. Harrow navigates it all with the easy confidence of someone who's spent most of his life on the water. He nods to a few sailors we pass, exchanges brief greetings with a dock worker loading cargo, but his attention never fully leaves me. There's something different about him this morning, a tension in his shoulders that wasn't there yesterday, a tightness around his eyes that suggests he's not looking forward to whatever comes next. The siren's call looms ahead of us, her dark hull gleaming in the morning light. She's beautiful in the way that ships often are, sleek and dangerous, built for speed and maneuverability rather than comfort. Her crew moves about the deck with practiced efficiency, preparing for departure, and I can see why Harrow belongs here. There's something about the way he straightens as we approach, the way his gaze sharpens as he takes in the state of the rigging and the position of the cargo, that speaks to a deep connection between man and vessel. We stop at the base of the gangplank, and suddenly I don't know what to say. What's the protocol here? Do I thank him for the past few days? Pretend this was all casual fun and wish him well on his journey? The uncertainty sits heavy in my chest, making it hard to breathe properly. Harrow turns to face me, and there's something raw in his expression that makes my heart skip. He reaches up to cup my face with his free hand, thumb brushing across my cheekbone with devastating gentleness. "This isn't how I wanted this to go," he says quietly, his voice rough with something I can't quite identify. Before I can ask what he means, he pulls me against him, arms wrapping around me with the kind of desperate intensity that steals my breath. His embrace is warm and solid and achingly familiar after just 2 days, and I find myself melting into it despite every instinct telling me to protect myself from whatever goodbye is coming. He holds me like he's trying to memorize the feel of me, like he's afraid I might disappear if he lets go. One hand tangles in my hair, while the other presses against the small of my back, keeping me close, and I can feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat against my chest. "Maybe I'll come back to port soon," he murmurs against my hair, and there's something careful in the way he says it, like he's testing the words. I pull back enough to look at him, studying the storm-grey eyes that have become so familiar. There's hope there, and uncertainty, and something that looks almost like vulnerability, an expression I never would have expected from the confident pirate who swept into my life with such devastating effect. "What's that supposed to mean?" I ask, cocking my head to the side. He sighs, and the sound carries a weight that surprises me. "You never make it easy on me, do you?" The question hangs between us, not quite accusation, but not entirely gentle either. I open my mouth to respond, probably with something sharp and defensive, because that's what I do when people get too close. But he continues before I can form the words. "I don't want to leave you." The admission comes out in a rush, like he's afraid he'll lose his nerve if he doesn't say it quickly. This isn't a one-time thing for me, lovely. I know you probably think it is, but it's not." The words knock the breath from my lungs and leaving me staring at him in stunned silence. He wants to come back. For me. The concept is so foreign, so unexpected that I can't quite process it. "I've got a few trade routes to fulfill," he continues, his thumb still tracing patterns against my cheek. "Commitments I can't break, but I'll be back in 3 weeks. Maybe..." He pauses, swallows hard. "Maybe it's time I took more breaks from the sea." The implication hangs heavy between us. He's talking about changing his life, altering the very foundation of who he is, and he's doing it for me. For us. For whatever this fragile thing between us might become if we give it the chance to grow. I should say something. Should respond to this monumental shift, this offer that's so much more than I ever expected or asked for. But the words stick in my throat, trapped behind a wall of shock and disbelief, and something that might be hope if I'm brave enough to name it. No one has ever wanted to change their life for me. No one has ever looked at me and seen something worth staying for, worth building around. I'm the sharp-tongued healer who keeps everyone at arm's length, the woman who's too practical for romance and too guarded for love. I'm not the kind of person men rearrange their entire existence to be near. Except Harrow is looking at me like I'm exactly that kind of person. Like I'm worth every sacrifice he's considering making. "Mirath," he says softly, and there's something almost pleading in his voice. "Say something." I open my mouth, close it again. What am I supposed to say? That the thought of him coming back makes my chest tight with anticipation. That 3 weeks suddenly feels like an eternity. That the idea of him choosing me over the sea that's been his whole life, is both terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. I start, but the words tangle on my tongue. Before I can untangle them, before I can give voice to the chaos in my head and heart, he's kissing me. His mouth covers mine with a desperation that speaks to everything he can't say, everything I can't seem to respond to. It's not the teasing, playful kisses of the past few days. This is raw and honest and tinged with the bitter sweetness of goodbye. I kiss him back with equal intensity, pouring all my confusion and longing and unexpected tenderness into the press of my lips against his. My hands fist in his shirt, holding him close, and I can taste the salt air on his skin, can feel the way his breathing stutters when I deepen the kiss. And I realize that he was giving me this. He knew words were hard for me, so instead of pushing me, he took what I could give. My emotions poured out physically. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. His forehead rests against mine, and for a moment we just stand there, sharing the same air, the same space, the same complicated tangle of emotions. 3 weeks, he says, and it's both promise and question. Before I can respond, before I can find the words that have been eluding me, he steps back. The loss of his warmth hits me immediately, leaving me feeling cold and strangely empty. "Take care of yourself, lovely," he says, backing toward the gangplank. "And try not to break any more beds while I'm gone." Then he's turning away, striding up the narrow wooden bridge with the easy confidence of a man returning home. I watch him go, my heart hammering against my ribs and my lips still tingling from his kiss. He doesn't look back. I stand there long after the ship has disappeared beyond the harbour mouth, watching the horizon swallow the last traces of white sail. I don't even care that my shop will be opening late. The morning crowd flows around me, merchants and sailors and fishermen going about their daily business, but I feel separate from it all, wrapped in the strange bubble of my own thoughts. He's coming back. For me. The knowledge sits heavy in my chest, foreign and wonderful and absolutely terrifying. I've spent so long building walls, so long convincing myself that I don't need anyone, that I don't want the complications that come with caring about someone. But standing here on the docks with the taste of his goodbye still on my lips, I can't deny what's growing inside me. I miss him already. Miss the weight of his arm around my shoulders, the way he calls me lovely like it's my actual name, the easy confidence that makes everything seem possible. Miss the way he looks at me like I'm something precious instead of something prickly and difficult. For the first time in my life, someone wants to rearrange their world to make room for me in it. Someone sees me, really sees me, sharp edges and all, and wants to stay anyway. The thought should send me running, should have me retreating back to my shop and my herbs and the safe, predictable life I've built for myself. Instead, I find myself counting days, marking time until he returns. 3 weeks. I turn away from the harbour and start the walk back to my shop, my mind already spinning with the implications of what just happened. Whatever this is between us, it's no longer something I can dismiss as a temporary distraction. Harrow has made his intentions clear, and now I have to decide what mine are. The morning air feels different as I walk through the familiar streets. Sharper somehow, charged with possibility. Even the ordinary sounds of the city, the clip-clop of Equu's hooves on cobblestone, the calls of vendors hawking their wares, the distant sound of children playing, seem more vivid, more real. My shop comes into view, its familiar green door and carefully arranged window display exactly as I left them. This has been my world for so long. These walls, these shelves, this carefully controlled environment where I can help people without letting them too close. It's a good life, a useful life, but suddenly it feels smaller than it did a few days ago. I push through the door and am immediately enveloped by the scent of herbs and healing oils, the familiar comfort of my sanctuary. But even here, surrounded by everything that defines me, I can't shake the memory of Harrow's words. Maybe it's time I took a few breaks from the sea. He's willing to change for me, for us. The thought circles through my mind as I move through my morning routine, checking my supplies and organising the shelves that don't really need organising. It's a gift I never asked for and don't know if I deserve, but it's mine nonetheless. And for the first time in my life, I'm not sure I want to push it away. Chapter 11. Mirath. The celebration of light has ended, leaving the city draped in a crystalline silence that only comes after fresh snowfall. Ice clings to the window frames of my shop after winter officially set in over the last week, and my breath fogs in the air as I stand at the edge of the harbour. But none of that matters today. Today, Harrow comes home. I've been counting the days, marking them off in my mind like a prisoner scratching lines on a cell wall. 21 sunrises, 21 sunsets, 21 nights of lying in my new bed and remembering the weight of his arm around my waist. The festival passed in a blur of half-hearted participation, attending Soraya's gatherings, but finding no joy in the celebrations without his laugh cutting through the music, without his hands pulling me into impromptu dances. I mostly watched from a distance, wishing he was there. 3 weeks. He said 3 weeks, and today marks exactly that. I closed the shop early, ignoring the raised eyebrows from my regular customers. Let them wonder. Let them gossip about Mirath Dren abandoning her post for once in her carefully ordered life. Today, I have somewhere more important to be. The walk to the docks feels longer than usual, my boots slipping occasionally on patches of ice hidden beneath the thin layer of snow. My heart hammers against my ribs with each step, a rhythm that matches the excited flutter in my stomach. I've rehearsed this moment 100 times, what I'll say when I see him striding down that gangplank, how I'll try to play it cool before inevitably melting into his embrace. The harbour spreads before me, a forest of masts and rigging stark against the grey winter sky. Steam rises from the water where it meets the frigid air, and dock workers move about their business with the quick efficiency of people trying to minimise their time in the cold. I scan the ships methodically, looking for the familiar silhouette of the siren's call. She's not there. I check again, slower this time, examining each vessel with careful attention. A merchant galleon with Osiris flags, 2 smaller fishing boats, a sleek cutter that might belong to the harbour patrol, but no sign of the dark hull and distinctive rigging that I've been dreaming about for 21 days. Maybe he's early. Maybe he docked yesterday while I was buried in my shop, mixing tinctures and pretending I wasn't watching the clock. Maybe he had to handle some things with the shipment and couldn't come by the shop. The thought sends me hurrying toward the harbour master's office, where a grizzled human with salt and pepper hair looks up from his ledgers with mild irritation. "The siren's call," he repeats when I ask, his weathered face creasing in thought. "Haven't seen her in weeks. Degenthal's ship, right? The Minotaur?" "Right," I nod, hating the hope. "Has she come in at all? Maybe yesterday? Or the day before?" He shakes his head, already turning back to his paperwork. "Would have recorded it if she had. Sorry." The cold suddenly feels sharper as I leave the office, biting through my cloak with renewed viciousness. But I don't leave. Instead, I find a sheltered spot near a pile of crates and settle in to wait. Maybe he's just running late. Maybe they hit bad weather or had to make an unexpected stop. The sea is unpredictable. Anyone who lives in a port city knows that. Hours pass. The sun, barely visible through the thick cloud cover, tracks its lazy arc across the winter sky, while I watch the harbour mouth for any sign of approaching sails. My toes go numb inside my boots, then my fingers beneath my gloves. Dock workers cast curious glances in my direction, probably wondering what the local healer is doing haunting the docks like some love-struck girl, which I suppose is exactly what I am. The realization sits bitter on my tongue. Mirath Dren, the practical one. The woman who's never needed anyone, never waited for anyone, never let her heart make decisions for her logical mind. And here I am, freezing my buttocks off on a dock because a minotaur pirate whispered pretty promises in my ear 3 weeks ago. When the light starts to fade and the temperature drops even further, I finally admit defeat. Not because I'm giving up, just because hypothermia won't help anyone. I trudge back to my shop through streets that seem somehow emptier than they did this morning, my footsteps echoing off the buildings in a lonely rhythm. But I'll be back tomorrow, and the day after that, if necessary. The second day brings more of the same, clear skies that do nothing to warm the bitter air, and a harbour conspicuously absent of the ship I'm looking for. I ask around more systematically this time, approaching dock workers and sailors with careful casualness. "Thal's ship? Nah, haven't seen her." The Minotaur crew. They come through pretty regular, but not lately. Sirens call? Beautiful ship. Been a while since she's made port here. About 3 weeks. Each negative response feels like a small knife twist, but I keep my expression neutral. Professional. Just a local making conversation, not a woman whose entire world has started to revolve around the return of a specific vessel. The third day, it snows again. Fat, lazy flakes that dust the harbour in pristine white and make the waiting even more miserable. I bring a thermos of hot caffo this time, wrapping my hands around the metal container to steal what warmth I can. The bitter drink tastes like disappointment. By the 4th day, I can't pretend anymore. He's not coming. The knowledge settles in my chest like a lead weight, heavy and cold, and absolutely final. Whatever pretty words he whispered against my hair that morning at the dock, whatever promises he made about taking breaks from the sea, they were just words. Easy to say, easier to forget once he was back in his element with salt spray in his face and the wind in his hair. I'm such a fool. Of course he's not coming back. Why would he? I'm just another port girl, another warm body to pass the time with during shore leave. He probably has a dozen women scattered across a dozen harbours, all of them waiting with the same pathetic hope that somehow they're special, somehow they're worth changing his life for. The worst part is how completely I fell for it. How readily I believed that someone like him could want someone like me enough to alter the very foundation of his existence. Harrow, with his easy confidence and devastating smile, and the kind of magnetic charm that draws people like metal shavings to a lodestone. What could he possibly see in the sharp-tongued healer who spent her entire adult life pushing people away? Nothing. That's what. I don't go to the docks on the 5th day. Instead, I throw myself into my work, with the kind of focused intensity that's always been my salvation. Inventory to organise, tinctures to brew, patience to see. I rebuild the walls around my heart one careful brick at a time, mortaring them with righteous anger and well-practiced cynicism. This is better anyway, safer. I know who I am when I'm alone, competent, self-sufficient, useful. I don't know who I was becoming in those stolen moments with him, but she was dangerous, vulnerable. The kind of woman who waits on docks for ships that never come. By the 6th day, I've almost convinced myself I'm fine. That the hollow ache in my chest is just hunger, or the after-effects of too much caffo, or anything other than the gaping wound left by shattered expectations. I go through my routines mechanically, seeing patients and mixing medicines and pretending my life hasn't been fundamentally altered by 3 days with a minotaur pirate who turned out to be exactly what I should have expected him to be. The evening finds me staring at the bottles lined up on my shelves, their contents gleaming jewel-bright in the lamplight. Healing potions, pain relievers, remedies for everything from headaches to heartbreak. Everything except the cure for being a gullible idiot who believed in fairy tales. I need a drink. The tavern nearest my shop is called the Copper Coin, a working-class establishment that caters to dock workers and merchants rather than the sailors who frequent the flashier places near the harbour. It's exactly the kind of anonymous, dimly lit space where a woman can nurse her wounds without drawing unwanted attention. The warmth hits me as soon as I push through the door, along with the familiar sounds of conversation and clinking glass. A few patrons glance up at my entrance, but most are too absorbed in their own affairs to pay attention to the local healer seeking liquid solace. I claim a stool at the bar and order an ale from the bored-looking woman behind it. The first smell hits me as she sets the mug down, that familiar, yeasty aroma that usually signals the beginning of a good evening's drinking. Instead, my stomach lurches violently. I barely make it outside before the contents of my stomach come rushing up, splattering across the snow-covered alley beside the tavern. The retching continues even after there's nothing left to bring up, my body convulsing with dry heaves that leave me gasping and shaking. What the hell? I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, my mind already racing through possibilities. Food poisoning? Unlikely. I ate the same simple meal I always do. Stress? Maybe, but I've been under pressure before without this kind of physical reaction. A terrible, impossible thought begins to form in the back of my mind. I push it away immediately, because it can't be. It absolutely cannot be. But my hands are already moving to my abdomen, pressing gently against the soft flesh there as if I might be able to feel something different. I need to get home. Now. The walk back to my shop feels like it takes hours, though it's probably only minutes. My keys shake in my hands as I unlock the door, and I have to try 3 times before I manage to get the lock to turn. Inside, I move through the familiar space like a woman in a dream, pulling specific bottles from my shelves with the kind of automatic precision that comes from years of practice. Moonbell extract, resin oil, a few drops of my own blood on a specially prepared glass slide. The pregnancy detection potion is one of the first things any healer learns to make. Simple, reliable, and absolutely definitive. Usually, since I have a bit of magic, I can detect it without the potion for my patients. But I can't use my own magic on myself, and I'm not willing to go anywhere else. I mix the ingredients with hands that won't stop trembling, terrified to see what I fear I already know. Now that I think back on the small symptoms and the way I should have had my monthly bleed by now. The liquid swirls, shifts, settles into a colour that makes my knees buckle. Deep, unmistakable blue. Positive. The bottle slips from my nerveless fingers, shattering against the stone floor in a spray of azure liquid and broken glass. I stare at the mess spreading across my clean shop floor, and for a moment, I can't seem to make my brain process what just happened. I'm pregnant, with Harrow's child, the child of a man who promised to come back and didn't, who whispered sweet lies about changing his life and then sailed away without a backward glance, leaving me with nothing but false hope and a baby growing inside me. The sob that tears from my throat surprises me with its raw intensity. I haven't cried, really cried, since I was a child. Haven't let myself break down, haven't allowed the luxury of falling apart when there's always someone who needs healing, always another crisis to manage. But the sound that emerges now is primal, wounded, the cry of something that's been hurt beyond its ability to hide the damage. I sink to the floor beside the shattered glass, not caring that the sharp edges bite through my skirts. The tears come in great heaving waves that seem to originate somewhere deep in my chest, in the place where I've been carefully nurturing hope for 3 weeks, only to have it ripped away. This is what I get. This is what happens when Mirath Dren lets her guard down, when she believes in pretty words and prettier promises, when she forgets that she's not the kind of woman men change their lives for, she's the kind they leave behind. Now I have to do this alone, raise a child, build a family, navigate the complexities of single motherhood in a society that won't be kind to an unmarried woman with a bastard baby, all while carrying the daily reminder of my own spectacular failure of judgment. The irony is almost funny. Almost. Here I am, the woman who spent her entire adult life fixing other people's problems, completely unable to fix her own. The healer who can cure everything except a broken heart and a shattered sense of self-worth. I cry until there are no more tears, until my chest aches and my throat feels raw, until the anger starts to creep in around the edges of my grief, hot and bitter and strangely comforting. Anger, at least, is familiar. Anger doesn't make me vulnerable the way hope does. Let him stay away. Let him sail his precious seas and charm his port girls and pretend I never happened. I'll be fine without him. Better than fine. I don't need Harrow or his empty promises or his devastating smile that made me forget every hard-learned lesson about protecting myself. I'll raise this baby on my own, and I'll do it well. Because that's what I do. I survive, I endure, I make the best of whatever life throws at me. Even if what life has thrown at me this time is a broken heart and a reminder that some fairy tales are too good to be true. The glass crunches under my boots as I finally stand, surveying the mess I've made of my pristine shop. Blue potion seeps between the floorboards, probably staining them permanently. It seems fitting somehow, a lasting reminder of the moment my carefully ordered world tilted sideways and left me scrambling to find my footing. Well, time to clean up the mess and move forward. It's what I've always done. It's what I'll keep doing, even if this time I have to do it with a broken heart and a baby on the way. Chapter 12. Mirath. 1 year later, the late autumn sun filters through the branches of Soraya's fruit trees, casting dappled shadows across the small orchard behind her home. I shift Ro on my lap, her tiny fists waving in the air as she kicks her legs with the determined energy that only 2-month-old babies seem to possess. Her bronze skin glows golden in the afternoon light, and those amber eyes, so startlingly like her father's, track the movement of leaves above us with intense focus. She's trying to babble, one chubby hand reaching toward a low-hanging branch that sways just out of her grasp. "You see the pretty leaves, don't you?" I murmur, adjusting her position so she's more comfortable against my chest. Her dark curls, still soft and fine, tickle my chin when she turns her head to follow the sound of Taryn's laughter. The little minotaur toddles between the fruit trees with the unsteady but determined gait of a 2-year-old, his tiny hornbuds barely visible beneath his sable-brown hair. He's chattering away in that mix of real words and toddler nonsense that somehow makes perfect sense to him. "Mama! Big Red!" He holds up a fallen fruit that's nearly as large as his head, beaming with pride at his discovery. "Very good, sweetheart," Soraya calls from where she's reaching for fruit on a higher branch. "But remember, we only pick the ones that are still on the tree." Taryn considers this for a moment, his amber eyes, so much like Dagon's, scrunched in concentration. Then he carefully places the fallen apple at the base of the tree and looks around for proper targets. "Help, Mama!" "You are helping." Dagon's voice carries warmth and amusement as he appears around the side of a particularly laden tree, his arms full of fruit. "You're the best helper we've got." The easy affection in his tone makes something twist painfully in my chest. I watch as he ruffles Taryn's hair, the gesture so natural and loving that it takes my breath away. This is what a father looks like. Present, devoted, here, not sailing away into the horizon without a backward glance. I force the thought down, focusing instead on Kai, who's sitting on a blanket nearby. At 6 months, she's just mastered the art of sitting up without toppling over, though she still wobbles occasionally. Her golden brown fur catches the light as she reaches for the wooden toys scattered around her, babbling cheerfully to herself. "Da da da da," she says, looking directly at Dagon with those hazel green eyes that shift colour depending on the light. "That's right, baby girl," he says, abandoning his fruit picking to crouch beside her. "Da da." Kai claps her hands together, delighted by this confirmation, and the sound makes Rose startle in my arms before settling back against me with a contented sigh. She adores her pseudo-cousins, and I'm glad she has them. "Look at her watching everything," Soraya observes, climbing down from her makeshift ladder with practiced ease. Her long hair is braided back to keep it out of her face while she works, but several strands have escaped to frame her face in the warm afternoon light. Rose going to be as sharp as her mother. The compliment should feel good, but instead it just reminds me of all the questions I've deflected over the past year. All the careful non-answers about Rose's father. All the times I've changed the subject when Soraya's eyes get that concerned look they're wearing now. She's definitely curious about everything, I agree, pressing a kiss to the top of Rose's head. Her hair smells like the herbal oils I use in my shop, mixed with that distinctive baby scent that makes my heart ache with fierce protectiveness. Taran has discovered a thalivern that's landed on one of the apple trees, and he's trying to approach it with the kind of exaggerated stealth that only toddlers can manage. "Shh," he whispers to himself, loud enough to be heard 3 trees away. "Pretty they." The butterfly, predictably, flutters away before he can get close. But instead of being upset, Taran just waves at it. "Bye-bye, Thai." Dagon chuckles, collecting more fruit while keeping one eye on his son's adventures. The sound is rich and warm, the kind of laugh that belongs to a man who's found his place in the world, who left the sea when he said he would, who's built something beautiful and knows it. I hate how much I envy that certainty. "The harvest is better this year," Soraya says, settling beside me on the blanket with Kai in her arms. "We should have enough to last through the winter, plus extra for the celebration of light preserves." "Speaking of which," I say, grateful for the change of subject, "it starts next week. It'll be fun for Kai and Ro, their first celebration." Kai chooses that moment to grab a fistful of Soraya's hair and stuff it in her mouth, making pleased humming sounds as she gums the strands. "No, sweetness," Soraya laughs, gently extracting her hair from Kai's grip. "Mama's hair isn't food." Kai looks offended by this news and makes a sound of protest that's part babble, part indignant squawk. I know, Soraya says, kissing Kai's forehead. "Very disappointing." In my arms, Ro has discovered her own feet and is attempting to grab them with the single-minded determination that babies bring to every new discovery. Her little legs kick enthusiastically, and I have to adjust my hold to keep her from launching herself off my lap. "Easy there, little explorer," I murmur, catching her hands before she can pull off her tiny boots. The afternoon light is starting to shift, taking on that golden quality that signals the approach of evening. Dagon has moved to a tree closer to where we're sitting, and I can hear him humming some old sea shanty under his breath as he works. The melody is familiar, one of the songs I remember from that night at the Brass Anchor. The memory hits me far too hard. Harrow's voice joining in on the chorus, his eyes finding mine across the crowded tavern. The way we danced at that festival, his hands warm and sure on my waist while he dropped kisses on my skin. "Stop it." I shake my head sharply, focusing on the present moment. On Ro's warm weight in my arms, on Taran's delighted giggle as he chases another thalivern, on the comfortable domesticity of this autumn afternoon. "You know," Soraya says quietly, her voice carefully casual, "the festival preparations have started at the market. They're looking for vendors for the night markets." "Are you thinking of setting up a stall?" I ask, though I suspect this isn't really about fruit sales. She worries too much about me withdrawing. Has since she found out about Ro, and she was there for me the entire time like I was for her. "I was thinking you might want to. Your healing potions and tonics would sell well during the celebrations. People always overindulge during the festivals." She's right, of course. The celebration of light is notorious for leaving people with headaches, stomach troubles, and the general malaise that comes from 3 weeks of excessive drinking and eating. It would be good business. "Maybe," I say, shifting Ro to my other arm. "I'll think about it." But Soraya isn't fooled by my non-committal response. I can feel her watching me with that particular intensity she gets when she's worried about someone she cares about. It's the same look she used to give me when we were children, and I'd show up at her door with fresh bruises from whatever drama was playing out at home. "Mirath," she starts, her voice gentle but persistent. "The weather's been beautiful lately," I interrupt, desperately casting around for a safer topic. "Perfect for the harvest, and the trees look healthy. You and Dagan have done amazing work with the orchard." I can practically feel her frustration at being deflected again, but she lets it slide. For now. She's had a lot of questions since she found out about my pregnancy. Ones I won't answer. One day she'll stop letting it slide. "Dagan's got a real talent for it," she agrees, though her eyes never leave my face. "Says it reminds him of tending the rigging on his ship, everything connected, everything needing attention at the right time." The mention of ships, his ship, makes my stomach clench, but I force my expression to remain neutral. Especially since I never did find out what happened to that ship. I could have asked Deegan, but I didn't. In my arms, Ro has managed to grab one of her feet and is examining it with the fascination of a scholar discovering a new manuscript. "Mama, look!" Taran has found something new, a fallen bird's nest, empty and perfectly round. He holds it up like a treasure, his face glowing with pride. "What a wonderful find," Soraya calls back. "But be gentle with it. Some bird worked very hard to build that home." Taran nods solemnly and places the nest carefully at the base of a tree, patting it gently with one tiny hand. The gesture is so sweet, so purely Taran, that it makes my chest tight with emotion. This is what children should have. Patient parents who teach them to be gentle with fragile things, who show them how to care for the world around them. Ro will have that, I tell myself firmly. Maybe not a father, but she'll have me. And Soraya and Dagan, who've already folded her into their extended family, with the easy acceptance that's always been Soraya's gift. She'll have Taran and Kai as playmates, surrogate siblings who'll grow up alongside her. It has to be enough. "The music this year is supposed to be particularly good," I say, determined to keep the conversation on safer ground. "I heard they've got musicians originally from southern Milthar." "That should be exciting," Soraya agrees, but there's something in her tone that suggests she's not quite ready to abandon her previous line of inquiry. "It'll be nice to have music for the children to enjoy. Kai already loves it when Dagan sings to her." As if summoned by the mention of his name, Dagan appears beside our blanket, his arms empty of fruit and his expression warm as he looks down at his family. "Someone mentioned singing?" he asks, settling cross-legged beside Soraya. "Just talking about the festival music," Soraya says, leaning into his side with the unconscious ease of long partnership. The simple gesture, the way she fits against him, the way his arm comes up automatically to circle her shoulders, sends another spike of longing through my chest. They make it look so effortless, this business of being together, of building a life and a family and a future that includes both of them. I've never had that, never even come close, really. The closest I ever got was 3 perfect days with a minotaur pirate who turned out to be just as unreliable as every instinct I'd spent years developing had warned me he would be. "I should probably head back soon," I say, though the words feel like they're being pulled from somewhere deep in my chest. "Ro will need to eat, and I've got some tinctures brewing that need attention." "You don't have to leave yet," Soraya protests. "Stay for dinner. Deegan's making that stew you like, and there's fresh bread." The offer is tempting, but the longer I stay, the harder it gets to maintain my composure, to pretend that watching their happiness doesn't make me ache with the memory of what I thought I might have had. "Another time," I promise, carefully gathering Ro and the small bag of supplies I'd brought with me. "But thank you." Soraya's eyes search my face, and I can see her debating whether to push the issue. Finally she nods, though her expression remains concerned. The festival really will be wonderful for the children, she says as I stand, settling Ro more securely in my arms. I know there's more to it than just repeating what I'd said earlier, but I'll ignore the underlying questions. Their first celebration of light. It will be, I agree, and this time my smile feels more genuine. Whatever else is wrong with my life, Ro is perfect, healthy and bright and completely mine. She's going to love all the lights and music. Taran has wandered back over to us, drawn by the prospect of saying goodbye. He reaches up to pat Ro's foot with the careful gentleness that Soraya and Deegan have taught him. "Bye-bye, baby Ro," he says solemnly. Ro kicks her legs and makes a happy gurgling sound that might be her attempt at saying goodbye back. "See?" Deegan grins. She's already part of the family. The words hit me harder than they should, probably because they're exactly what I've been thinking, what I've been hoping for. That maybe love doesn't always look like traditional families. Maybe sometimes it looks like this, chosen family, people who care for each other not because they have to, but because they want to. "We'll see you soon," Soraya says, standing to give me a gentle hug that's careful not to squish Ro between us. "Soon," I agree, though I'm already planning to stay busy for the next few days. To throw myself into festival preparations and shop inventory, and anything else that will keep me from dwelling on the hollow ache in my chest. As I walk back toward the city, Ro dozing against my shoulder, I can hear the sounds of their continued harvest behind me. Taran's bright chatter, Dagon's warm laughter, Soraya's gentle responses. The soundtrack of a family that's built something beautiful together. The festival starts next week. 3 weeks of celebration and music and lights. 3 weeks of watching other people's happiness while trying to convince myself that what I have is enough. It has to be enough. It's all I've got.
Chapter 13. Harrow. The cold stone beneath my back has become as familiar as the scars that crisscross my torso. I keep my breathing steady, measured, even as consciousness drags me back to this hell I've been trapped in for. How long now? The days blur together when your world consists of 4 walls, chains, and the steady drip of water somewhere in the darkness. My wrists burn where the iron shackles have rubbed the skin raw. Again. The bastards heal me just enough to keep me breathing, but they're not particularly concerned with comfort. Why would they be? I'm nothing more than a test subject to them, a puzzle they're determined to solve. The taste of blood coats my tongue, my own, from where I bit down too hard during the last round of their experiments. My jaw aches, my ribs scream with every breath, and there's a fresh burn on my left forearm that throbs in time with my heartbeat. The scent of charred fur and flesh still lingers in the air, a reminder of what these snake bastards are capable of. But beneath the pain, beneath the exhaustion that settled into my bones like a persistent infection, rage burns bright and steady. It's the only thing that's kept me sane through the endless cycle of torture and forced healing. The only thing that reminds me I'm still alive, still fighting, even when my body wants to give up. Me, Wrath. Her name is a prayer, a promise, a threat all rolled into one. I picture her face, those storm-gray eyes that could cut through a man's excuses in seconds, the way her dark curls frame her face when she's concentrating on mixing some healing potion. The memory of her skin under my hands, warm and soft and real, in a way that this nightmare isn't. I was supposed to come back to her. 3 weeks, I'd said. 3 weeks, and then I'd start taking breaks from the sea. Maybe find a way to build something permanent with the most stubborn, beautiful woman I'd ever met. Instead, I've been chained to this slab for months? A year? Time loses meaning when every day is the same symphony of pain and degradation. Focus. The rage sharpens, cutting through the fog of exhaustion. Stay angry. Stay alive. The Naga took 3 of us the day their magic wrecked the Siren's call on our trade route, back toward Miltar. Me, Korvek, and young Bren, who couldn't have been more than 25. I haven't seen either of them in too long. The screaming stopped weeks ago from whatever cells they were keeping the others in. I'm probably the only one left. The thought should terrify me, but I'm too far gone for fear. There's only the anger now, and the bone-deep need to wrap my hands around the throats of every scaled bastard in this place. They want to understand our immunity to magic. That much I've figured out from their increasingly creative methods of trying to break down whatever makes minotaurs resistant to their spells. At first, they tried the obvious things, casting sleep spells that bounced off me like water off stone, attempting to charm me into compliance, even trying some kind of paralysis hex that left them frustrated and me smugly satisfied. But they're clever, these Naga. Cruel and clever. They figured out quickly enough that while they couldn't affect me directly with magic, they could certainly conjure things that would. Fire still burns minotaur skin. Ice still freezes, and a magically sharpened blade will cut through flesh just as well as any other. The real breakthrough, if you can call systematic torture a breakthrough, came when they started experimenting with enchanted weapons. The enchantments themselves don't affect me, but a sword is still a sword, whether it's been blessed by some snake god or pulled from a common forge. That's when the true creativity began. They've burned me with conjured flames, frozen sections of my skin with ice spells, used enchanted blades to carve patterns into my hide, while taking careful notes about healing times and scar formation. They force potions down my throat, not magical ones, those don't work on me, but alchemical concoctions that make me sick or weak or delirious, all in the name of understanding how to replicate our immunity. The bastards want to become untouchable to foreign magic, like the Dark Elves, and they think we're the key to figuring it out. My stomach clenches with a familiar combination of hunger and nausea. They feed me just enough to keep me functional, water me like a plant they're trying not to kill. The muscles I spent years building through sailing and fighting have wasted away, leaving me a shadow of what I used to be. But I'm still here, still breathing, still planning. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes off the stone walls, and I force my body to go completely limp. Play dead. Play defeated. Let them think they've broken me just a little more today. 2 sets of feet. No, 3. My hearing has gotten sharper in this place, a side effect of having most of my other senses regularly assaulted. The door creaks open on hinges that desperately need oil, and torchlight flickers across my closed eyelids. The subject appears to be unconscious, one of them says in that sibilant Naga accent that makes my skin crawl. Pulse is steady, breathing regular. Good. Begin the next phase. The voice belongs to Kasite, the lead researcher and the Naga I've promised myself I'll kill first when I get the chance. She's the one who took such careful notes while her subordinates carved into me with their enchanted blades. The one who suggested trying to see if my blood had different properties when I was in pain versus when I was calm. I keep my breathing steady as they move around the slab, preparing whatever fresh hell they've devised today. The clink of metal on stone, the scratch of something being written down, the soft hiss of Naga conversation too low for me to make out the words. The burns from yesterday's fire conjuration test have healed nicely, another voice observes. Female, younger, probably one of Kasite's apprentices. Minimal scarring, full mobility restored to the affected limb. Excellent. Today we'll be testing the effects of lightning magic. Small bursts at first, then gradually increasing the intensity. Lightning. Of course, because regular fire and ice weren't enough. I feel the familiar surge of rage, white-hot and sustaining. These bastards have taken everything from me. My freedom, my crew, my strength, my chance at happiness with Mirath. But they haven't taken my anger, and they haven't taken my will to make them pay for every single thing they've done. The first bolt of conjured lightning hits my left thigh, and even though I'm expecting it, the pain is immediate and overwhelming. Electricity courses through my muscles, making them seize and spasm against the chains. I bite down hard on my tongue to keep from screaming, tasting fresh blood as the current travels up my spine. I don't give them the satisfaction of a reaction. Interesting, Kasite murmurs. No magical resistance to the electrical charge itself, But look at the muscle response. Much faster recovery than we typically see in other subjects. Another bolt, this one to my shoulder. My vision whites out for a moment, but I keep my body relaxed, my breathing steady. Just another test. Just another day in paradise. The neural pathways seem to be adapting, the younger voice says. Should we increase the intensity? Not yet. Document the current responses first. We need to be methodical about this. They continue for what feels like hours, systematically shocking different parts of my body while taking notes on my reactions, or lack thereof. I've gotten good at this, at disappearing inside my own head while they work, at finding that cold, distant place where pain becomes just another sensation to be endured. I think about Mirath's hands, her soft smile, and her sharp wit. The way she'd frowned at me, all sharp edges and exasperated affection when I'd tease her. The taste of her skin, salt, and herbs, and something uniquely her. I think about the night we broke her bed, the way she'd laughed breathlessly against my neck when the frame gave way. The surprised delight in her eyes, as if she couldn't quite believe she was capable of such abandon. I think about how I was going to court her properly when I got back. Bring her flowers, maybe, though she'd probably have rolled her eyes at the gesture. Take her to dinner somewhere nice. Listen to her complain about the pretentious food while secretly enjoying every second of it. 3 weeks, I'd promised her. 3 weeks, and then everything would change. Now I don't know where she is. That should be sufficient for today, Kasite finally declares. Clean him up and apply the standard healing protocols. We'll continue tomorrow with the cold resistance tests. The session ends as they all do, with my body on fire and my mind spinning with increasingly detailed fantasies of revenge. They unstrap me from the slab, and I let my body go completely limp as they manhandle me back to the chains. Play weak. Play defeated. Let them think they're winning. The door clangs shut behind them, leaving me alone in the darkness with my pain and my rage and my plans. Soon, I tell myself. Very soon now. Time passes. Minutes or hours, I can't tell. The burns from their lightning tests throb and counterpoint to my heartbeat, and I can feel the familiar trickle of blood from where the electricity made me bite through my tongue. Then I hear it. The soft footsteps of a single person approaching my cell. The healer. They always send someone after the worst sessions armed with their non-magical potions and bandages to patch me up just enough to survive until the next round of experimentation. Perfect. I arrange my body carefully on the stone floor, making sure to look as pathetic and broken as possible. The chains around my wrists have just enough slack to give me some mobility if I'm careful about it, but I keep my arms loose and lifeless at my sides. The door opens, and soft torchlight spills across the floor. I crack my eyes open just enough to see her. Young for a Naga, with the pale green scales and nervous demeanor of someone new to this work. She's carrying a leather satchel filled with supplies and a clay pot that probably contains some kind of healing salve. She approaches cautiously, setting her supplies down just within my reach. Amateurs. A more experienced healer would have stayed well back, used longer instruments to tend my wounds. Poor thing, she murmurs under her breath, probably thinking I'm unconscious. What they're doing to you, it isn't right. Interesting. Dissent in the ranks. Not that it changes anything. She's still one of them, still complicit in keeping me alive for their experiments. She starts with the burns on my thigh, cleaning away dried blood with gentle touches. Her scaled hands are surprisingly warm, and if I weren't planning to kill her in the next few minutes, I might almost appreciate the careful way she works. She reaches for something in her satchel, turning slightly away from me. Now, I surge upward, chains rattling as I grab her around the throat with both hands. Her eyes go wide with shock and terror, but before she can scream, I'm squeezing. Not hard enough to kill her, not yet, but enough to cut off most of her air. Listen very carefully, I whisper, my voice hoarse from disuse. You're going to help me get out of here, or I'm going to tear your throat out with my teeth. She thrashes against my grip, her claws raking across my forearms and drawing fresh blood. The pain is sharp and immediate, but adrenaline drowns it out, makes it distant and manageable. "The keys to these chains," I continue, ignoring the sting of her claws. "Where are they?" She can't speak with my hands around her throat, but she points toward her satchel with one trembling finger. Smart girl. I drag her closer, keeping one hand on her throat while I dig through her supplies with the other. Medical tools, vials of various potions, strips of bandage, and there, at the bottom, a ring of iron keys. "Thank you," I say, and then I squeeze harder. She goes limp in seconds, unconscious but still breathing. I'm not a monster. She was kind to me in her way. And killing someone who showed mercy feels wrong even after everything I've endured. But I'll do it if I have to. The keys work perfectly, and the chains fall away from my wrists with a satisfying clang. I flex my hands, working feeling back into fingers that have been shackled for far too long. My muscles scream in protest as I stand, but I force myself upright through sheer willpower. The Naga healer is still unconscious on the floor, but she won't stay that way long. I need to move. I drag her limp form over to the chains and lock her wrists in the shackles that held me for so long. Poetic justice. When she wakes up, she'll understand exactly what kind of hell she helped perpetuate. The corridor outside my cell is dimly lit and mercifully empty. My bare feet make no sound on the stone floor as I move toward what I hope is the exit. Every muscle in my body protests the movement, but I push through the weakness. I've been planning this moment for months. I won't let physical discomfort stop me now. The first guard I encounter dies quickly and quietly, my hands around his throat before he even realizes I'm there. The second one manages to get out half a shout before I snap his neck. The third actually draws a weapon, some kind of enchanted blade that hums with magical energy, but I'm faster than he expects. The blade cuts deep across my ribs as we struggle, but I get my hands on his windpipe and squeeze until he stops moving. The enchantment dies with him, leaving just an ordinary sword in his dead fingers. I take the blade. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. The building is larger than I expected, a sprawling complex of cells and laboratories that speaks to the scope of their operation. How many other prisoners have they taken over the years? How many other races have they experimented on in their quest for magical immunity? I find Korvek's cell first. The door is standing open, and the chains inside are empty, but stained with old blood. Too much blood. My friend is long dead, and from the look of things, his death wasn't quick or easy. Bren's cell tells the same story. Empty chains, blood stains, the lingering scent of death and decay. I'm the only one left. The knowledge hits me hard, stealing my breath for a moment. Korvek, who'd been sailing with me for 15 years. Bren, who'd been so excited about his first major voyage, so eager to prove himself worthy of Dagon's crew. Dead. Both of them dead because I led them into that Naga ambush. The guilt threatens to overwhelm me, but I push it down. I can grieve later, when I'm free. Right now I need to focus on getting out of this place alive. The exit is heavily guarded, but the Naga aren't expecting an escaped prisoner. They're not prepared for the kind of violence I'm capable of, even weakened as I am. I move through them like a storm, all teeth and claws and desperate fury. A spear catches me in the shoulder, driving deep into muscle. An enchanted net tangles around my legs, but the magic slides off me harmlessly while the physical ropes are easy enough to tear. Someone manages to land a solid hit with a club, and stars explode across my vision as blood runs down my forehead. Normally, I wouldn't even take this many hits. Normally, I'd be able to fight through this with ease. Weak and injured as I am, it's a struggle. But I keep moving, keep fighting, because somewhere out there, Mirath is waiting for me to come home. The night air hits my face like a blessing when I finally break free of the building. I'm standing on a rocky outcropping overlooking a small harbor, and the sight of water, real water, not the stagnant pools in my cell, almost brings me to my knees. There are boats in the harbor, small fishing vessels mostly, but one larger ship that might be able to make the journey to a proper port. stumble down the rocky path, my legs shaking with exhaustion and blood loss. Every step is agony, but I force myself to keep moving. So close now, so close to freedom. The ship I choose is small but seaworthy, with supplies enough for a short voyage. The crew is nowhere to be seen, probably asleep in whatever passes for a tavern in this God's forsaken place. I cut the moorings with the stolen sword and push off from the dock just as shouts echo from the complex above. They've discovered my escape. Let them come. By the time they organize a pursuit, I'll be long gone. The sail catches the wind, and the little boat leaps forward across the dark water. Behind me, torches are moving on the shore, and I can hear the angry hissing of Naga voices carried on the night breeze. But ahead lies the open sea, and beyond that, home. Mirath. I point the bow toward the horizon and let the wind carry me away from hell.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprathika.com. Prathika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 14. Mirath. The sound of Taran's delighted squeal cuts through the morning air as we make our way toward the festival grounds, his small hand clutched firmly in Dagon's massive one. The boy can barely contain his excitement, practically bouncing on his toes as he takes in the colourful banners strung between buildings and the enticing smells drifting from food stalls already setting up for the day to kick off the celebration of light. Music, Taran announces, pointing toward a group of musicians tuning their instruments near the fountain. Dada, music. Aye, lad, plenty of music today. Dagon's voice carries that warm rumble of affection it always holds when he talks to the children. He shifts Kai higher in the sling across his chest, and she babbles happily at the change in position, tiny hands reaching for his beard. Soraya walks beside me, Rose secured in her own sling against my chest. My daughter's amber eyes are wide and unblinking as she takes in the chaos of colour and sound around us. At 2 months old, everything is new and overwhelming, but she seems content to observe from the safety of my arms. She's fascinated by everything, Soraya observes, reaching over to brush a finger against Rose's cheek. Look how she's staring at those streamers. I follow her gaze to where lengths of blue and gold fabric flutter in the morning breeze, catching the early sunlight. Rose's head turns to track their movement, and a tiny sound escapes her, not quite a coo, but something close. First festival for both girls, Dagon says, adjusting the strap of Kai's sling. They won't remember it, but still. The words hit me with unexpected force. Their first celebration of light, Kai's and Rose's first experience with the music and dancing, the games and laughter that fill these 3 weeks every year. It should be a joyful thought, but instead, it opens a hollow ache in my chest. Because I can't help remembering another first festival, another person who showed me how magical this time of year could be. Come on, let me take you out. I like you exactly as prickly as you are. Dance with me. I shake my head sharply, banishing the memories before it can take root. That was last year when I thought, when I believed that maybe I'd found something worth keeping, when I let myself imagine what it might be like to have someone who wanted to stay. Ro shifts against my chest, making another soft sound, and I focus on her instead. On the way, her dark curls catch the light, revealing those faint silver streaks that are unmistakably her father's. On how her tiny fist has somehow found its way to her mouth, and she's gnawing contentedly on her knuckles. My daughter, my family, that's what matters now. The puppet show starts soon, Soraya says, consulting a piece of parchment she picked up from one of the information stalls. And there's a storytelling circle for the little ones around midday. "Puppets!" Taran shouts, tugging on Dagon's hand. "Want puppets?" Dagon chuckles, the sound deep and warm. "All right, lad. Puppets it is." We make our way through the growing crowd toward the small stage that's been set up near the market square. The festival grounds are already bustling despite the early hour, families claiming spots on blankets spread across the grass, while vendors hawk their wares from colourful stalls. The air smells of sweet pastries and roasted nuts, of the reused wine that flows freely during the celebration of light. Somewhere nearby, someone is playing a lyre, the rustic music adding to the festive atmosphere. It's beautiful, magical even, and all I can think about is how much Harrow loved this, how much I enjoyed it in his arms. Stop it. I force myself to take a deep breath, focusing on the weight of Ro in my arms and the warmth of Soraya's presence beside me. This is my life now, my family, my daughter who needs me to be present, not lost in memories of someone who chose not to come back. The puppet show is everything Taran could have hoped for. Bright colours and silly voices, a simple story about a brave knight rescuing a village from a troublesome dragon. He sits transfixed on Dagon's lap, occasionally clapping his hands when the puppet dragon is particularly dramatic. Kai seems equally enthralled, though I suspect it's more about the music and movement than any understanding of the story. She babbles constantly throughout the performance, as if providing her own commentary, and several times I catch other parents smiling at her enthusiasm. Ro remains wide-eyed and quiet, taking everything in with that serious expression she gets when she's processing new experiences. When the puppet starts singing, her little eyebrows furrow, as if she's trying to understand where the music is coming from. "She's so alert," Soraya murmurs, leaning closer so I can hear her over the performance. "Look how she's tracking every movement." She's right. Ro's gaze follows the puppets with an intensity that seems almost too focused for such a young baby. When the night puppet brandishes his sword, she reaches out with one tiny hand as if trying to touch it, despite the distance. "She's like that," I say quietly. "Always analysing everything." Soraya gives me a knowing look. Wonder where she gets that from. After the puppet show, we wander through the various stalls and booths set up around the festival grounds. Taran insists on stopping at every single one, his small hands reaching for carved wooden toys and crystallized fruits, while Dagon patiently explains why he can't have everything he sees. "Just one," Taran negotiates, holding up a single finger. "Please, Dada." "We'll see, lad. Let's look at everything first, then decide." It's such a normal family interaction, the kind of gentle guidance that speaks to how naturally Dagon has settled into fatherhood. Watching him with Taran, patient, loving, completely devoted, I can see why Soraya fell for him so completely. It also makes my chest ache with a longing I try hard to ignore. At the storytelling circle, we spread out on a blanket while an elderly woman in colourful robes regales the gathered children with tales of the Lady of the Light. Taran sits cross-legged between Soraya and Dagon, his attention split between the storyteller and a wooden horse he convinced Dagon to buy him. Kai has grown fussy in the heat and crowd, so Dagon bounces her gently while she gnaws on a teething ring. The motion seems to soothe her, and soon she's back to her usual cheerful babbling. Ro has fallen asleep against my chest, her tiny fist curled against my collarbone. In sleep, Her features relax into something so peaceful and perfect that it takes my breath away. This little person who came from my body, who depends on me for everything, who exists because of a choice I made to let someone in, even if that someone left. She must be getting heavy, Soraya observes, noting how I'm shifting Ro's weight. Want me to take her for a while? I'm fine. The words come out almost like a snap, and I see hurt flash across Soraya's face. Sorry, I've got her. Soraya nods, but I can tell she's filing away my reaction for later analysis. She knows me too well, understands that my need to handle everything myself is usually a sign of something deeper going on. The truth is, holding Ro keeps me grounded, keeps me focused on what's real and present, instead of drifting into memories of sea-glass eyes and calloused hands, of promises made and broken. As the afternoon wears on, we make our way through more activities. A ring toss game that Taryn attempts with mixed success, a demonstration of traditional dances that has Kai squealing with delight at the spinning colours, a food stall where we sample various festival treats. Everything is perfect. Exactly the kind of day that should leave me feeling grateful and content. Instead, I feel like I'm watching it all through glass, present but somehow separate from the joy around me. You're quiet today, Soraya says, during a lull while Dagan and Taryn are off getting drinks. We're sitting on a bench near the fountain, both girls drowsing in our arms after the excitement of the day. Just tired. It's not entirely a lie. Rose still wakes frequently during the night, and running the shop while caring for an infant leaves me exhausted most days. Mirath. Soraya's voice carries that particular tone that means she's not buying my deflection. What's really going on? I look down at Rose's sleeping face, tracing the curve of her cheek with one finger. It's nothing. Just, first festival with... I stop myself before I can finish the sentence. Without him. Without the person who showed me how beautiful this time of year could be, who made me believe in magic and possibility, and the idea that someone might actually want to stay. With? Soraya prompts gently. With Ro, I finish lamely. Everything's different now. It's true enough, even if it's not the whole truth. Last year at this time, I experienced the festival, really experienced it, for the first time. I started falling for a minotaur I shouldn't have, letting him in without knowing what would become of it. This year, I know better. Soraya studies my face for a long moment, then nods. It is different. But look what you have now. She gestures toward Ro. She's incredible, Mirath. You both are. The kindness in her voice almost undoes me. Soraya has never pressed me about Ro's father, never demanded explanations I'm not ready to give. She's simply accepted my daughter as part of our family, loved her as if she were blood. I know, I manage. I do know that. When Dagan and Taryn return with cups of non-alcoholic rosed wine and fresh pastries, the boys are both sporting matching grins that speak to some shared adventure. What did you two get up to? Soraya asks, accepting her cup with a raised eyebrow. Taught Taryn how to skip stones, Dagan explains, settling down beside us, though mostly he just threw rocks in the fountain. Splash! Taryn confirms enthusiastically, making exaggerated throwing motions. Big splash! Kai, apparently roused by her brother's excitement, opens her eyes and immediately starts babbling, as if she has very important opinions about stone skipping that everyone needs to hear. Someone's got thoughts about everything, Dagan says fondly, adjusting her position so she can see the fountain. Don't you, little one? The easy affection between them, between all of them, is beautiful to watch. This is what family looks like, what love looks like when it's real and lasting, and built on more than just attraction and shared laughter. As the sun begins to sink toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold, families start packing up their blankets and heading home. The evening festivities will begin soon. The drinking and dancing and adult games that made last year's celebration of light so memorable. But those aren't for us anymore. Not with 2 infants and a toddler who's already rubbing his eyes despite his protests that he's not tired. We should head back, Soraya says, echoing my thoughts. Someone needs a nap before dinner. Not tired, Taran mumbles, even as he leans heavily against Dagon's side. Course not, lad, just resting your eyes. We gather our things and make our way slowly through the dispersing crowd. Taran insists on walking for the first few blocks, though Dagon ends up carrying him the last part of the way when the boy's steps become increasingly wobbly. At the corner where our paths diverge, theirs toward the house and orchard, mine toward the shop, we pause to say our goodbyes. Thank you for letting us tag along, I tell them, meaning it. We had a great time. Your family, Soraya says simply, reaching over to squeeze my free hand. This is what family does. Dagon nods his agreement, bouncing a now sleeping Taran in his arms. You and the little one are stuck with us now. The words warm something cold and defensive in my chest. Family. Despite everything that's happened, despite the secrets I keep and the walls I maintain, they still consider us family. I watch them walk away until they disappear around the corner, then turn toward my own street. Ro is awake again, making soft sounds as she takes in the changing light and shadows of evening. Just us now, sweet girl, I murmur to her. Home for dinner and a quiet night. It sounds perfect, actually. After the crowds and noise of the festival, the prospect of my small, peaceful apartment feels like exactly what I need. I'm mentally cataloguing what I have in the pantry for dinner when I turn onto my street and see him. Sitting on the step outside my locked shop, broad shoulders unmistakable even in the fading light. Harrow.
Chapter 15. Harrow. The steps outside Myroth's shop feel like they might crumble under my weight, though I know that's just exhaustion talking. Every bone in my body aches, every muscle screams in protest from the journey here. Another week long after I escaped. But I made it. After everything, the chains, the experiments, the desperate escape, I finally made it back to Miltar. Back to her. The shop is dark, shutters drawn tight against the evening light. I tried the door first, of course, rattling the handle like some desperate fool before accepting that it was locked up for the night. Or maybe for the festival. The celebration of light. I'd forgotten it was this time of year. The streets are full of families heading home from the day's festivities, children clutching wooden toys and parents carrying sleeping little ones. A year ago, I was here for the celebration, dancing with Myroth, watching her smile bloom across her face like sunrise, kissing her in the moonlight, carrying her upstairs to that narrow bed that couldn't hold both our weights. Seems like a lifetime ago now. I shift against the stone step, trying to find a position that doesn't send fire shooting through my ribs. The jagged cuts that haven't healed pull tight with every breath, a reminder of how close I came to never seeing this place again. How close I came to dying in that place without ever explaining what happened. Without ever telling her that I kept my promise. That I came back, just not when I said I would. The sun sinks lower, painting the narrow street in shades of amber and gold. My stomach clenches with hunger, but I ignore it. I've gotten good at ignoring hunger over the past year. Good at ignoring a lot of things. But I can't ignore the way my heart hammers against my cracked ribs when I see a familiar figure turning onto the street. Myroth. She's got something strapped to her chest, a bundle of fabric that shifts and moves as she walks. My first thought is herbs, maybe some delicate supplies she's been carrying to keep safe during the festival crowds. But as she gets closer, I realize it's not supplies at all. It's a baby. A tiny person with dark curls visible beneath a small knitted cap, little fists waving as Myroth adjusts whatever contraption she's using to carry the child. Must be helping a client, some new mother who needed Myroth's expertise during the festivities. That would be just like her, taking on extra work to help someone through their first festival with a newborn. My chest tightens with something that might be affection or might just be relief at seeing her again. After so many months of wondering if I'd ever get the chance, if I'd die in that place with her name on my lips, seeing Mirath alive and whole and exactly as beautiful as I remembered feels like a miracle. I want nothing more than to sweep her up in my arms, but I know Mirath. I know she won't be ready to let me in after she probably rebuilt all her walls, and I have no problem scaling them again and reclaiming her as mine. This time I'm not going anywhere. She notices me when she's still half a block away, her steps slowing as she takes in the sight of someone sitting outside her shop. I can see the exact moment recognition hits, the way her spine goes rigid, her free hand moving instinctively to protect whatever she's carrying. By the time she reaches me, her face has gone carefully blank. That look I remember from our first meeting at the docks, when she decided I was trouble and wanted nothing to do with me. "What are you doing here?" No greeting, no relief that I'm alive. Just that cool, professional tone that cuts through me like an enchanted blade, though I suspected that she might not have heard from Dagon where I was. I prepared myself for this. I push myself to my feet, swaying slightly as the world tilts around me. It's a long story, lovely. The endearment slips out before I can stop it, and I watch her flinch like I've struck her. The baby in her arms makes a soft sound, and Mirath's expression softens fractionally as she looks down at the child before hardening again when her gaze returns to me. She's looking me over now, those sharp gray eyes cataloging every change, and there are plenty to catalog. I know what I look like, at least 20 pounds lighter than when I left, skin hanging loose over bones that jut too sharply. The scars are impossible to miss, jagged lines crisscrossing my arms and torso where they tested their theories about minotaur resilience. The burn marks from when they wanted to see if fire magic would work differently than regular flames. My horn is still chipped from that first boarding fight years ago, but now there's a crack running down the right tusk that wasn't there before. From when they wanted to test how much force it would take to break minotaur bone. I look like what I am, a survivor of something terrible. Even my clothes are mere scraps that don't cover much of the damage that I sustained. Does that story explain why you never came back? Her voice is steady, but I can hear the hurt underneath. The anger she's trying so hard to contain. It does. For a long moment, we just stand there. The baby makes another sound, and Mirath automatically rocks slightly, a motion so natural it looks unconscious. The child must be important to her, whoever it belongs to. "All right," she says finally, fishing a key from her pocket. "Come on then." She unlocks the shop door and pushes it open, the familiar sense of dried herbs and healing salves washing over me. Home. This place smells like home in a way that the sea never quite managed, despite all my years aboard ship. I follow her through the shop, past the neat shelves and workbenches, toward the narrow stairs that lead to her apartment. Each step is an effort, my legs shaking with exhaustion I can't quite hide. But I make it, gripping the rail tighter than dignity would normally allow. The apartment hasn't changed much, still small and tidy, still smelling of mint and smoke, and that particular combination of herbs that clings to everything Mirath touches. But there are new things scattered around. A wooden cradle by the hearth, tiny clothes hanging on a line near the window, bottles and soft blankets piled on the table. Baby things. Enough baby things to suggest this isn't just a temporary situation. The child in Mirath's arms shifts, and she moves toward the cradle with practiced efficiency. I get a better look at the baby as she settles the little one down, dark hair with the faintest silver streaks catching the lamplight, amber eyes that seem too alert for someone so small. A beautiful child. The client who belongs to this baby is lucky to have Mirath's help. "You look like hell," Mirath says without looking at me, adjusting a small blanket around the baby. "Feel worse than I look, if you can believe that." She straightens, finally meeting my eyes again. "When's the last time you ate or bathed?" "It's been a while." I don't bother with specifics. Don't mention that the last proper meal was 3 days ago, bought with coins I'd earned loading cargo in the port, where I finally found passage to Miltar. Don't mention that the last bath was in freezing water a week back when I pulled my tiny stolen boat ashore and tried to scrub off a year's worth of filth. Myrath nods, all business now. "You can use my shower," she says, pointing toward a door I remember leads to her small washroom. "I can probably scrounge up something for you to change into. Those clothes..." She gestures at the salt-stained, blood-spotted rags I've been wearing for far too long. "They've seen better days," I admit. "That's one way to put it." The baby makes a small sound from the cradle, and Myrath glances over automatically. The tenderness in her expression catches me off guard. The same look she used to get when treating particularly difficult patients, but softer somehow. More personal. "Go on," she says, turning back to me. "Clean up. We'll talk after." I want to reach for her. Want to close the distance between us and pull her against me until I can convince myself this is real, that I'm actually here and safe, and she's letting me stay. I want to hold her so bad it hurts. But the careful space she's maintaining tells me everything I need to know about where we stand. So I nod and head toward the washroom, pausing only to look back once. She's already focused on the baby again, checking something in the cradle with the same meticulous attention she brings to everything important in her life. The washroom is exactly as I remember. Small but functional, with a basin and mirror, and the shower setup that is definitely meant for a human woman, not a minotaur. I catch sight of myself in the mirror and wince. She's right. I do look like hell. The face staring back at me is gaunt, cheekbones sharp enough to cut glass. My fur has lost its luster, patches of it missing where they shaved areas for their experiments. The scar tissue across my torso is still raised and angry, though the ones on my arms, legs, and face aren't much better. But I'm alive. Against all odds, despite everything they did to me, I'm alive and I'm here. The shower is a luxury I'd forgotten existed. Hot water sluicing over skin that's been too long without proper cleaning, washing away layers of grime and salt and the lingering stench of that cell. I probably stand under the spray longer than I should, but the heat feels like absolution. When I finally emerge, there's a pile of clothes waiting on the small stool by the door. A pair of loose trousers that would have once fit me, and a shirt that's definitely seen better days but smells clean. Myrath's work, no doubt, scrounged from whatever she had available. The clothes hang loose on my diminished frame, but they're clean and dry and mine for now. That's more than I've had in months. I run my hands through my damp mane, trying to work out some of the tangles, and take a long look at myself in the mirror. Still too thin, still marked by everything that happened, but more alive again. Civilized, ready to face whatever comes next.
Chapter 16. Myrath. I settle into the chair across from where I've set out a bowl of leftover baru, the hearty stew still warm after heating the leftovers I had planned for my own dinner. My hands shake slightly as I ladle another portion, not from nerves, but from the bone-deep exhaustion that comes from a full day at the festival with Ro, followed by the shock of finding Harrow sitting outside my shop like some ghost from a life I'd tried to bury. My baby sleeps peacefully in her cradle, one tiny fist curled against her cheek. She'd been so alert during the festival crowds, almost overwhelmed by all the noise and celebration, but the familiar quiet of home has settled her. I glance at her automatically, that constant maternal check that's become second nature over the past year. Harrow emerges from the washroom looking more like the man I remember, though the clothes hang on him like they belong to someone else. The loose trousers I keep for larger patients who might need emergency treatment bunch around his waist, held up by a piece of rope I found in my supplies. The shirt now looks comically large across his diminished frame, but his mane is clean, the storm grey fur darkened with water and hanging in damp waves around his shoulders. Without the grime and salt, I can see the true extent of what he's been through. Scars crisscross his arms in deliberate patterns, too precise to be accidental. Burn marks dot his forearms like some twisted constellation. The crack in his right tusk catches the lamplight, a jagged line that speaks of deliberate damage. He's a mess of pain, and wearing it on his skin. It's enough to make me feel wary about what he's going to tell me, my heart aching for him. Better? I ask, gesturing toward the bowl I've set out for him. Much. His voice is rough, exhausted in a way that goes deeper than physical tiredness. He settles into the chair across from me with careful movements, like someone who's learned to be cautious about sudden motion. I watch him take his first spoonful of the stew, the way his eyes close briefly as he tastes actual food. When was the last time he had a proper meal? The question sits in my throat, but I don't ask it. Not yet. Instead, I study him with the same clinical attention I bring to examining patients. The weight loss is severe, at least 20 pounds, maybe more. His cheekbones stand out sharp and hollow beneath fur that's lost its luster. His body looks like it's barely going anymore. But it's the scars that make my stomach clench. They're not the random marks of battle or accident. They're methodical, deliberate. Someone did this to him on purpose, over time, with careful planning. You said you had a story to tell, I say quietly, wrapping my hands around my own bowl for warmth. I'm listening. Harrow pauses with the spoon halfway to his mouth, those amber eyes meeting mine across the small table. For a moment, he looks younger than his years, uncertain in a way I've never seen from him before. It's not a pleasant story, lovely. The endearment makes something twist in my chest, part pain, part relief that he still calls me that despite everything. Despite the way I greeted him like a stranger, the careful distance I've maintained since he arrived. I figured as much, I say, gesturing toward the visible damage. Tell me anyway. He sets down the spoon and leans back in the chair, one hand unconsciously rubbing at a particularly angry scar on his forearm. We were 3 days out from Milthar when they hit us. Naga. The word comes out flat, matter of fact. Used magic to wreck the ship, some kind of water manipulation that created massive waves in calm seas. Tore the hull apart like it was made of paper. I've heard stories about Naga magic, the way they can command water and wind when they choose to leave their isolationist kingdom. But an unprovoked attack on minotaur traders, that's nearly unheard of. Most of the crew were killed in the process, Harrow continues, his gaze fixed on the table between us. But they wanted prisoners, took 3 of us, including me, wanted to study us. The clinical detachment in his voice doesn't hide the tension in his shoulders, the way his free hand has curled into a fist against his thigh. I want to reach across the table, cover that fist with my own, but I force myself to stay still, to listen. Study you how? Though I think I already know, given the evidence written across his skin. My brain is partly in shock as I listen, though, unable to process this. They wanted to understand how minotaur immunity to magic works. His laugh is bitter, empty of any humour. Thought if they could figure it out, they could find a way to manipulate it. Use it for themselves, maybe, or just satisfy their curiosity about the inferior races. The casual way he says it makes my stomach turn, like he's discussing the weather instead of describing a year of systematic torture. They'd test different types of magic on us, he continues, finally looking up to meet my eyes. See what worked and what didn't. Fire magic still burns, even if the enchantment doesn't take hold. Enchanted blades still cut skin, even if the magic doesn't affect us directly. They were very thorough in their research. I feel sick. I think of the nights I spent angry, feeling abandoned and forgotten. The mornings I woke up expecting to hear news of his ship returning, only to face another day of silence. The way I convinced myself that he'd simply decided I wasn't worth coming back for, and I grew angry at him, all while he was chained somewhere, being torn apart by creatures who saw him as nothing more than an interesting puzzle to solve. I press my hand to my mouth, fighting back the bile that rises as I think over all of this. 3 lives destroyed for the sake of scientific curiosity. 3 men who should have returned home to their families, their work, their lives. So much time lost and so much pain gained. And I had been none the wiser. How did you get out? The question comes out as barely a whisper. Patience. He picks up the spoon again, takes another careful bite of stew, like the act of eating is helping him stay grounded. I waited until they left me alone with one of their healers. They had to keep us alive between sessions after all. Grabbed her, forced the keys from her, got out of the chains. He makes it sound simple, but I can see the shadows in his eyes that suggest it was anything but. The planning it would have taken, the desperation required to overpower a healer and fight his way to freedom after so many months of torture. Fought my way to the shore, stole a boat. Took me another week to reach a port where I could find passage back here. He pauses, studying my face with those 2 perceptive amber eyes. I kept my promise, lovely. I came back. Just not when I said I would. I swallow hard at that. All this time, I'd been nursing hurt feelings and wounded pride, convinced that he'd simply chosen to stay away. That I'd meant so little to him that 3 weeks in my bed wasn't worth the effort of returning. Instead, he'd been fighting for his life, enduring unimaginable pain while I was here, safe in my shop, angry at him for something that was never his choice. And he's here trying to tell me he came back for me, like he has to make it up to me when I should be there for him, when he just ripped down all my walls and I want to launch myself into his arms, knowing that he fought to come back to me and I was so wrong. Mirath. His voice is gentler now, concerned. You've gone pale. I shake my head, not trusting my voice. The guilt sits in my stomach like a stone, heavy and cold and impossible to ignore. How many nights did I lie awake, furious at him for breaking his word? How many times did I tell myself that I should have known better than to trust a sailor's promises? You couldn't have known, he says, reading my expression with the same ease he always had. There was no way for you to know. But that doesn't make it better. If anything, it makes it worse. My baby stirs in her cradle, making a small sound that draws my attention. Ro, my daughter. Harrow's daughter, though he doesn't know it yet. Another layer of guilt settles over me as I realise how much more complicated this has all become. And the first thing you did was come here. It's the only place I wanted to be. Harrow takes another spoonful of stew, and I notice his hands are steadier now. The simple act of eating, of being clean and warm and safe, is already working to restore some of his strength. I wanted to come home to you. Home. The word settles between us, loaded with meaning I'm not ready to examine. This place, this small apartment above my shop, had never felt like home to me until the night he stayed over. Until I woke up in his arms and realised that I'd been waiting my whole life for someone to see me the way he did. Now he's back, scarred and damaged but alive, calling my home his home like the months between never happened. Like I didn't spend all that time teaching myself to live without him. But looking at him now, really looking, taking in the careful way he holds himself, the shadows that linger in his eyes, the visible proof of everything he's survived, I realise that my anger was a luxury I can't afford to maintain. He's here. He's alive. And whatever else we need to figure out, whatever complicated conversations still lie ahead, that's enough for now. Eat, I tell him, nodding toward his bowl. You look like you haven't had a decent meal in months. Because I haven't. But there's something approaching his old humour in the words, a glimpse of the man who used to tease me into smiling despite my best efforts. I watch him eat with the focused attention of someone who's learned not to take food for granted, and try to reconcile this version of Harrow with the confident, flirtatious sailor who swept me off my feet a year ago. The bones are the same, the basic structure unchanged, but everything else has been refined by suffering into something harder and more precious. He's still beautiful, in the way that things are beautiful when they've survived being broken. Still mine. if I'm brave enough to claim him again. If I'm brave enough to tell him about the daughter sleeping 3 feet away from us, the child he doesn't even know exists yet.
Chapter 17. Harrow. The relief that floods through me when Mirath finishes listening is so intense it's almost painful. She believes me. After everything, the year of absence, the broken promises, the way I must look like a ghost of the man she knew. She believes me. I can see it in the way her shoulders have relaxed, how the sharp defensive edge has softened from her voice. But there's something else bothering me now. Something that's been nagging at the back of my mind since I first came up to the apartment and saw her place the baby in the cradle. The toys scattered around the apartment, the cradle positioned where she can see it from anywhere in the main room, the practiced way she moves around the space with a child in mind. I take another spoonful of the stew, buying myself time while I figure out how to ask the question that's been burning in my chest since I arrived. The food tastes better than anything I've had in over a year, but my appetite has disappeared under the weight of curiosity and something that feels suspiciously like jealousy. Now you know where I've been for a year, but I think there may have been some developments in your life that I don't know about. Mirath just cocks a brow. The baby, I say finally, setting down my spoon and nodding toward the cradle where the little one sleeps. Is she yours? Maybe it's not my place, but I need to know. I need to understand what kind of life Mirath built while I was gone, what, or who, filled the space I left behind. Mirath's expression shifts, something guarded sliding into place behind her eyes. Yes, Ro is mine. The confirmation still sends a shockwave through me, even though I'd already suspected. A year. She had a year to move on, to find someone who could give her stability instead of promises of return that went unfulfilled. Someone who didn't disappear for months at a time, leaving her to wonder if he was dead or simply didn't care enough to come back. I nod, trying to keep my expression neutral while jealousy claws at my insides like a living thing. Of course she moved on. What did I expect? That she'd wait indefinitely for a sailor who might never return? That she'd put her life on hold based on a few days of... what? Good sex and promises from a man she barely knew? Right. The word comes out rough, even as I try to bury the emotion. She's beautiful. Takes after her mother. Mirath makes a sound that's half scoff, half laugh, shaking her head with an expression I can't quite read. You're an idiot, Harrow. The blunt statement catches me off guard. What? She's yours too. The words hang in the air between us, so simple and devastating that for a moment I'm sure I misheard her. The room goes completely still except for the soft sound of the baby, my baby, breathing in her sleep. Mine? The word comes out as barely a whisper. Yours. Mirath's voice is steady now, watching my face with that clinical attention she brings to everything important. Conceived the night we broke my bed, I'd guess. Born about 8 months after you were supposed to return. The timeline clicks into place with mathematical precision. She would have found out after I'd already disappeared. A child born to a mother who thought she'd been abandoned. I can't breathe. Can't think past the roaring in my ears that sounds like storm winds and crashing waves. I have a daughter. We have a daughter. Why didn't you... I start, then stop, because the question is stupid. How could she have told me? I never came back. For all she knew, I was dead, or had simply chosen to stay away. Tell you? With what magical message system? Mirath's tone is dry, but there's pain underneath it. You disappeared, Harrow. I waited for you, and when you didn't come back, I figured you decided 3 weeks with me wasn't worth the bother of returning. I wasn't about to chase after a man who'd made his choice. The guilt is crushing, making it hard to draw a full breath. While I was fighting for survival, planning my escape, holding on to the memory of her as the one bright thing worth living for, she was here dealing with pregnancy alone, giving birth alone, raising our child while believing I'd simply abandoned them both, Can I? My voice cracks, and I have to clear my throat before trying again. Can I see her? Mirath's expression softens at the question, some of the guardedness melting away. Of course. She rises from her chair with the fluid grace I remember, moving to the cradle with practiced quiet. I follow, my legs unsteady in a way that has nothing to do with months of captivity and everything to do with the magnitude of what's happening. Ro, my daughter, lies curled on her side, one tiny fist pressed against her cheek. She's perfect in the way all babies are perfect, but as I look closer, I can see the details that mark her as mine. The bronze-brown skin that's darker than Mirath's and takes after my coloring. The soft curls that catch the lamplight with hints of silver, just like my mane. And when she stirs slightly in her sleep, turning her head, I catch a glimpse of tiny horn buds, lighter than mine, almost cream-colored. I named her Rowan, Mirath says quietly beside me. I like that name. She hums. She's got your eyes, amber with those green flecks, and she hums when she's content, just like you do when you're working. I reach out without thinking, stopping just short of touching her. My hand hovers over her small form, trembling with the effort of restraint. She's so small, so fragile, perfect and whole, and mine in a way I never expected to experience. She's beautiful, I whisper, and my voice breaks on the words. She's perfect. She's a good baby. Quiet, curious, loves textures. She's always grabbing at everything, feeling the world with her hands. Mirath's voice is soft with the kind of love that comes from knowing someone completely. She adores Kai and Taryn. Soraya and Dagon spoil her rotten. I hadn't even thought of Dagon since I dragged myself back. It hadn't occurred to me to be anywhere but at Mirath's side. But I'm glad to know that she's had support. Family of some kind. Do they know she's mine? Not that it would matter. I'm sure Dagon presumed me dead as well. What other option did he have? No, Mirath shakes her head. I never told them who her father was. If you wanted to be gone, then fine. I wasn't going to beg. The pride in her voice is familiar, the stubborn independence that made me fall for her in the first place. But underneath it, I can hear the hurt she's tried so hard to hide. The pain of believing she'd been left behind by choice rather than circumstance. I want to gather them both in my arms, hold them close and never let go. Want to make up for every moment I missed, every night Mirath spent alone and wondering. But I'm also terrified of being too rough, too damaged, too much for this perfect small life we created together. I'm sorry, I say, the words completely inadequate for the magnitude of what I'm apologizing for missing it all, for not being here when you needed me. I know now that it wasn't your choice, Mirath replies, pain still in her voice. But it's the pain for both of us, for all that we lost. You would have been here if you could have. The truth that doesn't make it hurt less, doesn't change the fact that my daughter is 2 months old, and I'm meeting her for the first time. That Mirath went through pregnancy and childbirth believing she'd been abandoned. That I missed first smiles, first laughs, all the tiny moments that make up a life. You can stay, Mirath says suddenly, her voice quiet but firm. Here, with us. We can sort out the rest of it later, but you need rest. You need to heal. The offer catches me completely off guard. After everything, the year of absence, the complicated reality of a child I didn't know existed, the damage that's been done to both of us. She's willing to let me stay, to give us a chance to figure out what this means. Are you sure? I ask, because I need to hear her say it again. I'd spent so long hoping that I hadn't missed my chance with her, and now she's welcoming me back. I'm sure. She reaches out, fingers brushing against my hand where it still hovers over our daughter. I missed you, Harrow. I missed you so much it felt like dying some days, and she deserves to know her father. The simple touch of her skin against mine is enough to undo me completely. I turn my hand to capture her fingers, holding them carefully like they might disappear if I'm not gentle enough. Come on, she says after a moment, stepping back but keeping hold of my hand. You need sleep. Real sleep. In a real bed. She leads me toward the back of the apartment to the bedroom I remember from when I was here last. That bed I bought her is still taking up most of the space, and the room is the same, still carrying traces of Mirath's presence in every careful detail. I sit heavily on the edge of the bed, exhaustion hitting me like a physical weight now that the adrenaline of reunion is wearing off. My body aches in ways I'd managed to ignore while we were talking, the deep bone weariness of someone who's been running on determination alone for too long. Mirath moves around the room with practiced efficiency, banking the small fire and adjusting the lamp to cast a softer glow. When she turns back to me, there's something almost shy in her expression. I should warn you, she says, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. I'm still nursing. I'll have to get up with her a few times during the night. The casual mention of nursing brings another wave of reality. This is her life now. Our life, if she'll let me be part of it. Night feedings and early mornings, the constant awareness of a small person who depends on us completely. It's terrifying and wonderful and completely different from anything I ever imagined for myself. I don't mind, I tell her, and I mean it. I want to learn, all of it. She nods, then begins undressing with the same unself-conscious efficiency she brought to everything else. I watch her, drinking in the sight of skin I thought I might never see again. She's different. Fuller in the hips and breasts, her body carrying the evidence of pregnancy and motherhood. But she's still beautiful, more so even. Still the woman who haunted my dreams during the worst moments of captivity. When she climbs into bed beside me, I can barely believe it's real. The warmth of her body against mine, the familiar weight of her head on my shoulder, the way she fits perfectly against my side like she was made for this exact position. This feels like a dream, I murmur into her hair, one arm coming up to hold her close. Like I'm going to wake up back in those chains. You're not, she says firmly, hand spreading flat against my chest where my heart is racing. You're here. You're safe. You're home. Home. There's that word again. But this time it doesn't feel overwhelming. It feels right, like something I can finally believe in. I close my eyes, letting myself sink into the sensation of holding her again. The months of pain and isolation feel distant now, like they happened to someone else. This is real. Mirath warm against my side, our daughter sleeping safely in the next room, the promise of time to heal and figure out what comes next. For the first time in over a year, I allow myself to truly rest. I wake to the soft sound of Mirath sliding back into bed, the mattress dipping under her weight as she settles beside me. The room is darker now, the lamp turned down to barely a glow, and I can hear the faint sounds of Rose settling back to sleep in the nursery next door. Sorry, Mirath whispers, though her voice carries easily in the quiet room. Tried not to wake you. It's fine. My voice comes out rough with sleep, and I reach for her automatically, hands finding the warm curve of her waist. Everything all right? She was hungry. Mirath allows me to pull her closer, her body soft and pliant against mine. Neither of us sleep for very long stretches yet. The casual domesticity of it hits me again. This is her reality, has been for months. Night feedings and sleep deprivation, the constant needs of a small person who depends on her completely. And she's been doing it alone without anyone to share the load or offer relief when exhaustion became overwhelming. I'm sorry I wasn't here for that, I say, fingers tracing idle patterns on her hip through the thin fabric of her nightgown. For any of it. You're here now. Her hand finds my chest, palm flat against skin that's too lean but warming under her touch. That's what matters. But even as she says it, I can feel the tension in her body, the way she's holding herself carefully against me. Like she's not quite sure this is real either, or maybe like she's afraid to want it too much in case it disappears again. I turn toward her, one hand coming up to cup her face in the dim light. Her skin is soft under my palm, and when I brush my thumb across her cheekbone, she leans into the touch with a small sigh that goes straight through me. Mirath. Her name comes out rough, loaded with everything I can't figure out how to say. How much I missed her. How many nights I thought about exactly this, holding her in the dark, feeling her breathe against my chest. I know. Her voice is soft, understanding. I missed you too. Missed this. She shifts closer, and suddenly I'm intensely aware of every point where our bodies connect. The warmth of her thigh against mine, the soft press of her breasts against my chest, the way her breath fans across my collarbone. My body responds instantly, blood rushing south despite months of deprivation, and the bone-deep exhaustion that still clings to me. It's been so long, too long since I felt anything but pain, since I remembered what it was like to want something good instead of just surviving until the next day. The desire hits me like a physical force, making my hands tighten on her waist. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprathika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
For long moments afterward, we just lay there, breathing hard and tangled together. My body feels loose and satisfied in a way I'd forgotten was possible. And when Mirath traces lazy patterns on my back with her fingertips, I think I could stay like this forever.
Chapter 18. Mirath. I wake to the soft rumble of Harrow's voice drifting from the main room, low and gentle in a way I've never heard before. For a moment, I'm disoriented. It's been so long since I woke to anyone else's voice in my home. Then memory floods back. Harrow's return, his story, the revelation that he didn't abandon us, the way we came together last night with desperate need and tender relief. Sunlight filters through the bedroom curtains, painting everything in soft gold, and I realise I've slept later than usual. Rose should be fussing for her morning feeding by now, but instead I hear that warm murmur of conversation continuing from the other room. I slip from bed carefully, pulling on my nightgown and padding barefoot across the cool floor. The apartment is quiet except for Harrow's voice, and as I approach the doorway, I can make out individual words. Eyes like mine. You're going to be trouble, aren't you? Beautiful and clever like her, stubborn like me. There's wonder in his voice, and something that sounds suspiciously like awe. I missed so much already. Your first smile, first laugh. But I'm here now, little one. I'm here now. I pause in the doorway, not wanting to interrupt this moment. Harrow sits in the chair beside the window, early morning light catching the silver streaks in his mane and highlighting the gentle way he holds our daughter. He looks enormous next to her tiny frame, all broad shoulders and powerful muscle, even if he is slimmer than when I last saw him. But his hands are impossibly careful as he supports her head, one massive finger stroking the soft skin of her cheek. Ro coos up at him, those amber eyes wide and curious as she studies his face. Her tiny fist waves in the air, and when Harrow offers her his finger, she grabs on with the determined grip that never fails to surprise me with its strength. That's right, grab on tight, he murmurs, voice soft with emotion. You've got a good grip there. Sailor's hands, maybe, or healer's hands like your mother. He shifts slightly, angling her so she can see out the window. See that? That's the harbour. That's where I work, out there on the water. Someday when you're older, maybe I'll take you sailing. Show you how the wind feels when you're flying across the waves. My throat tightens at the casual assumption of future, the way he's already planning years ahead with her. A year ago, the idea of someone making those kinds of long-term plans around my life would have sent me running. Now it just makes my chest warm with something dangerously close to hope. Ro makes another cooing sound, and Harrow grins down at her with pure delight. You like that idea, do you? Your mother might have something to say about putting you on a ship before you can walk properly, but we'll work on her. I'm about to step into the room, announce my presence and probably tease him about his grand sailing plans, when Ro's expression changes. Her face scrunches up, little features contorting in that particular way I've learned to recognise as the prelude to complete meltdown. And then she lets out a wail that could wake the dead. The transformation on Harrow's face is immediate and hilarious. The confident, experienced sailor who's faced down storms and sea monsters looks absolutely terrified of one tiny, crying baby. His eyes go wide, his whole body going rigid as if he's afraid any movement might make things worse. Oh no! His voice climbs an octave, panic creeping in as Ro's cries intensify. What did I do? I didn't. You were happy a second ago. What's wrong? He holds her away from his body slightly, as if distance might help, then immediately pulls her closer again when she cries harder. Shh, please don't cry. Your mother's going to think I broke you already. I bite my lip to keep from laughing out loud. This massive, intimidating minotaur who could probably tear a door off its hinges is completely undone by 8 pounds of angry baby. I'm sorry, he tells her earnestly, voice still pitched higher than normal. Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Please stop crying, please. When Ro shows no signs of calming down, if anything, she's working herself up to the truly impressive volume that means she's not going to stop without intervention. Harrow looks toward the bedroom with something approaching desperation. Mirath? His voice cracks slightly on my name. I think I need help. I can't hold back my laughter anymore. It bubbles up and spills out as I step into the room, and Harrow's head snaps toward me with relief, so obvious it's almost painful to watch. She's not broken, I assure him, moving toward him. But instead of taking her over immediately, I gesture for him to stand. She needs changing. Come on, I'll show you. Changing. He looks confused for a moment, then understanding dawns. Oh, right, that's something I should probably learn to do. Probably. I lead him to the small area where I keep the changing supplies. Unless you plan on handing her back to me every time she needs a fresh diaper. The look of horror that crosses his face at that suggestion is almost as funny as his panic over the crying. No, I want to learn. I want to help. I spread a soft blanket on the low table I use for changes and take Ro from him, her cries immediately settling to fussy whimpers now that she knows relief is coming. First lesson, babies cry for reasons. Hungry, tired, wet, uncomfortable. This particular cry usually means wet diaper. Harrow nods seriously, like I'm imparting crucial sailing knowledge instead of basic childcare. Right. Different cries for different needs. Exactly. I undo the pins holding her diaper in place, making quick work of the wet cloth. You'll learn to tell the difference. The hungry cry is more urgent, demanding. The tired cry is more whiny, frustrated. This one is just annoyed. I clean Ro efficiently, and she kicks her legs happily now that she's free of the wet fabric. Harrow watches intently, taking in every movement. Here. I hand him a fresh diaper. Your turn. His hands dwarf the small piece of cloth, and for a moment I think he might actually drop it, but he takes it carefully, holding it like it might explode. I don't want to hurt her, he admits quietly. She's so small. You won't hurt her. She's tougher than she looks. I guide his hands, showing him how to position the diaper properly. Support her hips like this. Slide it under. That's it. Now bring the front up between her legs. His movements are awkward but gentle, massive fingers fumbling with the pins while Ro watches him with curious eyes. When he finally manages to secure the diaper, crooked but functional, he looks up at me with such pride you'd think he'd just conquered a small nation. I did it. You did. I can't keep the fondness out of my voice as I lift Ro back into his arms. She's properly dressed and everything. This time when he holds her, there's more confidence in his posture. He's still careful, still obviously awed by her tiny size, but the terror has faded into wonder again. Thank you, he says quietly, not looking up from her face, for letting me, for teaching me. The simple gratitude in his voice catches me off guard. It's such a basic thing, changing a diaper, holding his own daughter. But I can see what it means to him. The chance to be involved, to learn these everyday intimacies of parenthood. Ro settles against his chest with a contented sigh, and I realise I've been standing here in my nightgown for several minutes, probably looking like something dragged in by the tide. My hair is a disaster. I need to wash, and there are a dozen things I should be doing to prepare for the day. But I also can't remember the last time I had the luxury of standing still long enough to think about any of those things. I gesture vaguely toward the bedroom, suddenly aware of how long it's been since I had a proper morning routine instead of grabbing whatever clothes were closest and dealing with my appearance later. Go, Harrow says firmly, still not taking his eyes off Ro. Shower, take your time. I can hold her while you get ready. The offer is so simple, so normal, but it hits me like a revelation. When was the last time someone offered to watch Ro so I could have a moment to myself? Soraya helps when she can, but she has her own children to manage. Mostly it's just been me and Ro, every moment of every day, and I've gotten so used to that reality I'd forgotten what it felt like to have help. Are you sure? I ask, even though I can already feel myself wanting to say yes. She might get fussy again. Then I'll figure it out. His voice is confident now, some of his natural assurance returning. When's the last time you took a moment for yourself, Mirath? Really took your time with anything? The question stops me cold because I can't actually remember. Probably sometime before Ro was born, when I still had the luxury of long baths and leisurely mornings. For months now, my routine has been whatever I could manage while she napped or in the few minutes between her needs. I start, then realise I don't have an answer. Go. He makes a shooing motion with one hand while keeping the other securely around Ro. We'll be fine, won't we, my little love? Ro makes a soft cooing sound as if in agreement, and the sight of them together, my daughter peaceful in her father's arms, Harrow looking at her like she hung the stars, is almost too much to bear. All right, I say finally, but if she gets hungry, she'll need... Mirath. Harrow's voice is gentle but firm. Go, take as long as you need. I hesitate for another moment, old habits of independence warring with the sudden desperate desire for 20 minutes to myself. When Ro reaches up to grab at Harrow's mane with obvious fascination, and he carefully disentangles her tiny fingers without disturbing her contentment, the decision makes itself. Thank you, I whisper, and slip away before I can change my mind. In the bedroom, I gather clean clothes with more care than I've taken in months. A soft blue dress that actually fits properly instead of whatever's closest to hand. Clean undergarments that aren't just functional but actually pretty. Small luxuries I'd forgotten I missed. The water in the wash basin is cold, but I heat it with a small warming charm, letting myself indulge in the simple pleasure of really washing instead of the quick scrub that's become my norm. I work soap through my hair slowly, massaging my scalp until the tension I didn't realise I was carrying starts to ease. Through the thin walls, I can hear Harrow's voice continuing the conversation he started before I woke, telling Ro about ships and storms and the way sea creatures follow in a vessel's wake. His tone is relaxed, natural, like he's been talking to her his whole life instead of meeting her for the first time yesterday. The sound settles something in my chest that's been tight for months. Not just the practical relief of having help, though that's part of it, but the deeper satisfaction of watching someone else fall in love with my daughter the way I did from the moment she was born, of knowing that she'll grow up with a father who thinks she's perfect, who wants to be involved in every mundane moment of her life. It's the one thing I always wanted for her, and now I can't believe it could be real. I can't believe any of this.
Chapter 19. Harrow. The first thing I learn about being a father is that I'm completely and utterly hopeless at it, and I've never been happier to fail at anything in my life. 3 days in, and I can't seem to put Ro down for longer than it takes to use the privy, or wolf down whatever meal Mirath shoves in front of me. She fits perfectly in the crook of my arm, her tiny weight so insubstantial I sometimes panic that I've lost her, only to look down and find those amber eyes staring up at me with solemn curiosity. "You're going to spoil her rotten," Mirath says from across the room, but there's warmth in her voice as she watches me bounce Ro gently while she fusses. "She's never going to want to be put down if you keep this up." Good. I shift Ro higher against my chest, her little fist tangling in my mane. I've got time to make up for. The truth is, I can't bear to let her go. Every moment feels stolen, precious in a way that makes my chest tight. When she sleeps against my shoulder, her breath warm and even against my neck, I find myself counting each tiny exhale like a prayer. When she's awake, those clever eyes tracking my face as I talk to her about everything and nothing, I memorize every expression. She's got Mirath's nose, that slight upturn that makes her look perpetually curious. But her eyes are mine, amber and already showing hints of the fierce intelligence that will undoubtedly get her into trouble someday. Seeing little glimpses of us in her does something to my heart. I'd been dying to get back to Mirath, but now it's like my whole world has shifted. I can't get enough of my little girl, though I do steal as much time with her mother as I can too. "Tell me about the first time she smiled," I say, settling into the chair by the window. It's become my favorite spot where I can hold her and watch the harbor while Mirath works. "When did that happen?" Mirath looks up from the herbs she's grinding, her hands stilling on the mortar. 6 weeks. She was lying on her back, and I was making faces at her, feeling ridiculous. Then she just lit up. This huge, gummy grin that made her whole face scrunch up. I wish I could have seen it. The words slip out before I can stop them, heavy with regret. Her voice is gentle but firm. "You being here for so many more firsts is far more important than what you missed. She'll smile for you now. She already is. Look at her." I glance down to find Ro's mouth curved in that soft, sleepy expression that might be a smile or might just be gas, but either way makes my heart do something complicated in my chest. She's perfect. She is. Mirath's voice carries that particular tone mothers get when talking about their children. Pride and love and bone-deep protectiveness all wrapped up together. But she's also going to need to learn that the world doesn't revolve around her, which won't happen if her father carries her everywhere. "Let me have this," I say quietly, pressing a soft kiss to the top of Ro's head. "Just for a while." Mirath doesn't argue, just returns to her grinding with a small smile playing around her lips. She's been fussing over me almost as much as I've been doting on Ro, checking the worst of my injuries twice daily, pressing food on me every few hours, making sure I'm drinking enough water. Her touch is gentle but thorough when she examines the jagged line across my ribs, the burn marks on my forearms, and the lingering marks everywhere else. She forces potions on me that help with tissue damage and the lingering effects of lightning. It's nice to have someone looking after me. "These are looking better," she says later, running her fingers along the scar on my shoulder. "No infection, good color. But you're still too thin." "I'm eating." I catch her hand, pressing it flat against my chest. "You feed me constantly. Because you pick at your food when you think I'm not looking." Her gray eyes narrow with that particular sharpness that means she's caught me in something. Don't think I haven't noticed. The truth is, my appetite comes and goes in waves. Sometimes I'm ravenous, wolfing down whatever she puts in front of me with desperate hunger. Other times, the smell of food makes my stomach turn, memories of the thin gruel the Naga fed me rising up unbidden. But I don't tell her that. She's got enough to worry about without adding my lingering nightmares to the list. What I definitely don't tell her about are the dizzy spells. They hit at random moments, a sudden lightness in my head that makes the room tilt sideways, my vision graying at the edges until I have to grip whatever's closest to keep from swaying. They never last long, maybe a handful of seconds, but they're getting more frequent. This morning I had to grab the doorframe to keep from stumbling while carrying Ro back from the changing area. It's probably nothing. Exhaustion, maybe, or the lingering effects of whatever the Naga pumped into my system during those long months. My body's still recovering, still remembering how to be whole again. The last thing Mirath needs is one more thing to fuss over. Besides, they always pass. And when they do, I'm fine. More than fine. I'm here in this warm shop with my daughter in my arms and the woman I love within reach. Everything else is just details. Come on, Mirath says, hanging her apron on its peg. We should head to the festival before it gets too crowded. The celebration of light has been going on for days now, and each evening we've ventured out to sample whatever entertainment the city has to offer. Street musicians on every corner, vendors selling spiced wine and honey cakes, children running between the adults with painted faces and trailing ribbons. It's exactly the kind of cheerful chaos that would normally have me looking for the nearest tavern and a strong drink. But watching Ro experience it all for the first time transforms everything. The way her eyes go wide at the bright colors of the festival banners, how she startles and then settles when musicians strike up a particularly lively tune, the fascination with which she watches other children run past, her little head turning to follow their movement. She likes the music, I observe as we pause near a group of street performers. Ro's been making soft cooing sounds in time with the fiddle, her tiny hands waving in what might be an attempt at rhythm. She always calms down when I hum, Mirath says, reaching over to stroke Ro's cheek. I think she's going to be musical. The fiddler launches into a particularly complex passage, and Ro lets out a delighted squeal that makes several nearby adults smile. Pride swells in my chest, ridiculous and overwhelming. Of course my daughter appreciates good music. Of course she's clever enough to recognize skill when she hears it. That's my girl, I murmur against her ear, and her tiny hand grabs at my beard with surprising strength. We meander through the festival at a leisurely pace, stopping to watch puppet shows and admire the elaborate sugar sculptures vendors have crafted for the occasion. Mirath buys us cups of spiced cider, and we find a spot on a low stone wall where we can sit and watch the crowd flow past. Remember when we came here last year? Mirath asks, shifting closer so our shoulders brush. You convinced me to play games with your crew. I remember you swindled all of us. I grin at the memory. She nods, but her mind seems to be elsewhere. It wasn't the same after you left. There's something wistful in her voice, and I study her profile in the warm glow of the festival lights. She looks tired, I realize. Not just the everyday exhaustion of caring for a baby, but something deeper. The kind of bone-deep weariness that comes from carrying too much alone for too long. Hey, I bump her shoulder gently. You all right? Just thinking. She settles her head against my shoulder, and I shift Ro carefully so she can rest more comfortably. This time last year I thought a lot of things that turned out to be wrong. Such as that you were just another sailor looking for a good time before moving on to the next port. Her voice is quiet, almost lost in the festival noise around us. That I was stupid for believing anything different. The words hit harder than they should. Not because they're unfair. They're exactly what any reasonable person would have thought under the circumstances. But because they remind me how close I came to losing this. If the Naga had been a little more careful, a little less careless with their security, I might never have escaped. Might never have seen my daughter. Never had the chance to prove that Mirath was wrong about my intentions. For what it's worth, I say carefully, you weren't wrong about what I wanted. Just wrong about why I disappeared. She tilts her head to look up at me, and in the flickering light of the torches, her gray eyes look almost silver. I know that now. Ro makes a soft sound and reaches toward one of the glowing lanterns hanging overhead, her face scrunched with concentration as she tries to grab something far beyond her reach. The movement makes my head swim suddenly, the festival lights blurring together in a dizzying swirl of color. I blink hard, gripping Ro tighter as the world tilts sideways for a few nauseating seconds. The spell passes quickly, leaving only a faint ringing in my ears and the lingering taste of metal on my tongue. Harrow? Mirath's voice sounds far away, though she's right beside me. Are you? Fine, I say quickly, forcing my voice to stay steady. Just enjoying the music. She studies my face for a moment longer, and I make myself smile, bouncing Ro gently to distract from whatever she might have seen in my expression. After a moment, Mirath relaxes, returning her attention to the puppet show that's just starting up near the fountain. The rest of the evening passes in a pleasant blur of music and laughter, Ro's delighted reactions to every new sight and sound, filling me with a contentment I'd forgotten was possible. By the time we head home, she's fast asleep against my chest, her tiny fist still tangled in my mane. I love watching you with her, Mirath says as we make our way back. You're so gentle with her. I wasn't sure how you'd take to fatherhood. Neither was I. I adjust Ro's weight carefully, mindful of her sleeping form. Turns out it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Easy? Mirath raises an eyebrow. You panicked when she cried this morning. That was different. That was crisis management. I grin down at my sleeping daughter. This is just loving her. That part's easy. Only days ago, I was a man with nothing to lose. Now I'm holding my entire world in my arms, and the weight of that responsibility should terrify me. Instead, it just makes me want to be better, stronger, steadier, worthy of the trust this tiny person has already placed in me. For both her and her mother, who are all I want in this world.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 20. Mirath. The warm glow of festival lanterns fades behind us as we make our way through the quieter streets toward my shop. Harrow walks beside me, Ro nestled securely against his chest, her tiny hand still clutching at his mane even in sleep. The sight of them together still catches me off guard sometimes. This massive, scarred minotaur, cradling our daughter with such infinite tenderness. She's getting heavy, I observe, though Harrow shows no signs of strain. She weighs nothing. His voice carries that soft wonderment it gets whenever he talks about Ro. I could carry her for hours. I believe him. These past few days he's barely put her down except when absolutely necessary. Part of me worries him about spoiling her, but watching him discover fatherhood has been like watching someone find religion. There's a reverence in how he holds her, studies her sleeping face, counts her tiny fingers as if they might disappear. The familiar outline of my shop comes into view, but something's wrong. A figure stands outside my shop, head tilted back against the door. Even in the dim light, I recognize the silhouette immediately. Soraya. I quicken my pace, worry threading through my voice. What are you doing here? She looks up at the sound of my voice, and even in the shadows I can see the relief that crosses her face. Her long brown hair is loose around her shoulders, instead of its usual neat braid, and her brows are pinched together as she looks me over. Thank the goddess. She pushes off the wall. I was starting to think something had happened to you. What do you mean? I fish my keys from my pocket, acutely aware of Harrow standing quietly behind me, probably wondering who this woman is and why she's camping outside my door. He's heard of Soraya, but I don't think they've ever met. I haven't seen you in 3 days, Mirath. Soraya's voice carries that particular sharpness she gets when she's been worrying. You missed our usual market run. You haven't come by the house, and when I stopped by your shop, it was closed in the middle of the day. That's not like you. Guilt twists in my stomach. In the bubble of contentment I've been living in since Harrow returned, I've let everything else slide, including my oldest friendship. I start, then stop as Soraya's gaze shifts past me to take in my companions. Her eyes widen as she registers Harrow's imposing frame, then narrow as they drop to the bundle he's carrying. Is that Ro? Her voice goes up half an octave. Mirath, who is this? I can practically feel Harrow's curiosity radiating behind me. But this isn't a conversation for the street, especially not with Ro sleeping peacefully in the middle of what's about to become a very complicated explanation. Harrow, I say without turning around as I unlock the shop door. Why don't you head upstairs, put Ro down in her crib and get some rest? I'll be up in a few minutes. There's a pause, and I know he's studying the situation, trying to decide if he should leave me alone with this clearly agitated woman. But after a moment, he slips inside the shop and heads to the back toward the stairs. Soraya watches him go, her gaze tracking his massive form until he disappears. When she turns back to me, her expression is a mixture of confusion and barely contained concern. Your apartment, she says slowly. He's staying in your apartment? I gesture for her to follow me inside. The familiar scents of dried herbs and resin smoke wrap around us as I light a small lamp, casting warm shadows across the cluttered shelves. Soraya settles into the chair I keep for customers, but her posture is tense, ready to spring up at a moment's notice. His name is Harrow, I begin, hanging my cloak on its peg and trying to figure out where to start. He's Ro's father. The words hang in the air between us like a physical thing. Soraya's mouth falls open, then snaps shut, then opens again as if she's trying to find words that won't come. Her father, she finally manages. Mirath, you told me. You said you didn't want to talk about him. That he was gone. He was gone. I sink into the chair behind my counter, suddenly exhausted. I thought he'd left. I thought a lot of things that turned out to be wrong. Soraya leans forward, her hazel eyes intent on my face. What do you mean, you thought he'd left? Where was he? The whole story spills out of me then. Meeting Harrow at the docks, that first night at the Brass Anchor. The way he'd made me feel things I'd forgotten I was capable of feeling. The promises he'd made. The way he'd looked at me like I was something precious instead of just convenient. The weeks of waiting, the growing certainty that I'd been a fool, the devastating realization that I was carrying his child. And then 3 days ago he was just there, I finish, sitting on my step like no time had passed at all. Where was he? Soraya's voice is gentle now, stripped of its earlier sharpness. Captured by Naga. The words taste bitter. They were experimenting on him, trying to figure out how minotaur magic immunity works. He only just escaped. Soraya's face goes white. Oh, Mirath. Oh, honey. She's out of her chair and around the counter before I can blink, pulling me into a fierce hug that smells of herbs and baby powder and the soap she uses in her hair. I don't realise I'm crying until she starts stroking my back, making soft, soothing sounds like she does when Kai has a nightmare. When was the last time someone held me like this? When was the last time I let someone see me break down? I'm so sorry, she murmurs against my hair. I had no idea. If I'd known. There was nothing to know. I pull back, wiping my eyes with the back of my hand. I didn't tell anyone who he was. I was too angry, too hurt. I thought he'd abandoned us. But he didn't. No. A fresh wave of guilt crashes over me. He didn't, and I spent a year hating him for something that wasn't his fault. Soraya studies my face with that particular intensity she gets when she's reading people, cataloguing their emotional state the way I catalogue symptoms. Whatever she sees there makes her expression soften further. "You couldn't have known," she says firmly. "And you did what you had to do to protect yourself and Ro. That's not something to feel guilty about." "I should have told you." The words come out far too small. I should have told someone. But I was so ashamed of being wrong about him, of letting myself hope for something that seemed too good to be true. And now? I think about Harrow upstairs, probably settling Ro into her crib with that infinite patience he's shown since the moment he realised she was his. The way he looks at her like she's made of spun gold and starlight. The way he looks at me like I'm something worth coming back to. Now I don't know what to think, I admit. He's wonderful with her. He's wonderful with me. But I'm terrified of believing it's real. Soraya nods slowly, understanding flickering in her eyes. She knows something about being careful with hope, about the weight of loving someone who might disappear. "Well," she says, straightening up and smoothing her skirts. "He's here, right? He came back like he said he would, and that means a lot." I nod, chewing on my lip. I still worry about letting him in again. Worry he'll break my heart because he's the only one I've ever let get that close. "But you can't just disappear on me because he's here." She bumps me with her hip, and I know she's teasing. "Bring him to dinner tomorrow." Her voice brooks no argument. "We're having our family celebration feast, and you're going to be there. Both of you. It's time we met the father of our niece properly." The casual way she says "our niece" makes my throat tight. This is what I've missed these past few days. The easy assumption that my problems are her problems, that my family is her family, that I don't have to carry everything alone. "Soraya, no arguments." She holds up a hand. "Dagon should see him too, since I doubt he knows that one of his old friends survived and is back on the island. And the children adore Ro. They should meet her father. The thought of introducing Harrow to my makeshift family sends a flutter of nervousness through my chest. Soraya can be intimidating when she wants to be, and I'm not sure if Dagon will approve when he probably knows Harrow as a womanizer more than a father. Taran will probably bombard him with questions about ships and sailing. Kai will likely try to climb him like a tree, but underneath the nervousness is something warmer. Relief, maybe, at the thought of not having to navigate this alone anymore, of having people who care about me see what Harrow means to us. "All right," I say. "We'll be there." Soraya grins, the expression transforming her tired face. "Good. Now go upstairs to your minotaur and get some rest. You look exhausted." I am exhausted, I admit, then pause. "Soraya, thank you for caring enough to worry." "Always," she says simply, pressing a quick kiss to my cheek. "That's what family does."
Chapter 21. Harrow. The late afternoon sun filters through the trees as we make our way toward the edge of the city, and I can't help but chuckle at the way Mirath keeps adjusting her cloak, then smoothing Ro's hair, then checking to make sure I haven't somehow lost my grip on our daughter in the 30 seconds since she last looked. "You're going to wear a hole in that fabric if you keep fiddling with it," I observe, shifting Ro more securely against my chest. She's been content to nap in my arms for most of the walk, one tiny fist curled around a strand of my mane. "I'm not fiddling." Mirath's voice has that sharp edge it gets when she's trying to convince herself of something. "I'm just making sure we look presentable. We look fine." I lean down to press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the familiar scent of herbs and soap that clings to her dark curls. "Better than fine. We look like a family." She makes a small sound, half protest, half something softer, but doesn't pull away. The tension in her shoulders doesn't ease, though. If anything, it seems to coil tighter as we approach a modest 2-story house with warm yellow light spilling from its windows. What if they don't like you? The words tumble out of her like she's been holding them back for blocks. I laugh, the sound rumbling through my chest and making Ro stir slightly. Lovely. Dagan already knows me. And Soraya already invited us. I think we're past the point of her not liking me. That's not what I mean. Mirath stops walking abruptly, turning to face me with worry creasing her brow. What if Dagan thinks you're irresponsible? What if Soraya doesn't think you're right for me? What if the children don't? I silence her with another kiss, this one to her forehead, lingering until I feel some of the rigidity leave her frame. Then we'll deal with it. But worrying about what might happen isn't going to change what actually does happen. I hate it when you're reasonable, she mutters, but there's no real bite to it. No, you don't. I adjust Ro again, making sure her little knit cap is secure against the evening breeze. With the celebration of light always comes the bitter cold. You love it. That's why you keep me around. Before Mirath can respond with whatever cutting remark is forming on her lips, the front door of the house swings open. A tall figure fills the doorway, backlit by the warm glow from inside, and my breath catches in my throat. Dagan looks older than I remember. There are threads of silver in his brown fur now, and his face has taken on the settled quality of a man who's found his place in the world. But those sea glass green eyes are exactly the same, and they go wide with shock when they focus on me. Harrow? His voice cracks on my name like he's seeing a ghost. Hello, Captain. The old title slips out automatically, even though I know he hasn't been my captain for over a year now. For a moment, we just stare at each other across the small garden that separates the street from his front door. Then Dagan is moving, crossing the distance between us in 3 long strides, and I barely have time to secure Ro before he's crushing me in an embrace that threatens to crack my ribs. You bastard, he says against my shoulder, his voice thick with emotion. You absolute bastard. I thought you were dead. So did I for a while there. I return the embrace as best I can with Ro between us, breathing in the familiar scent of salt and the faint sweetness of fruit that seems to cling to everything around here. When we finally separate, Dagan's eyes are suspiciously bright. He looks me over with the thorough gaze of someone cataloging damage, taking in the new scars, the weight I've lost, the ways captivity has marked me. Look at you, he says quietly. What the hell happened? Soraya said something about Naga, but it's a long story. I glance down at Ro, who's chosen this moment to wake up and is blinking owlishly at her surroundings. And one that can probably wait until after dinner. Dagan's gaze follows mine to the bundle in my arms, and his expression shifts to something softer, more wondering. Hey, little Ro. He shakes his head and looks from her to me. I can't believe I didn't see it before. Soraya told me and I guess congratulations are in order. I grin as he claps me on the shoulder, even as I fight off a wave of dizziness tingling at the base of my skull. It's becoming annoyingly persistent. I couldn't have asked for anything better to come back to. A woman appears in the doorway behind Dagan. Soraya, I assume, though she's smaller than I expected and prettier, with long brown hair and warm hazel eyes that assess me with the keen intelligence of someone used to making quick judgments about people. She fits Dagan perfectly. Well, she says, stepping out into the garden. You must be Harrow. I'm Soraya. Thank you for having us, I say, inclining my head, and for taking care of Mirath while I was away. Something flickers across her face. Approval, maybe, or at least the absence of immediate disapproval. She's family. It's what we do. The casual way she says it, the matter-of-fact acceptance that Mirath belongs here, makes my throat tight. This is what I've been hoping for without knowing it, that my girls have people who care about them, who consider them worth protecting. Come on, Dagan says, clapping me on the shoulder. Let's head around back. The kids are playing in the orchard and I want them to meet you properly. We follow him around the side of the house, and I get my first real look at the space they've created here. The orchard stretches out behind the house in neat rows, the trees heavy with fruit that catches the last rays of afternoon sunlight. A covered porch runs along the back of the house, furnished with comfortable chairs and a low table already set for dinner. But it's the sound of children's laughter that draws my attention. A boy who can't be more than 2 is toddling between the trees, chasing something I can't see, while a much smaller figure sits in the grass nearby, clapping her hands at something that's apparently hilarious. "Taran, Kai!" Soraya calls. "Come meet Rosdada!" The boy, Taran, I realize, stops his chasing and turns toward us. He's got the sturdy build of his minotaur heritage already showing, though his horn buds are still small, and his eyes hold that solemn curiosity that I've seen from Dagon. I remember when he learned he was going to be an uncle and made the arrangements to come home. And later, I learned his brother, Corin, and Taran's father had passed. But grief does funny things, and has brought him Soraya. Now he has 2 kids. The little girl, Kai, requires Soraya to scoop her up, but once she's settled on her mother's hip, she stares at me with wide hazel-green eyes that shift color in the changing light. "This is Harrow," Dagon tells them, his voice gentle. "He's Ro's father." Taran approaches slowly, the way children do when they're not sure if an adult is safe or interesting. But when he gets close enough to see Ro clearly, his whole face lights up. "Baby Ro," he says, reaching up with careful hands. "I see." I kneel down to his level, angling Ro so he can get a better look. She seems fascinated by him, reaching out to pat his face with her tiny hands, and he giggles when her fingers find his nose. "Hi, Baby Ro," he says with so much love it melts my heart. Kai, meanwhile, has decided that I'm worth investigating. She squirms until Soraya sets her down, then reaches up to grab onto my knee and pull at my pants. When I look down at her, she grins up at me with 4 tiny teeth and babbles something that might be a greeting. "Hello there, little one," I say, freeing one hand to gently pat her back. Her hair is soft as silk under my palm, and she leans into the touch like a contented kitten. "I think you pass inspection," Mirath observes from somewhere behind me, and I can hear the smile in her voice. I'm about to respond when Taran tugs on my free arm. "Let me show?" he asks, his eyes bright with excitement. "Tree." He points toward the orchard. "Show tree." The enthusiasm in his voice is infectious, and I find myself nodding before I really think about it. "I'd love to see it." I hand Ro over to Mirath, who settles onto the porch steps with Soraya, who has scooped Kai up. She's babbling to her mother, apparently content now that she's properly introduced herself, leaving me free to follow Taran as he charges toward the far end of the orchard. "This one," he says, stopping beneath a sturdy typhi tree whose branches spread wide and low enough for a determined child to reach. "See? Climb." I look up at the branch he's pointing to, gauging the distance. It's not a difficult climb, especially for someone my size, but as I take a step closer to the tree trunk, something strange happens. The world tilts, just slightly, like I'm standing on the deck of a ship in rough seas. I blink, shaking my head to clear it, but the sensation persists, a swimming, disconnected feeling that makes my stomach lurch. "Climb?" Taran asks, bouncing on his toes with excitement. "In a minute," I manage, reaching out to steady myself against the tree trunk. The bark feels solid under my palm, real and rough, but the dizziness doesn't fade as it has been.
Chapter 22. Mirath. I settle onto the porch steps beside Soraya, cradling Ro against my chest as we watch Harrow follow Taran toward the orchard. The evening light catches the silver streaks in his dark fur, and I can't help but notice how carefully he moves, how he keeps one hand near Taran without being obvious about it. Always protective, even with a child he's just met. "The girls are getting sleepy," Soraya observes, glancing down at Kai, who's rubbing her eyes with tiny fists. "Want to put them down in the crib? Door can stay open so we can hear them." I nod, following her inside to a cozy sitting room where a sturdy wooden crib sits near the window. It's clearly built for two, wide enough that Kai and Ro can sleep side by side without crowding each other. Soraya settles Kai down first, then I carefully place Ro beside her. Both girls seem content with the arrangement, Kai immediately curling toward Ro like she's seeking warmth. "They're going to be thick as thieves," Soraya says softly, smoothing Kai's hair back from her forehead. "Good. Ro could use someone like that." I adjust the light blanket over both of them, then follow Soraya back outside, leaving the door cracked so we can hear if either of them stirs. We settle back onto the steps, and for a moment we just watch as Taryn gesticulates wildly at something in the trees, while Harrow listens with the kind of focused attention that makes my chest warm. He's taking the boy seriously, nodding at whatever grand plan Taryn is explaining. "So," Soraya says, her voice careful in the way it gets when she's fishing for information. "How is it, having him around?" I catch myself smiling before I can stop it, my eyes still fixed on the sight of Harrow watching Taryn point up at the branches. "He's been incredible with Ro. I mean, I always thought he would be good with her. He has that way about him, you know. But seeing it..." I shake my head, still a little amazed. He talks to her like she understands every word, sings to her while he's getting her dressed, and the way he looks at her, like she's the most fascinating thing he's ever seen. "That's how Dagon was with Taran from the first day," Soraya says, and there's something wistful in her voice. "Some men just know how to be fathers." I was so angry at him for leaving, I admit, the words coming out quiet, for not coming back when he said he would. I spent months convincing myself that he was just another sailor who made promises he didn't mean to keep. But watching him with her... I trail off, not sure how to explain the way something in my chest loosens every time I see them together. "It's different when you start to let them in, isn't it?" Soraya's voice is gentle, understanding. "When you realise they weren't the kind of man you thought they were." I glance at her, catching something in her expression that reminds me of how panicked she felt when she first confessed her feelings about Dagon to me. But before I can answer, movement in the orchard catches my attention. Harrow is reaching toward the tree trunk, his movement suddenly unsteady. Even from this distance, I can see the way he's listing slightly to one side, like he's fighting to stay upright. "Harrow!" I call out, but he doesn't seem to hear me. Then I watch in horror as he leans heavily against the tree, his body shifting deliberately away from Taryn. The little boy is still chattering, oblivious to the way Harrow's knees are starting to buckle. "Harrow!" This time I'm on my feet, terror flooding my system as I watch him begin to slump forward. He hits the ground with a sound that makes my stomach lurch, his massive frame folding in on itself as consciousness abandons him completely. For a split second, I can't move, can't breathe, as my mind tries to process what I'm seeing. Then training kicks in, and I'm running. My feet barely touch the ground as I race across the orchard, my heart hammering against my ribs with a rhythm that threatens to drown out everything else. I can hear Soraya behind me, her voice tight with panic as she calls Taryn's name, but all I can focus on is the still figure sprawled beneath the typh tree. Taryn is standing a few feet away, his small face crumpled with confusion and the beginning of tears. "Harrow sleeping?" he asks in a small voice, but I barely register the words. I drop to my knees beside Harrow's prone form, my hands already moving to press against his chest and neck. His skin is warm, his heartbeat strong beneath my palm. But that only makes his unconsciousness more terrifying. Healthy people don't just collapse like that. "Move, Taryn," Soraya says, her voice strained but controlled as she scoops the boy up and away from us. I catch a glimpse of her face, pale and tight like she's seen a ghost, and I realise how similar this was to the day I had to pull her away from Korun's limp body. But Harrow's not dead. I won't allow that. Dagon crashes to his knees beside me, his sea-glass eyes wide with the same terror I feel clawing at my throat. What happened? Is he... He's alive, I manage, pressing my hands more firmly against Harrow's head and chest, letting my magic flow outward in searching tendrils. But something's wrong. Something's very wrong. My magic spreads through his system like warm honey, cataloguing everything it encounters. His heart is strong, his breathing steady if shallow. No broken bones, no obvious injuries, no signs of infection or illness that I can detect. But as I push deeper, searching for whatever caused this collapse, I encounter something that makes my blood run cold. There's magic in him. Not his own. Minotaur don't have magic. Their body's naturally resistant to it. But this feels foreign, invasive, like something that was forced into his system and has been slowly poisoning him from the inside. It's subtle, barely detectable, even with my enhanced senses, but it's there. Writhing through his bloodstream like a parasite, disrupting the natural rhythms of his body. The Naga. I breathe, the pieces suddenly clicking into place. When he told me they experimented on him, they must have tried to force magic into his system. His body can't process it properly. My mind races as I try to remember everything I know about Naga magic, about the way it interacts with other species. There are potions, specialized ones that I keep in stock, specifically because Minotaur sailors often run into problems with Naga during trade disputes. Each race's magic has its own signature, its own particular toxicity, and Naga magic is especially virulent. I need to get him back to my shop, I say, my voice coming out sharp. I have potions that can counteract Naga magic, but I need to... Then let's go. Dagon doesn't hesitate, doesn't ask questions. He simply reaches down and hauls Harrow's limp form up and over his shoulder with the ease of someone accustomed to handling unconscious crew members. I'll watch the children, Soraya calls after us, her voice still tight but determined. Go. Do what you need to do. I'm already moving, leading the way back through the orchard and around the house, my mind cataloguing everything I'll need once we reach the shop. The base potion is strong, too strong for most species, but Minotaur physiology can handle it. The question is whether whatever the Naga did to him has changed that resistance, made him more vulnerable. The walk back to my shop feels endless, every step a small eternity as I listen to Harrow's shallow breathing and pray that I'm not already too late. Dagon keeps pace beside me, Harrow's weight seemingly nothing to his broad shoulders, but I can see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands shake slightly where they grip his friend's legs. I've never let myself think about how much Harrow means to me. At first, because we only had those few days together, and he had to leave. Then because he didn't come back, and I convinced myself he was just another disappointment. And now because I was just getting used to him being around, to the idea that maybe this time things could be different. But as I watch his unconscious face bounce slightly with each of Dagon's steps, the truth hits me. I care about him. More than I've let myself admit, more than is probably wise. The connection we had during those first few days wasn't just physical attraction or loneliness. It was real, immediate, the kind of recognition that happens maybe once in a lifetime. And now he's back, fighting his way home to us, being the father I never dared hope Ro would have. The thought of losing him now, when I've just started to believe that maybe I deserve something good, makes my chest feel like it's caving in. I fumble with the key to my shop, my hands shaking so badly that Dagon has to steady my wrist so I can get it into the lock. The familiar smells of herbs and tinctures wash over me as we step inside. But for once they don't bring comfort, only the urgent reminder of how much work I have to do. Because I can't lose him. Chapter 23. Mireth. The moment we cross the threshold of my shop, I force everything else away. The terror clawing at my throat, the way my hands won't stop shaking, the sick certainty that I might be too late, all of it gets shoved behind the wall I've spent years building. The wall that lets me work on someone I care about without falling apart. My voice, when it comes, is steady and clinical. Back room, put him on the cot. Dagon doesn't question me, just carries Harrow through the narrow space between my shelves, ducking slightly to avoid the dried herbs hanging from the rafters. I'm already moving, pulling bottles from their carefully organised spots, my hands working on muscle memory while my mind catalogues what I need. The base potion is stored in a blue glass bottle on the highest shelf, too dangerous to keep within easy reach, too concentrated for most species to handle. The Naga magic neutralizer sits beside it, a sickly green liquid that smells like rotting kelp, but bonds with foreign magic, like nothing else I've ever found. And finally, the catalyst, a clear tincture that will help his minotaur metabolism process everything faster. "What can I do?" Dagon asks, his voice tight with the kind of controlled panic I recognise from every emergency I've ever handled. The need to help when there's nothing to be done except wait. "Nothing. Stay back." The words come out sharp, but I don't have time to soften them. Every second Harrow stays unconscious is another second that foreign magic has to work its way deeper into his system. I measure the potions with practiced precision, years of training keeping my hands steady, even as my heart pounds against my ribs. 3 parts base to 1 part neutralizer, then just a few drops of catalyst to bind it all together. The mixture swirls in the glass, shifting from blue to murky brown to finally settling on a deep amber that catches the lamplight. Harrow looks so still on the narrow cot, his massive frame taking up every inch of the available space. His breathing is shallow but regular, and when I press my fingers to his throat, his pulse is strong beneath the skin. But his face has a greyish cast that makes something cold settle in my stomach. "Help me get his head up," I tell Dagon, and he immediately moves to support Harrow's shoulders, while I tip the potion against his lips. Getting an unconscious minotaur to swallow anything is like trying to pour liquid into a stone. Their jaw muscles are so dense that even relaxed, they're difficult to open. But I manage to work small amounts between his lips, using my magic to encourage his body's natural swallowing reflex. The moment the potion hits his system, I can feel it through my magical connection to him. It spreads like warm honey through his bloodstream, seeking out the foreign magic that's been poisoning him. My own magic follows it, guiding it to the places where the Naga's influence has taken deepest root. Minotaur physiology is fascinating to work with. Their natural magic resistance means that any healing I do has to be more deliberate, more focused. I can't simply flood his system with my power. Instead, I have to use potions and tinctures, but I can guide it with my magic. What is physically there can be manipulated, a fine line I've had learned to walk. I feel the exact moment the potions begin to bind with the foreign magic. It's like watching oil separate from water, the invasive elements suddenly becoming distinct from his natural systems. My magic helps guide the process, encouraging his body to recognise the Naga influence as something to be expelled. The whole process takes maybe 10 minutes, but it feels like hours. I maintain the magical connection the entire time, monitoring every change in his system, making sure the potions are working properly without causing any damage of their own. Dagon stays silent behind me, but I can feel his tension like a weight in the air. Finally, I feel it. The foreign magic beginning to break down, his body's natural defences finally able to recognise and fight what's been slowly killing him. I sit back on my heels, releasing the magical connection and letting my hands drop to my sides. The relief is so intense it makes me dizzy. "Is he?" Dagon starts to ask, but his words are cut off by a low, rumbling growl from the cot. Harrow's eyes snap open, wild and unfocused, and he immediately rolls to his side. The retching that follows is violent and prolonged, his body purging everything that doesn't belong. I scramble for the basin I keep under the cot, getting it positioned just in time as he empties his stomach. The smell is awful, metallic and bitter, like the Naga magic is being expelled along with everything else. But the fact that he's conscious that his body is actively fighting back, sends a wave of relief through me so strong my knees nearly buckle. "Easy," I murmur, one hand on his shoulder as he continues to retch. "Just let it happen. Your body needs to get it all out." When the worst of it passes, he collapses back against the cot, sweat matting the fur around his face together. His breathing is ragged, but his eyes are clearer than they've been since he got back. "Water," he manages, his voice rough and strained. I already have a cup ready, cool water mixed with a mild electrolyte powder to help replace what he's lost. He drinks it in small sips, his hands shaking slightly as he holds the cup. "Better?" I ask, though I can already see the improvement in his colouring, the way his breathing is starting to even out. "I feel like I got trampled by a herd of Torah," he mutters, but there's wry humour in his voice that makes my chest loosen with relief. "But yeah, better." I look between him and the stairs, knowing he'll need rest now that I've got everything out of his system. Deegan catches my gaze. He clears his throat from behind me. "Think you can make it upstairs?" Harrow nods slowly, pushing himself up to sitting with obvious effort. "Yeah, just give me a minute." It takes both Deegan and me to get him up the narrow stairs to my apartment, his legs still unsteady from the ordeal. We settle him on the couch near the window, where the evening light filters through the sheer curtains and catches the silver in his fur. "I should get back," Deegan says, glancing toward the door. Soraya's watching both girls, and Taryn was pretty shaken up by what happened. "Thank you." The words feel inadequate for what he's done, dropping everything to help us, carrying Harrow when I couldn't, staying calm when I was falling apart inside. For everything. "When Ro wakes up, I'll bring her back," he offers. "She'll want to see her father." The casual way he says it, her father, makes something warm uncurl in my chest. Not Harrow or your friend, but her father. Like it's already an established fact, something everyone simply accepts. After Deegan leaves, I fetch a bowl of cool water and several soft cloths, settling them on the table beside the couch. Harrow's eyes are closed, but I can tell he's not sleeping. His breathing is too controlled, too deliberate. "You need to eat something," I tell him, wringing out one of the cloths and pressing it gently to his forehead. "Not sure I can keep anything down yet," he admits, but he doesn't pull away from the cool cloth. If anything, he seems to relax into it. "We'll start small. Some bread, maybe a little broth." I move the cloth to his neck, wiping away the sweat that's gathered there. "You've lost too much weight already, and your body needs the strength." His eyes open at that, pale amber studying my face with an intensity that makes me suddenly aware of how close I'm sitting. "You worry too much over me, lovely." I'm a healer, it's what I do. But even as I say it, I know it's not entirely true. Yes, I notice these things professionally, but with Harrow it's different, more personal. I notice because I care, because seeing him diminished makes something ache in my chest. "The Naga magic," I continue, focusing on cleaning the dampness from his skin rather than meeting his eyes. I need to tell him. "It was disrupting your body's ability to process nutrients properly. That's why your appetite has been so inconsistent. Your weight down. I think it was destroying your system. Is that what happened out there? With Taryn?" I nod, moving the cloth to his shoulders, working around the edges of his shirt. "It's probably been building up since they first started experimenting on you, causing a magic sickness. Your body's been fighting it, but it was losing. Eventually, it would have..." I trail off, unable to finish the sentence. "Would have killed me," he finishes quietly. "Yes." The word feels painful coming out. "But I got it out of you." He's quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on my hands as I continue to cool his skin with the damp cloth. When he speaks again, his voice has that teasing quality that used to infuriate me, and now just makes me feel warm. So what you're telling me is that you're pretty determined to keep me around. I pause in my ministrations, giving him a look that's meant to be withering, but probably just comes across as fond exasperation. Don't be ridiculous. I mean, first you heal all my cuts and scrapes, then you make sure I'm eating properly, and now you're literally purging poison from my system. His lips curve in that lazy smile that makes my stomach flutter. Starting to think you might actually like having me here, lovely? You collapsed in front of a child, I point out, but there's no real bite in it. I wasn't going to let you die in Soraya's orchard. He catches my wrist gently as I reach to rinse the cloth again, his thumb brushing over my pulse point. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you've been taking care of me since the moment I walked back into your life. I tug my hand free, but not before I notice how steady his grip is now, how much stronger he already seems. You need food. And rest. Not whatever this is. But I can't quite hide the relief in my voice, the way something in my chest has finally unclenched now that I know he's going to be all right. He hears it too. I can tell by the way his expression softens, the teasing fading into something warmer and more serious. Thank you, he says quietly, for saving my life. Again. I busy myself with preparing a simple meal, just bread and a mild broth made from capra bones that won't upset his stomach. But his words settle into my chest like warmth, like a truth I'm finally ready to admit. I am determined to keep him around, more than I've ever been determined about anything.
Chapter 24. Harrow. The first thing I notice when I wake is that my head isn't pounding. For the first time since I escaped that Naga hellhole, I feel clear, like someone finally scraped away the fog that's been clinging to my thoughts for months. The second thing I notice is Mirath lying beside me, staring up at the ceiling with that particular intensity that means her mind is churning through something complicated. She's got that little furrow between her brows that appears whenever she's working through a problem, and her hands are folded across her stomach, like she's trying to keep herself perfectly still. I shift onto my side, wincing slightly as my ribs protest the movement. Still sore from yesterday's collapse, on top of everything else, but nothing like the bone-deep exhaustion that's been plaguing me. Whatever she did to flush that Naga poison from my system worked better than I dared hope. Morning, lovely. My voice comes out still scratched from all the retching yesterday. You planning to bore a hole in that ceiling with your stare? She doesn't smile at the joke, doesn't even look at me. Just keeps studying the wooden beams above us like they hold the secrets of the universe. That's when I know something's seriously bothering her. I reach over and gently turn her face toward me, my fingers finding the familiar warmth of her cheek. Her dark gray eyes are troubled, shadows lurking in their depths that have nothing to do with the early morning light filtering through her curtains. What's wrong? She chews on her lower lip, that nervous habit I've come to recognize as her tell when she's wrestling with something she doesn't want to say. It makes me want to kiss the worried expression right off her face, but I force myself to wait. Pushing Mirath before she's ready is like trying to rush a storm. It'll only make things worse. Have you ever thought about being mated? The words come out in a rush, like she had to force them past her lips before she lost her nerve. I can't help the smirk that tugs at my mouth. Even worried and uncertain, she can still catch me completely off guard. Are you propositioning me, lovely? The scoff she gives me is pure me-wrath, indignant and exasperated, her cheeks flushing that pretty pink that makes my chest tighten with affection. She tries to turn her face away, probably to hide the blush, but I don't let her. Instead, I pull her closer, until her head is resting on my shoulder, and I can feel the rapid beat of her heart against my ribs. The scent of her, herbs and smoke and something uniquely her, fills my lungs and makes that constant ache in my chest ease just a little. I tell her, my voice going serious because she deserves honesty, not just my usual teasing. I thought about it every day after I left you the first time. Had every intention of winning you over properly before I asked, though. The admission feels huge in the quiet of her bedroom, bigger than I expected it to. But it's true. Even during those endless, brutal months in Naga captivity, when I wasn't sure I'd survive another day, I held on to the image of coming back to her, of having the time to court her the way she deserves, to show her that what we have is more than just good sex and comfortable mornings. "What are you thinking?" I asked softly, my fingers finding their way into her dark curls. They're even softer than they look, like silk against my calloused hands. She's quiet for so long I start to wonder if she's changed her mind about saying anything at all. But then she takes a shaky breath, and when she speaks, her voice is smaller than I've ever heard it. "I don't want to lose you." The words are barely a whisper, but they hit me hard nonetheless. "I thought I had, and maybe we haven't had enough time together, but... Hey!" I cut her off before she can spiral into whatever dark place her mind is trying to drag her. My hand finds her chin, tilting her face up so she has to look at me. I'm not going anywhere. The fear in her eyes makes something fierce and protective roar to life in my chest. This woman, this brilliant, stubborn, impossibly strong woman, is afraid of losing me. The same woman who spent a year raising our daughter alone, who built a life and a business from nothing, who saved my life yesterday without hesitation. "Not even those Naga bastards could keep me away from you permanently," I tell her, meaning every word. "I thought you'd need time, but if you want to put me out of my misery now..." I trail off, giving her that grin that I know she can't resist. She rolls her eyes just like I hoped she would. But there's something soft and vulnerable underneath the exasperation. Something that makes my heart pound against my ribs like it's trying to escape. "I want you as my mate, Mirath," I say, the words coming easier than I expected. "Have since that first night when you let me up here for tea, and I realized I never wanted to leave. Especially not after we broke that bat." I give her a wink, knowing I can't push her too hard. She shakes her head, but there's a soft smile on her face. Then her hand comes up to cup my cheek, her thumb tracing the line of my jaw with a tenderness that makes my throat tight. "I think I fell in love with you on that dock," she says softly, and the confession hits me harder than any punch I've ever taken. "I've wanted you every day since, even when I thought you'd abandoned me." The pain in her voice when she mentions thinking I'd left her makes my chest ache. All those months she spent alone, pregnant and heartbroken, while I was chained up in some Naga hellhole. The time we lost, the hurt that could have been avoided if I'd just been stronger, smarter, better. "I definitely fell in love on that dock," I tell her, my voice rough with emotion I'm not used to showing. "And I worked every day to get back to you. Because it's true. Every morning I woke up in that cell. Every time they dragged me to that slab of rock that I was chained on. Every moment I thought I might not survive. It was the thought of her that kept me fighting. The memory of her sharp tongue and gentle hands, the way she looked when she smiled, the possibility of a future I'd never dared want before. When I kiss her, it's different from any kiss we've shared before. Softer, sweeter, full of promises and possibilities instead of just desperate need. She melts into me like she belongs there, her hand tangling in the fur at the back of my neck as she kisses me back with everything she has. It's perfect. We're perfect. And then, of course, our daughter decides to announce that she's awake and wants attention. Right now. Ro's cry cuts through the morning quiet like a blade, and Mirath breaks away from me with a breathless laugh that makes my heart skip. "Duty calls," she murmurs, but there's nothing but happiness in her voice. She slips out of bed, padding to the room next door in that thin nightgown to lift Ro from her crib. Our daughter, and damn, I'm still getting used to thinking those words, settles immediately in her mother's arms, dark eyes blinking up at Mirath with complete trust. "Come here," I say, scooting back to make room as Mirath returns to the bed. She settles beside me, propping herself against the headboard as Ro latches on to nurse. I wrap my arm around them both, pulling my girls close until Mirath's head is resting on my shoulder, and I can feel the warm weight of our daughter against my chest. This is what I fought for. This moment, this perfect morning with the woman I love, and the child I never knew I wanted. The three of us together, safe and whole and happy. I press a kiss to the top of Mirath's head, breathing in the scent of her hair, and feel something settle deep in my chest. Like a piece of myself that's been missing for months, finally sliding back into place. I love you, I murmur against her temple, the words easier now that I've said them once. And I absolutely want you as my mate. I want you as mine. Permanently. I love you, she whispers back, and I can hear the smile in her voice. And I want all of that too. Ro makes a small, contented sound as she nurses, her tiny fist curled against Mirath's breast. Perfect and peaceful and absolutely mine. My mate, my daughter, my family. For the first time in longer than I can remember, I'm exactly where I belong.